guests, and also partners and friends, or future friends and future partners. Welcome to the third edition of CBU Innovation Days, but I'm very nervous because it's the first time when I have people in the room, beside my colleagues that help me with the organization and doing this event live for other persons. I'm very happy that you are here. Will be two days where we need to be strict to the schedule, but I hope that we will have enough time to meet each other. You are all of you are part of our network from Lucian Blaga University, from different project or different new project, but also you can start to build bridges, as Cluj IT said, linking the communities from different other places. As you probably know, I'm Adrian Florea from Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu. I'm the organizer of this event. I was help on the main idea belongs to Hasso-Plattner Institute, Professor Klaus Meinl, but also the colleagues from Cluj IT who are the, let's say, the inspiring of doing this event. And of course, with the support of our rector and our leaders and previous leaders, I hope we try to put CBU on the map of innovation ecosystem. So, allow me to, because this event will be also live streamed for all who are interested about our speeches. We also send this stream through Google Meet, but we will come back to technical stuff later. So, why do CBU Innovation Days? Because we want to implement a mindset for innovation. We want to strengthen the collaboration between academia, university and the academic environment, the economic environment, and also the local administration or even regional administration, but connecting with large institutions from Europe to be better for everybody further, to create collaborative networks, and also to take the good practices from strong innovators or strong innovator countries and apply in Sibiu region, but also in all Romania. So what we want to do actually is the topic, the large topic, is the same as in the last 2 years, digital transformation, because any time when a thing could be improved, we try to improve, but more than that, any time appear new challenges. Everybody, I think we are happy that are in this room because the pandemic was ended. But also all of us know that new challenges arise due to the war, due to the relocation of some people, due to the energetic crisis, and also many others. So we try together to adapt or to use digital transformation principle in different parts, in industry, or also to create value in collaborative manner together. What are the main challenges of this year? Actually, some of them are also from last 3 years, but other became hot or very up to date. So, cybersecurity, fake news, and trying to fight for disinformation is very important, not only for us as a person, but also in industrial environment. We will see a lot of presentation even today. The AI will be the engine who will need to be, let's say, not necessarily change, but upskilling is very important. It's very important because the school is not the only supplier of knowledge. Now we have a lot of alternative channels. We have internet, which contributes a lot to education, but also we need teacher to tailor exactly the path, how to learn some methodology to work. But also, we have here guests from Authority of Digitalization of Romania. We know that everybody wants to simplify our life, that smart governance is very important. Industry make another step to another age, Industry 5.0. That means not only keeping the very good, let's say, feature like automation, like digitalization. The new feature should be in a sustainable development mode. So we need to see a different perspective of the industrialization and try to find from people who are working in industry. As I said, we have 6 large topics and more than 40 speakers. And the main are, and this is the order that we are discussing today after 2 very important keynotes, I will explain later. We discuss about cybersecurity and fake news. We will have 7 presentations, also from companies, also from academic point of view, and we see, as I said, different vision of this concept. We discuss about digitalization and digital innovation hubs. We know that the European Union help each region to implement such a digital innovation hub. We are happy that we have such a DIH in Sibiu, and we try to collaborate and show the expertise of other colleagues from Europe. A very important thing that I learned from previous specialist in knowledge transfer, Professor Florin Băun, but also others who will be joined tomorrow. How many startups did you produce from Sibiu or from other places? For the moment, I'm not too proud, but also in this direction, ULBS makes some steps. Together with this event, we organize for young students, also pupils from coming from high school, a hackathon with projects where also academic colleagues and also experts from companies from Sibiu will judge, but also mentor student of us, Melissa, who is also joining with our academic program from computer science, participated 2 years ago in such a contest and win some prizes. We want to develop or to inspire the creative spirit of the young people to develop their own companies, their own startups, to learn the good or wrong. But further, our community will increase, will grow. As I said, artificial intelligence is another important point, and in the last panel, we will have different perspective of education, how we can change or how our work is changed based on this risk from the new society. As I said before, we have 4 sections. The main important section, because here, due to your contribution, we have a knowledge transfer from both sides, from academic to industry, but also conversely. The conference will participate representative of companies, first of our colleagues from academic staff, but also from European Commission and government institution, also clusters. They are actually the driver for innovation. So we will have 3 keynote lectures. Today, 2 of them, with one from Professor Christoph Meinl from Hasso-Plattner Institute, the second from Vice President of Cluj Innovation, Cluj IT Cluster, sorry. They are related, these two concepts, Cluj Innovation, the IT Cluster. And also tomorrow, a colleague, a professor from US will arrive today, and tomorrow have a speech from Duke University regarding scalability, but also trustworthy federated learning. The hackathon, I said, we also present some innovative projects on the website, but we will have 2 industrial workshops today in the hall of the engineering faculty, quite nearby. If somebody of you can have a short time, can visit. It's a workshop implemented based on help of the continental companies. It's called How Metaverse Will Influence Industrial Innovation. And tomorrow, the other important partner of Lucian Blaga University, Marquardt Shell Systeme, will present in the hall of the Transylvania arena a larger demo car workshop, but also how to dive into the secrets of the automotive coding. But only briefly, I want to show that Sibiu Innovation Days and also ULBS extend, of course, it was extended, but to real collaboration of companies and academic institutions, we try to extend our concept of innovation from whole Europe, but also in the above the ocean. Very shortly, we'll have 49 speakers from different companies and from Hasso-Plattner Institute, from European Commission, and also European Innovation Council, from many countries, Germany, France, United States, Norway, Austria, Denmark, UK, Romania, and from Romania, for different cities. And hopefully next year will be from other different cities and from other. But as I observed, and I'm very glad that people who came to the first edition wanted to come further. Yes, I was helped with a lot of partners from Sibiu, from ULBS, and from Cluj IT to promote also in a new alliance where ULBS are part, in the Fortum Alliance. We will have friends also from there coming here. It's very important to promote this conference because everybody I see will have something to learn, including me on the first position. And I want to present the opening speech. I prefer to be in this order if it is possible, but I will turn back to this. Our Mr. Rector, Professor Sorin Radu, will have the first word. After that, because we wanted to have here the President of the Senate, the former Rector, Professor Ioan Bondrian. In the same time, we have the Senate of ULBS, and some of the colleagues, including our rector, I thank that they could spend time with us. But later, definitely will be another colleagues to come here. After Professor Radu, I invite Professor Meinel to say some words from Hasso-Plattner Institute. Then Mr. President of Romanian Authority for Digitalization, Mr. Dragoș Cristian Vlad, thank you very much that you came to Sibiu. And also, I may say a good friend, probably she also helped from the beginning to implement such an event and also bring colleagues from European Commission to previous and also this version of Sibiu Innovation Days. And lastly, but not last, because we are also knowing for a long time, the Vice President of Cluj IT, Mr. Daniel Homorodean. Just the last slide from my side, to know not only you, but especially the people who are watching live, everybody from the room could make could send question or for the moderator, but also from outside, people could send emails on the email, let's say, of organizer, event.sid around ulbs-cbu.ro, and we will further this question to our moderator. Also, if there are a lot of questions, because we have a tight schedule, we will send your question to the speaker, and later we will come with their answer. So everybody to be pleased. Also, please use our SSID for Wi-Fi connection, and it calls Conferența, and the password is CBU 2022. So, thank you very much for my side. I wish you to enjoy, and especially because I know to these events, it's important what we see on the panel, but it's very important what we discuss in the coffee break, in the networking of the events, and also lunch and dinner. So, thank you very much. Have a full 2 days, and I invite Mr. Rector to say some words. You can open your...
Thank you, Adrian, for your kind invitation. Dear Professor Christoph Meinl, dear President Dragoș Cristian Vlad, dear General Director Amona Samson, dear Vice President Daniel Homorodean, dear Professor Adrian, dear colleagues. Innovation has long become essential for the progress of the economy, education, and society in general, and Sibiu Innovation Days 2022 is a promoter of research activity by the academic community, companies, and local, regional, and national public authority. Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu and Cluj IT Cluster have succeeded in the last 3 years, and I am sure they will continue to do so, to develop around the Sibiu Innovation Days concept an innovation ecosystem in Transylvania and beyond. The theme chosen by organizers this year, Digital Transformation, National and European Challenges and Risks in Post-Pandemic Era, is a particularly interesting and exciting one due to the changes generated by the pandemic period, both at the level of society in general and especially in the educational or corporate area. This pandemic challenge has forced us to embrace the use of digital technologies more strongly, to rethinking working procedures, to develop new teaching learning strategies and methods, and to change our perception of how technology can influence our daily way of life. Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu did not stay out of this process and started to think and implemented a strategy in the field of innovation and digitalization, an important step towards transforming the university's information infrastructures is the substantial funding of almost 6 million euros attracted under the National Recovery and Resilience Plan call. It is appropriate to underline once again that the research and innovation activity at the Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu has been strongly supported and encouraged by the Hasso-Plattner Foundation, which through its financial support of more than 4 million euros had enabled the accelerated development of the performance-based organizational culture. Sibiu Innovation Days is part of the series of scientific events organized by Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu with the direct financial support of Hasso-Plattner Foundation. I would like to convey my gratitude to Professor Christoph Meinl, Director of Hasso-Plattner Institute Potsdam, for participating in this event and especially for the trust he shows in the University of Sibiu. In recent years, our university has succeeded in winning innovation research projects in both national and international competitions. It has succeeded in establishing strong partnerships with companies and private firms and in creating together an environment conducive to human resources development and innovation and research. It has gained national recognition by being included in the most powerful university consortium, Universitaria, together with prestigious universities in Romania. University of Sibiu has succeeded for the first time in entering international rankings such as QS or Times Higher Education. Our university has become a full member of the European University for Them Alliance. Sibiu Innovation Days is part of this development process, and we thank all our partners, many of them present here today, for their trust and their unconditional and constant support. I wish you all success, and I assure you that Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu remains an open partner to all those who support innovation, research, and knowledge transfer between academia and economic partners. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Rector. Do you have from? Yes. Okay. Also, Mr. Rector, we need to excuse because he need to go to the Senate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I invite now Professor Christoph Meinl, who is the director and the CEO of Hasso-Plattner Institute Potsdam from Germany, to say his message and later to go in the technical things. But now, his message. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends on the podium, it's an honor to be here with your Innovation Days conference. When years ago Hasso-Plattner made his gift to CBU and to the University of CBU, we discussed, particularly with the former rector, how to use this money so that it has the most value for the development of the university. And we came to the idea not to use the money to hire a new professor or to establish a new machinery. We said for university, they become the center of innovation in our fast changing world. In the universities, traditionally, they are perfect situated to train young people. So the professors, the lecturers, they teach the young people, and then the young people get their bachelor's, their master, their PhD, and go out industry or in administration or other areas. Digitalization has changed our world in a sense that the production of new knowledge has fastened up very, very much. The knowledge that's needed to stay in a profession does no longer work for all the life that I'm educated at the university and then 40 years work life in industry. It's enough what I had learned formally in the university. The knowledge is changing, the methodology is changing, even new professions came up. So we need to think how we can adapt the university system, which was formerly focused on the education of the young people, also to be partner for this, what we call innovation changes. Innovation changes in the industry, in the administration, in other areas. And such innovation network, such transfer networks seems to be very powerful in doing this. So we decided to use the money to establish such a transfer center, to bring the knowledge that is inside the university, often encapsulated, to make it fruitful for the outside world. The outside world, the industry, the administration, state organization. So what's our life? To bring them closer together. This is the task of the university, to go outside, and at the same time an invitation for the organizations, for the companies from the society to come into contact with the university, to come easily into contact. So not only to later on take the absolvents, no, also to influence the education of the young people, the influence the research which is done by the challenges that come from the real lives, that come from industrial organization and others, particularly in such topics like digitalization, engineering. It is very helpful also for the researchers in the universities to know what are the problems in the real world. Of course, one can look to the literature and see what were the problems and challenges formerly, but to see what's recently happened, it is very important to stay in contact with the industry. To give an example, we have quite successfully established this in HPI, and today, we started 15 years ago with doing this. Today, almost half of the budget of HPI comes from industry, comes from research from outside. Half is given by the foundation, and it's not that the foundation says you have to attract this money. It is the understanding of the professors that they win when they work on real-life problems. It is the possibility to also that people from industry come for a while to the university, not as student, but in this innovation lab in form of workshops, of cooperation projects and others. So this innovation network makes it much easier to interact between the traditional university and the outside world. So I'm happy to see from year to year more activities. Adrian, I hear a lot of what's going on, so I'm very happy to see, and I hope also you feel that it's very useful to have this easy contact to the university. There are methodologies for the innovation like design thinking with the D-School, which help the problem which is also not solved in universities, the interdisciplinary exchange. Because each discipline has their own notions. Sometimes different disciplines use the same notion, but with a completely different context and annotation. So it's difficult to speak with each other because one specialist understands this when some other use a notion, some others understand completely different. So the design thinking helps that we interact as reasonable humans, not as specialists. Of course, each one is specialist, and if we develop the solutions that are found in the design thinking process, at the end we need the specialism. But in the creation of the ideas, into finding out what's really helpful for the humans, for the society, for the company, for the administration, it is much better when we interact with different backgrounds, with different socializations on a very common level. The second part, design thinking, is creating ideas, testing ideas, finding out what are the challenges, proposing solutions. Second is entrepreneurial thinking. So we put a lot of effort to invite our students to become entrepreneurs. So HPI, meanwhile, has 150 startups. The institute altogether has about 1,000 students, so it's very selected students which are allowed to come. They have nothing to pay, all is paid by the foundation. So we have very good students, very good interactions, and 150 startups. The first one last year became a unicorn. So that is good for the list and to say, and it's good to tell the student, you have the chance after this startup was 8 years old, you have the chance if you try to develop own ideas and implement it. This entrepreneurial thinking is but not only important for the successful startups. That the young people learn to make a startup is that they have to see very holistically. Not only as specialist, I am responsible for the letter F and G. No, in a very holistic way to see what is the challenge, what they have to do. So even if the startup is not successful, these people are educated in a sense that's very helpful for the industry, which is every day in front of the challenge to renew their products, to renew their goods, to stay in the context. So when we live in very special times, and I do not speak about the terrible Russian aggression or the COVID. I speak about the change of our society, a change of our personal world, change of our industrial world by digitalization. This is the first time in humankind that such technical things lead to the creation of a second world, the digital world. So even in the Industrial Revolution, all stay inside our physical world with the known rules we have learned in the evolution over 10,000 of years. This new digital world has completely different rules. Time does not play any role. All is done immediately. Space is not existing. So very different from our physical world. This new world which come up by digitalization has rules, and we as humans are not prepared to deal with such a new world. So we are the first generation. So I, for example, became professor before the World Wide Web was detected. World Wide Web, which is synonymously used for internet. So when I tell this in the lecture, they all say they cannot believe that I am alive, because they think I have a long time be dead. Because for the young people it is very usual. They cannot imagine a world without this digitalization. But there was one, and we are the first generation to create this new world. And this new world speeding up in knowledge production, speeding up how organization is done in the society, how we communicate, how companies work and produce things. And for that reason, we need the close connection between the outside world and the university by such innovation center. And I'm happy to see that you are very successful in establishing such an innovation center here in CBU.
Thank you very much, Professor Meinl. Very nice and inspiring words for us, I think. And I invite now Mr. Dragoș Cristian Vlad, the President of Authority for Digitalization from Romania, to share his first speak in the CBU Innovation Days. Hopefully will be only the beginning.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Florian. Dear Professor Meinl, dear Directorate Ramona Samson, dear my colleague Daniel, because Daniel is part of Active Society. We work together in this year for legislation we promote in the panel. So, first of all, I'd like to express my cordial greetings and thanks to all the people that made this meeting is possible. Mr. Florian, congratulate. Today, Authority of the Digitalization of Romania is now the main vector in the digital transformation of the public sector. Our main goal is to optimize the process of the public administration, you know. So, in the last 9 months, since I took over the president of ADR, 3 important pieces of legislation regarding Romanian digital transformation have been approved by Romanian government and parliament. First, in January and February, was open data. After that, we worked together with our colleagues from Cluj, also member of parliament, Mrs. Sabine Sărmaș, to work to interoperability law, is main important legislation for Romania. And not at the least, the government ordinance for government cloud. Today we have in public consultation the second layer of this legislation, and I make an invitation for you to provide the information regarding this level of 2 of legislation is government's law. Is very important for us because in this part we define the provider of government cloud. So ADR, so Authority of Digitalization of Romania, take a main important part. Will be provider of public cloud, of a government cloud, like a private cloud, and we try to make a link between private and public cloud. So I'm very glad to have here Mrs. Ramona to share directly the progress of the implementation of the PNRR Investment 7. So just the last week, I told you, we put in the draft law the governance cloud governance. It's my pleasure to invite also academia and private companies to representative to access other website and review the legislation. And we have in this period another main important investment 19, which we refer to competence of digital competences. So for this, because it was some rumors for this guide of applicant, I take an invitation for academic sector to take part of this process to provide digital competencies for the SMEs, like Mr. Mayer said. We need to create a network between public sector, SMEs, and ONG and university. So in our process, I don't want to be longer, but I want to provide for you the main important. We don't want to digitize the bureaucracy. We want to make a digital process simple in the public administration. Our mission is very difficult, to optimize the process in the public sector. So the main important investment from the PNRR or another type of funds, European funds, is dedicated to simplify the process in public administration, to put the digitalization in hands of the citizen, like SMEs or private sector put the products or services very simple, in a manner very simple to citizen. Public administration must make the same. We need to take the transfer, the benefits and best practice from the SMEs to put in public administration. So, thank you for invitation. Sorry for my emotional speak, but it's a pleasure for me and for my colleague. Mr. Dragos Tohanian is near me, Vice President from ADR. So we try to be open for all these type of events. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And it is very useful that you are here. As you said, you can take the, let's say, the information directly from the field, from the grass. Exactly. And I invite, as I said, further to connect each other, even if you don't know until now. I invite now Mrs. Ramona Samson, who is the Chief Economist Unit at the European Commission, to the Directorate General for Research and Innovation, who is the person who, as I said, support me from the beginning, and also an alumni of ULBS who want to share, and as a part of you from the room, who want to give some back to this university. Please, Ramona. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with you for the third year. Let me start by thanking the organizers for bringing together this rich group of researchers, academia, administration, and the private sector, together with a common purpose in mind, namely of strengthening the collaborative networks between industry and the academic research community. I followed this event very closely during the last 3 years. Firstly, because with Horizon Europe, our main program for funding research and innovation in Europe, we aim at reinforcing the collaborative research. Secondly, because universities play an important role, and I expect it to be instrumental both for the breakthrough ideas and for turning these ideas into business, either through cooperation with industry or through business creation underpinning the emergence of startups. On a personal note, I cannot be more proud, as a former graduate of Lucian Blaga University, to see the promotion and the development of an innovation ecosystem with great impact in shaping the economic and social welfare of this region. Coming back to research and innovation, ladies and gentlemen, we, as Rector Radu mentioned, we live in a context that has become particularly complex in the past years following the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has added to the already complex and burning challenges ahead of us in terms of ensuring the green and digital transitions. Against this backdrop, the importance of research innovation has never been greater. We need new technologies, we need new solutions that can quickly be rolled out new companies that can grow and reach the critical mass to ensure that Europe can face this challenging context. But to do so, we must maximize our innovation potential. And this will require mobilizing and improving the innovation capacity of all corners of the European Union. At the moment, unfortunately, we still have an innovation divide, where many regions and member states punch below their weight and are not properly connected in terms of knowledge and innovation flows, resulting in a fragmentation of our European innovation system. This is why we have recently launched a new European innovation agenda that, among other goals, aims at defining actions at EU level to help address the current innovation divide. Let me bring to you and highlight one key action that I think you can benefit from, and that is an action which focuses at fostering the emergence of connected regional innovation valleys across the EU. So with this action, which has just been launched, we aim at strengthening and better connecting innovation players throughout Europe. To this end, we will support the creation and interconnection of 100 regional innovation valleys and help member states and regions orient 10 billion euros from cohesion funding to concrete interregional innovation projects. Happy to give you more details about how you can access this. We also have developed a guidance document that I can provide to you, but we will not stop here. The innovation agenda at European level aims to complement and reinforce existing instruments already in place, and Rector Radu mentioned the resilience and recovery plans, where we have 50 billion euros dedicated to research and innovation investments. In addition, as you know, we have Horizon Europe, the world's largest research innovation program with a budget of 95 billion euros. I'm proud to say that with a widening participation and spreading excellence component, this has been significantly reinforced to reach 3.3% on the Horizon Europe compared to 1% on the Horizon 2020. So with that to say, to conclude, allow me to conclude by saying that we really have all the policies, the instruments, and the resources needed to build a truly pan-European innovation ecosystem and make a difference. Please be bold to actions and make the best out of this instrument. I'm here to help you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ramona. This is true from the first edition. Actually, you try to help to apply or to find the right path for innovation. But as you said, it's important to don't be fragmented, to not disperse, to be together. Together we can do better things, to learn from previous good practices and apply on a local region or a national region. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I invite Mr. Vice President of Cluj IT Cluster, Daniel Homorodean, to share his vision from the Cluj IT board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues on the podium, I'm very glad to be together with you today at the third edition of Sibiu Innovation Days. I'm very happy to see this event gaining a tradition, positioning itself and positioning Sibiu and the ecosystem of Sibiu as a promoter and a catalyst of the digital innovation and innovation in general in Romania. And I am very happy that Cluj IT was a co-initiator and the co-organizer of Sibiu Innovation Days, and of course we continue to be together in this endeavor for the future. Cluj IT cluster is anniversarying this year 10 years since in inception. It has started in 2012 with the purpose, the goal, and the mission of fostering the cooperation, the partnership in between the IT industry of Romania, the academic and research sector, and the administrative sector at all levels, central, regional, and local. We have been started in Cluj. Still, we keep the name of Cluj IT Cluster, though we are here in Sibiu, and the university, Lucian Blaga, is member of our cluster. We have started with the idea of having a national mission, and we have expanded this idea and this vision throughout the time, looking forward to be a fosterer of the development of the digital innovation ecosystem of Romania overall, and in bringing together the capacity of cooperation in between the three main pillars of this ecosystem, that being the IT industry, the academic and research sector, and the governmental and administration sector. As the anniversary event of 10 years of our existence, in October we organize Cluj Innovation Days, an event which takes 10 days, no surprise, 10 days of in a hybrid format. Several days will be organized in person in Cluj. Other days will have events and sessions which will happen hybrid or online. I invite you all to check clujinnovationdays.ro, and of course I look forward to see you in person or to have you online in this event. We are looking forward further to support the logic of our mission. I believe that Cluj IT Cluster has acted with good success in opening up the capacity of cooperation in between these actors mentioned before. And we're looking forward to position Romania overall, to position the Romanian IT sector in particular, and to position the Romanian digital innovation capacity and ecosystem at the global scale, and to promote it as it should be. And that actually will be the topic of the presentation that I will have a bit later, and on which I would like to open the conversation, of course, to get your support. Cluj IT Cluster is inclusive organization which looks further to have more members and to work together with all of you, either from the position of yourself as members of our ecosystem and our association directly, or as partners. With that, I wish you 2 great days full of lessons to be learned, and full of interesting conversation, and of course new connections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I need to say that Daniel is the chair of work group for internationalization in the Cluj IT, and the organizer of many events or many memorandum of understanding for companies at global levels, or also administration from global level, from South America to Africa and also Asia. Last year we participated together where I represented ULBS to a meeting, bilateral meeting between Romania and Singapore. So everybody have problems or challenges, and everybody could complete each other or complement each other. So I think we can do great things together or learn from each other and to apply in the specific context. So now is the time for a first coffee break and the first meeting between us. We will continue at 10:15 with the lecture of the keynote lecture of Professor Christoph Meinl until 11:05. After that, we will continue with the second keynote lecture from Daniel Homorodian, who will present the invitation for global ecosystem. And because after these two keynote will come a larger panel activities, we continue with lunch. To the lunch at 12 and few minutes, I will check the calendar. We will go to the IBIS, the former name was IBIS, but we will follow me, it's quite near 5 minutes going on foot. And afternoon from 1:30 we'll start the cybersecurity and fake news session. There will be moderated by my colleague, Professor Amos Brad, specialist in cybersecurity, networking, and image processing, and others. We'll have 7 important lectures. And of course, each panel will be end with debates, with question and answer session. Another coffee break afternoon, and then the last, probably the biggest panel from the CBU Innovation Days is about digitalization and digital innovation hubs with, let's say, perspectives from industry, but perspective also from European digital innovation hubs or academic vision, or even from European Commission, from Professor Alexandru Costescu. So please join to the coffee break. We are here to start at 10:15. The coffee break will be outside. as I said, we have a tight schedule and we try to don't upset anybody, but please enjoy in the free time to make contacts and bridge relation between us. I invite now Professor Christoph Meinl to present his keynote speech. It's about clean IT. It's a sustainability, let's say, advice or towards the sustainable digital technologies. Professor Mr. Meinl, please start.
Thank you for introducing, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start with the talk, this, by the way, is our main building of the Hasse-Plattner Institute with the lights, and on the left side there is the lecture hall. Interesting is it is immediately on the east side of the former Berlin Wall. So this was the area of the Death Stripe. In East Germany, on the east side of the wall, there was about 500 meter nothing. So they put all to shut people if they try to illegally try to left. So after unification, Berlin. Digital transformation. I already mentioned it before, and I have this yellow arrow that even if it's not the correct image you can see, I believe we are there. We are there in that what's coming, what this technology will make with our society in the production, in the and not a service worker. There are this international sustainable discussion. You know, and here, before I do this here, for example, per minute, more than 500 hours of video were uploaded to YouTube. In each minute, more than 500 hours. 450,000 new malware files daily. And what I just read, there is a new, people think it comes from Russia, there is a new malware when you open a PowerPoint, oh, it's not me. When you open a PowerPoint slide and move a little bit with the mouse, then this is a command to upload malware. So it was for a political website done. Only one example, every day 450,000 new malware files. 35 billion IoT devices collect data. These are the cameras which are in all places in our life. These are many, many things which help to very exact realize via the sense of the situation in a certain space. But all this technique needs power. All this technique creates carbon. Amazon offers 350 plus million products in a year. And medicine, the medical machinery, become more and more sophisticated. And the way we all become more ill in that, because it's much easier to detect new illness than it was before. But of course, if you have the machinery is used in the health system, and a medical scan generates 10 gigabytes of data per second. So this showed that there is a huge amount of data, which of course need to be received, need to be transported, need to be processed. The digital technologies significantly contribute to the global carbon. So on the one side, digital technologies are a solution for many of the environmental problems, but at the same time, it is also a reason, it is also a problem. And the question is how to think in more detail about this. This is the content of my talk. So the ideas to reduce the emissions of IT. When shortly before Corona, you remember there was the media discussing about flight shaming. So you should know all flight to save the environment. And what we're afraid is that the people start to say, shame IT. Do not use IT systems because of the same reason. And I think also in the case of life, technology needs to be improved. Instead, that we say we do not use the technique or others. So in both cases, as well with the flights, as well in our IT area, we can do something. To give you some figures. On the left hand, so it is estimated that worldwide, annually 2 billion tons carbon are produced by digitalization, by the devices, by the cloud computing center, by the computers and smartphones that are used. And that is twice as much as what is caused by the airplanes worldwide. If you look to the right side, then you see how fast this production of IT data that need to be stored to be able to process is increasing. Zettabyte, exabyte, petabyte, terabyte, gigabyte. Nobody has a feeling about that. Each is a new potence of 10. So when you see how fast, 2007, it were altogether 54 exabyte. Then 10 years later, it was 1.1 zettabyte. And 5 years later, it has increased by a factor 4. And I think for a while, it will increase in that amount with that speed. So it's really an impact digitalization has on the environment. And there are some of the very recent technologies which have a terrible balance. Let's start on the right side with the Bitcoin mining. So with Bitcoin mining, in a year, cost about the same amount of energy, produce about the same amount of carbon, like like a state like Jordan with 22 million tons, only for producing new bitcoins. If you look to the left side, eventually that is not so wrong. The artificial intelligence, the modern hype was run by the deep learning activities. That there are convolutional networks with 100,000 of neurons which are interacting with each other. And such AI models are trained by giving them data, millions of data which are, say, oh, here is a cat, here is a boy, here is a car. And then if you give the million first image without an explanation, the machine comes by itself with a quite good explanation what is on the image. This process to show the million images, to train the AI model to do things by themselves, this is called model training. And one model training in this way costs 300, has the same amount of carbon output, like 300 round-trip flights, New York, San Francisco, or computed this in a life cycle of car. It is the energy that's needed, the carbon that's produced in 5 car life cycles, production, running. So it's unimaginable. So for the research, it's wonderful new results that this new deep learning technique is so good in realizing images. In some areas it's not good, but realizing images, understanding speech and texts. It's a huge success which was obtained during the last 10 years. And for university research, it is fine. If energy is needed, then you have to do. But if you imagine that such type of technology are rolled out in every industrial product, then it's 100 million times. And this is not possible now. With our this cannot. This will disturb our environment completely, regardless how good and how helpful the AI is for medical application, for teaching applications, for many others. So what we try to do is to say we should start to make this clear to the people, to help them to be aware of that. Here, for example, is something what we do with our students. I could invite universities to do something similar. Here you see a dashboard with all the 17 the sustainable development
goals. And then all the activities, this is what's below, all the activities we are doing in this field with special projects, with activities and others. So this helps that the people, the students, the
co-workers in HPI become more aware what is done. It's simply to make it visible in an easy way to see what kind of. This is Hasso Plattner, who starts, who founder of SAP, and starts with his foundation to support the Hasso Plattner Institute. Meanwhile, the foundation also runs 2 museums, one with the collection, with the painting collection of Hasso Plattner, who gave it to the foundation, and the new one is this recent art here. I hope that he comes to CBU, because this is consider this as a place where his family come from, and this was the reason for the gift he gave, and we start to discuss how to use a gift in the best way, and came up with this innovation. This was a discussion by Parma, the director at that time from the era. So what in HPI is focus, excellence in teaching, research. Okay, this is the goal of all the universities. Something is a little bit eventually
not
not
understood by you is why human user centric. And if you look to the how digitalization,
the humans were not in the center. The center were what's technically possible. And sometimes system came out, you have to manipulate it that way. So learning, AI can do all things. So learning to design IT systems so that really human needs are fulfilled. Make it more easy for them, make it more comfortable, make it faster. So this is what we try to train our young people in it. And the innovation ecosystem we discussed in the first session, this is something what you are creating here. This is our annual business plan competition. And as a prize, first prize, the students get a grant for 1 year to develop this idea to get the first customer. Because at the end, startup need customer, need people that are willing, oh, I want to have you, I want to have that, what you have designed, and I'm willing to pay. And you know, it's not so easy. In digitalization, you get a lot of presents, you have nothing to pay. This is because the provider wants to have your data. This is your payment. But if you design systems, of course, someone has to pay. So as a Plattner Institute, about 700 degree students in bachelor master programs, 22 research departments, a big number of research students. In Germany, most universities are state universities, and everyone is allowed who has the Abitur, everyone is allowed to come. So what we have is many mass universities with big number of students. So for example, the 3 Berlin universities each has more than 40,000 students. And if you compare this to Stanford, for example, they have 8,000 students. And exactly this is what Hasso said. He finances the institute, and he wants to have a very individual education, a good selection of the best talents. So this is a small number of students, but of course PhD students come from all over the world, because this is a workforce for the scientific success and development. What we have is different research schools: Potsdam in Israel, Technion University, Cape Town University in South Africa, Nanjing, China, Irvine, and Pasadena in New York, US. And in creating our Digital Health Center, we have, of course, Europe in general, Germany in particular, is for such kind of research not well prepared, because we have difficulties with collecting data. For data protection reasons, for other reasons. And in New York, this is our partner, the university hospital with a medical faculty, hospital with 4 million patients, 10 years electronic patient record. So you can imagine that this is exactly what you need if you want to make research in digital health. To find out why these people have, why some people have some side effect from a certain drug or from a certain who becomes ill, for whom it becomes serious. You can learn a lot of things out of this data. And so we have a close relation that we also in our Digital Health Center in Potsdam, the people can work with the data in the US. So that what we have in Germany, Berlin is the biggest European hospital, but this hospital is with many silos. There's not one data access possible. Each clinic has its own data, and it is from the rules forbidden to process data outside of the hospital. So these are ancient times, this regulation, but it makes it difficult to make really compatible research. So coming back to the question with the energy need of IT technology, so we launched a clean IT initiative in Davos 2020, so 2 years ago. Why we call it clean and not green IT? Green IT initiative exists already 15 years, or even a little bit longer, and is focused on computing center. And if you look there, this green IT initiative is not looking to the machines. The green IT initiative looks around what to do with the heat, which is produced in the computing center, how we can reuse it in something. And so with our clean IT initiative, we want to go into the machines. We want to go into the software systems that are running there. If you are interested, there is a link to our OpenHPI platform. It is a MOOC platform, Mesoprobe online platform like Udacity or in the US. It is the first European, the biggest European platform where is digital content about digital teaching content about digital technologies for beginners, for professionals. So, for example, in the moment for professionals, we established a wide range of learning material for quantum computing. But on the other side, we have for the pupil, because we think fair knowledge out of the institute, out of the university, into the society. So we have a lot of learning material, how my computer can be attacked, how to secure a computer, what is malware, or we have for kids and for adults too, language speaking, language learning, programming languages to learn. If you want to look openhpi.de, and there is also in the Clean IT Forum material about this topic, what can be done to create an IT system more carefully with respect to the sustainability aspect. So the Clean IT initiative has a number of facets. So first is raising the awareness for special carpentry, particularly for the IT specialists which are working and which are developing this. For a developer, it's almost impossible to find out when he designs a system whether it's more energy, needs more energy or less energy. So also here we have to develop models, and we have to develop instruments for measuring this. The digital technologies, I mentioned it, are a driver of the sustainable development, but they should be energy efficient. And this on different levels. If you look to an algorithm, this is not the program, then an algorithm to solve that problem can have very different calendar. And you could select such algorithms that are not only solving the problem within the given time, but also produce as less carbon as possible. If you have selected such an algorithm, then you can start to implement it, to program. Then even one algorithm can be programmed, it can be lead to many different programs in many different programming languages, which solves this, which runs this algorithm. So here one should provide help and means to choose that implementation that's more energy saving than another implementation. So what we call and what we try to develop is such an approach for the developers, sustainability by design. Eventually you have privacy by design, security by design. It's spelled out that it is difficult if you have a program or an IT system to make this secure. You should, from the very beginning of developing the system, think also about security. And we want to initiate that the developers, from the very beginning, to designing IT system, a new architecture or others, that they have in mind not only the speed, but also in mind the awareness of the energy. So I already said a little bit that one can think about energy efficiency, one has to think about energy efficiency of algorithms, of programs, of IT systems. By the way, the designer of hardware, they have this energy point in mind, but not as energy point
for designing IT system. If they need too much energy, they produce too much heat. And for the hardware designer, it's very difficult to bring the heat away.
Try to reduce the heat, and this often leads to reducing of the energy. But in software development, there is no chance to get a feeling. It's even difficult at the end to measure if the system runs on top of a cloud. It is very difficult to find out what is the energy needed by the program and what is the energy needed by the stack and the machines below. Here, we also say traditionally in developing IT systems, speed is the key point. It should run fast, cheap and fast. And we think one can also think about trade-offs between accuracy, between speed, memory size, energy efficiency. And I will give you an example what my research group we try to do. The AI success was, I already mentioned this, reached by neural networks. Deep learning is run on networks of neurons, very simple computing points. The convolution is computed, so a little bit similar like our brain is organized. And then hundreds of thousands of such neurons are interacting with each other. They are interconnected with each other, and the learning, the training of such a network is that it's find out how to scale the results from one neuron, which is transmitted to the neighbor neurons. So this is scaling is over the training phase is adapted in a way that at the end the system works. It's similar within our head. So there's different neurons fire with different strengths. And this is what is done. So, and typically this computation, neural networks use 30-bit convolution, 32-bit architectures. Such model has this effect I mentioned already with the 300 flights in New York, San Francisco. And what we try is, let's try to create a similar structure with 1-bit neurons. So it's very simple. They can only do a very limited computation, but of course they need drastically less energy than the 32-bit. And in fact, what we reach is about more than 95 energy reduction. Of course, we lose something because it is not so accurate with the 32-bit architectures. So in the moment we are 5 in accuracy. So the measurement of this networks is the accuracy, and we are 5% behind the best 32-bit networks. And can do this with 3% of the energy that's needed by the big one. So sometimes it makes sense. So of course in the research we try to improve it. Many researchers try this, but we can also, its application think, is it acceptable to run such a system with a little bit less accuracy? In some places it's not allowed. You need the highest accuracy as possible, but in other applications it would not cause too big problems. So then you can, if in rolling out this technology, then you can concentrate on those areas where it's not so necessary to have this high accuracy.
So this is one of the research we want to initiate, and thinking we want to initiate in our Clean IT initiative. And of course, you can also experiment with 2-bit architectures, with 4-bit architectures. So only to open the mind that it's not a must to work with the architectures that are in the moment the most considered as the most successful. Here you know this deep learning is the technology which has caused this AI hype. I my lifespan I saw 3 such AI hypes. The first was when machine came, then also the Nobel writer saw what could be done with computing machines. Machines with high speed of very complex computation was considered as a basis of it. Then the second wave of AI was in the 70s of last century, 1780s. And this was the idea that this is representation learning. This was the idea our human intelligence is based on rules. If we want to solve a problem, if we want to do something, there are some rules, and then we try to apply
these rules to solve this problem. So there was the idea, all what we are doing in our head is based on what we had learned, on rules that are given and known, and the idea was, let the machine know these rules, then the machines can also make the conclusions as we as humans. After a while it was found out our thinking, our intelligence seems not to be based on too much rules, because this AI approach didn't work. There came out some expert systems for tiny areas, then it works fine, but in general it was not. And so the last wave was started 10, 15 years ago, and it was said, okay, we do not understand how intelligences work. We take such an infrastructure like such a convolutional network and let the network, like our human brain, let's say learn, showing them 1 million images and explaining them what on the images could be seen. Because the image for the machine is only an amount of pixels. What is the sense? So it is explained to the machine, and after a while you can show the image without explanation, and this deep learning networks come up with a proposal that's quite good. In some areas, meanwhile, even better than human. For example, we have a failure human with image recognition about 8%.
And meanwhile, the AI techniques, they are below 8% in the accuracy. So they are more precise than speak. So this new approach, not saying rules or this is how we think, is only come with data. And of course, we have a huge amount of data with all these cameras, with all these things, so we can easily give such a machine millions of data for training. This it makes machine learning a data-driven technology. And so in the moment one tries out this deep learning technology in many, many areas to see where it works well and where not. There are specific, it works very well. So when there's specific tenants for such machine, and there are other, it is not so good. So for example, the self-driving cars. This is a problem. It's like a moonshot story. By the way, one of the first self-driving cars was constructed in Germany at the Technical University of Berlin. And this car get the permission by the TÜV. You are not allowed in Germany to use a car without a TÜV. But it is only allowed to drive with a car on the street if you have insurance. And no insurance in Germany was willing to give a contract for the self-driving car. You know, in US, Google, yeah, they paid several millions, and then the insurance makes all. But here in Europe, no.
So it is in the garage, so it's a kind of museum. But this is self-driving cars. Here we see the difficulties where the machines are not
good enough. So this, they have a lot of image recognition around, a lot of sensors, but it is not every time you see also self-driving cars also in US have accidents. Statistically, they have less accidents. But so one could say it's improving the situation if there is statistically less accident. But of course, the hope would be no accident, because also people from time to time die in such an experiment with self-driving car. So you see this AI technology is really in the development, and it's nice to be a witness of this process. And they work like our human brain is working. Here is some brain, and here is how we compute visual data. This is on the left side the eye. The image comes in, and then it runs through different areas of the brain, and in the different areas they are responsible for different recognition things. So for example, in that first step, is responsible for detecting simple visual forms, edges, and other things. So you see this on the left side of the right side. Then in the next zone of the brain, then these edges and points are put together to something like eyes, noise, mouth. And then there's a next zone. These pieces are put together to recognize faces. And that's really with a high speed. And similar, this deep convolutional network, deep means they have many different stages through where the image is sent through, and more is the image able, is the infrastructure able, is this network able to construct such things like images and others. So meanwhile, the classification of images is extremely well with this AI technology, better than humans. We know with AI systems, also with self-learning systems, machines can beat chess and Go players. By the way, also with the Go, the machine learned by data. So not a human was training this, the machine was training itself.
Non-existing people, they can take for example, famous politician, use a face, and then let say him something which is exactly right in the face. So it's easy to send another audio file below, but then each one who can read lips movement could detect that it's a fake. But meanwhile, with AI, it can be really, for the audio file, it can be really its face tone exactly in the way. So there are many things which are astonishing. We have to learn to live with it. But we are, I think, in the beginning, and this is a transformation which is not finished within the lifespan of our generation. So what can be done else? This was one example from the AI area, how energy can be reduced. Of course, look for the number of operations, computing operations. Each computing operation costs energy, and one can perform such computation with less or with more operations. So one should look for very efficient organizations with low operations. Memory needs energy. Changing memory, memory content also needs energy. So we have to think about what really needs to be stored. The potential is if we even think about small pieces, then use a huge amount of applications, a huge amount of humans, the small portion scales and give a big contribution to energy. So one of the goals in this AI, for example, research is to run such models, AI models, and train such AI models with smartphone. A smartphone has a limited amount of energy, and if one is able to use it with a smartphone, one needs very energy saving systems. You can apply this idea to all to all applications of IT. So, for example, the next generation data storage algorithms for data center. Data center become more and more important. They are bigger. They need more energy by the cloud computing. So, question like edge cloud computing. In the moment, it's fine. Give all the data in the cloud, and then it's easy to process it. But you have to transport it to the cloud. This costs internet activities, costs energy, and then you have very huge data processing activities. With the edge computing idea, it's something which was done many years ago. It's to look what can I do in place where the sensors give me the data. Is it possible to make a kind of processing and only send the extract to the cloud? This is developments. These are research directions in this direction. Streaming. At the moment, we are happy that everyone can have its own TV program. But streaming is quite expensive also by energy, big energy need. So the question is, can we develop smarter streaming algorithms? Is it really good to give each individual, if it's, say, I want to now see this stream, or a little bit organize the streams that are requested in a certain area, so that eventually the person has to wait 1-2 seconds. But this is acceptable. And then the stream is distributed only once, and then in place it serves for different people. Such kind of thinking, also with algorithms itself, is possible. What can be done with the blockchain technology? I mentioned this Bitcoin. This is the original blockchain. Eventually, you have heard that in the last week or the week before, there was done a big experiment with Ethereum. Ethereum is a more modern blockchain infrastructure where they change this mining algorithms to a new one. The existing one, which makes blockchain so expensive, is that the idea in such blockchain network is all participants do not know each other, do not trust each other. So nevertheless, one wants to produce the truth in all the transactions that are done. And so from time to time, all the transactions
were smelt into a block, because blockchain, and the blocks are put one after the other. And to find out who comes with the right block, with a block which really reflects the transactions, there is a very expensive cryptographic race in the back between the different between the different miners, the provider of such a block, because you can earn a lot if your block is taken as a block in the blockchain. So many miners try to propose the next block, and only one wins. And so the idea is, with very big amount of energy that's needed with crypto in order to solve a cryptographic problem, the block is selected. The new idea, which is much more energy saving, which they try to experiment with in Ethereum, is the people that have the most value in the blockchain. They are the one which are very careful that nothing is manipulated. The people that had only few things, they only can win. Which the big amount, they have a very high risk to lose. So a kind of mechanism between this the biggest stakeholders, is established to find out who is a new block in the blockchain. So here the people think about possibilities to run such system more energy safe. On the other side, also in the beginning, blockchain was something like the new God. If you look around, and the less the people understood from the technique behind, the more God it was. So they tried to apply blockchain in many areas where meanwhile it's found out it makes no sense. It makes no sense. One can solve this problem with different technologies in a much better way, much easier way. So, but blockchain for some things, I think, will stay and will be important, but needs to be evolutionary developed so that not such immense energy is necessary. So now, it's not, no more moving. No more moving. Yeah. Internet of Things. This is something what comes more and more into place, and the idea there is that you have in a local many sensors, which helps you to detect the temperature or other things, which are important to have some activity which can be done with the sensors in that way. So we have, it's exploding the number of such small devices which are not full computers, which are sensors with a little bit communication unit, which are in the field distributed. And of course, although they are so small, they need a lot of, they sum up a lot of energy. So if all households are changed to smart ones, so that automatically you can, from outside, control it. If all the traffic is smart traffic, the smart city, smart production, you know all these visions. These are great visions, but we have to pay a price. And we should be responsible with saying, make it sense in this way to pay.
Has a plan to do, but you cannot do such things alone. So in the network, for here are some of the founding partners. SAP as a worldwide active company, of course, they are thinking about that. Technion, there we have a research school. They are very advanced. ECO is in Germany, the union of all the internet technology. Agatech is the German Academy of Science and Engineering. And eventually you are wondering about IEEE. IEEE is standardization organization,
The worldwide standardization organization. And they have found out in the last years, over all the years, they take care about developing standards for technical systems, for security of internet, for all things. But then a new generation in the leaders came up and read the mission, the original mission of IEEE. And in the original mission there was written that IEEE also feels responsible that the technique is developed in a human-friendly way to improve the life of the people and the education. So they feel responsible in last years also for such weak things. how to save environment, and they have a big power if they design a standard, and if they also have this energy awareness in mind to come up with standards which are more energy saving than others, then it's very helpful. So international organizations, politics, industry, science is this it's only 2 more. Yeah. Here I mentioned this Open HPI platform. If you in your area has an idea or has some best practices, please use this platform to tell others about that. So this is not only our content, so we organize and we invite all that have good ideas, that have good examples, to distribute this and to share this with others. Everyone can access this, can freely access this. The Clean IT Forum. There is also a weekly report. There are many learning videos, and also meanwhile we produce courses to teach a developer to design more energy saving software. So you are invited to take part, to think about that, because we have to do it. Let's do it motivated by ourselves, and not that the other comes and say you have to do it. It's more fun if you do it with your own motivation than if others say we only allow your system if it has this, if it fulfills this is a requirement. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Meinl. Thank you for your very extensive presentation that I think presented most of the challenges that we are facing nowadays, starting with the energy crisis and going on then to the AI and the challenges that will come with the AI, and what has been done in the point of view of Hasso-Plattner, and also the best practices of Hasso-Plattner in Germany, and the results of them also at our university. Now, if the audience have some questions or some thoughts regarding the presentation of Professor Meinl. Okay, then thank you for your presentation. We will pass to the next speaker, next plenary speaker, which is Daniel Homorod from Cluj IT Cluster, our main organizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I will start by saying that I love the metaphor that was presented in the beginning of the previous presentation with the wave. You know, the wave, the digital transformation that is going to shape our world, is going to shape the future, our future. And definitely is going to be like this because the digital transformation in itself is going to change the way into which our activity is going on, the way into which we communicate, the way into which we work, the way into which we access information or process information. We are heading towards a dematerialization of the data and the processes, and this is going to have a tremendous impact on all of us. Now, also looking on the picture, you saw the surfer on the bottom of the wave. What is clear is that this wave is going to tremendously transform and shape the future. But it is our choice, I believe, to where are we standing on the wave. And we can stand on the edge of it, or we can stand on the bottom of it. It is a choice. The transformation will happen anyhow, and either is going to happen to us by being pushed either by the European Commission or the market or the trends or the crisis or the competition and so on, or are we going to be where we should be, and I believe that we should be, on the edge of the wave and making things happen. In the presentation that follows, I want to emphasize this logic of the vision that I believe that we should have as an ecosystem, starting from the IT industry of our country, but definitely considering that this tremendous positioning on the edge of the transformation is not something to be done by one company, not even by one association, not by one university, not by one government or the entire government, but by us all. And that is exactly what we should consider of doing. I'm going to talk about a subject which is very, very dear to me. I'm very much involved not only in action, but also in mind in international relationship development. And I will position the discussion, of course, in relation with something that unites us all, the digital innovation. I will discuss and invite you to think, and also invite you to participate to this discussion and further on to action, hopefully. In relation with the role that each of us has in the digital innovation ecosystem in which we are part, I will particularize on the Romanian digital innovation ecosystem, but the logic of what we are going to talk will apply to any kind of ecosystem in any place. Thus, we are going to talk about the growing of a global partnership ecosystem for digital innovation. For Cluj IT Cluster, which I represent, this is a very important aspect, something that we took with very strong emphasis from the beginning. Well, starting in Cluj, as I was telling you earlier, but now having a national presence, definitely a national mission, and a global network. We are following definitely the path that the Romanian IT industry has taken in the last 20, 30 years. You know that our industry is very much oriented and focused on the international market or on export. And it has grown naturally, I would say, contextually and somehow opportunistic in mostly the Western European market and to some extent into the US, and it was growing through outsourcing. This has allowed us, of course, to grow in numbers at the level into which we can be right now, and we can position ourselves as a force, at least in this part of the world, of having 200,000 IT specialists in 12,000 companies, in generating about 10 billion euros each year, which represents about 8% of the GDP of Romania, and out of everything, in exporting around 75 of what we produce. This, as I was saying, was a natural phenomenon which was driven by the opportunity, by the positioning in which we were, and very important, by the context of the learning and of the education that we benefited of in Romania through the universities and through the university centers. It was, of course, instrumental into this, and the way into which we have grew so far is also something that other, let's say, developing country right now in various parts of the world could see as a potential model. And actually, this is also something that we are placing ourselves into showing this and showing this path. What we know for sure, however, is that in the process of the digital transformation, we are still, as a country, only halfway or maybe not even there. Not just in talking about the digital education or the digitalization of both the government and the companies, not only talking about the digital education of everyone, and of course, including the level of innovation or digital innovation, where we are not having, let's say, a very nice position in on the index of the Europe. However, this is a point from which we grow, and saying that we are only probably about halfway, we consider that right now in Romania we have 2.8% of the entire employed population working in IT, especially as an IT developer specialist, because this is the speciality of the Romanian IT. While comparing to the champions of Europe and of the world, we see Estonia, Finland, Sweden, which have passed over 6% of this employment rate in relation with the IT, either development and maintenance and support. For us, it was very important from the beginning to foster the strategic and resilient development of the IT industry of Romania by moving forward from the outsourcing model towards a more innovative model, a model which is sustained by incorporating intellectual property into products that can be internationalized, can be sold globally, and also in moving towards high-level expert services. So both ways are definitely valid in the evolution and the maturization of our industry. And I believe that we have played a good role in moving this industry towards it. Although in 10 years ago we would have thought that the outsourcing in the model in which it was working back then would be a window of opportunity that would come to the close, especially because of the rise of our costs internally in Romania, and also because of the growing competition in, especially from the Asian developing markets. We still see the outsourcing industry thriving, and we still see a good prospect for it, especially because also the need, the requirement for the digital transformation volume of work has been growing. And is continued to grow. However, for the resilience in face of the crisis and for a strategic positioning of us, we're still saying we need to play a more active role and to position ourselves more significantly in the world. Myself, I'm coordinating the internationalization working group of Cluj IT Cluster. And I'm doing this because I have a definite passion for international business development. I'm doing it as CEO of my own company, and I do have an experience about 20 years in being an IT entrepreneur. And I'm also coordinating the expansion of an open source international community in let's say, markets outside Europe, with interesting successes, especially in relation with some governments from the developing countries. I'm also consultant for the UN, for the International Trade Center from Geneva, in supporting the internationalization capacity of IT industries from the developing countries, especially from Africa and Middle East so far. we need to expand the discussion, and I'm pointing out clearly that when we're going to talk further, it's not about the IT industry per se, but about the digital innovation ecosystem. We are positioning ourselves as an ecosystem player, an ecosystem fosterer, this meaning the IT industry together with the education and research, together with the government, the administration, the entire public sector and public body. By this including all these players, I would say the positioning of this definition of the digital innovation ecosystem of Romania. And we're pushing as much as we can, though not just asking, but also offering our support for the central government in the development of a positioning and the development of the promotion of this national ecosystem in the world. We do not have necessarily right now yet a very favorable strategic context because actually even the external strategy for positioning of the Romania overall is a work in progress, aside from our affiliation with the EU, of course, and with the Euro-Atlantic context. But even more, we do not have right now a positioning of the Romanian ecosystem in the world in relation with the digital innovation. And I will mention that many of the European countries, which we could say partner countries, but in some respects also, of course, competitive countries or competing countries, do have such a positioning, they do have such a strategy, and they do have such a strategic approach and also support from the government. And I will mention, for example, Estonia, of whose ecosystem, including directly the government, I'm meeting absolutely everywhere I go in the world. And I'm traveling quite a lot. I've traveled a lot, including even in the pandemics. And the Estonians are effectively everywhere. It's not just them. There are others like this. The Estonians being, of course, pushing strongly on the e-government and the GovTech approach based on their successful X-Roads digital transformation for the government and interoperability platforms or ecosystem. There is also Israel, which is pushing very strongly and strategically with the cybersecurity all over the world and positioning Israel in the competitive space. There is also Luxembourg, which is attracting capacity talent in fintech, in space technology, and is doing a very good job in promoting it as well. There is also Singapore, which is having a thriving ecosystem of funding and incorporation of intellectual property. But still, given the, let's say, competition that we have, looking at what the others are doing, we need to play better our role and use our advantage and our competitive advantages. You see here on the map of the world a part, let's say, as of the partnerships that Cluj IT has developed along the years, but definitely which with a very strong emphasis in the last several years. Of course, traditionally our ecosystem goes strongly in Europe. In relation with associations, with universities, and with the European Commission and the European Commission bodies. But more and more it goes into other places and other markets, including, as you see, areas in Africa or Latin America or Southeast Asia. Just to give you a glimpse, as Mr. Florea was saying about our recent action, actually from last Friday with Singapore. So you see in the interval of several weeks, only in the interval of several weeks the area of activities that we're having at the level of international zone, starting with the Romania-Singapore Forum in Cluj last week. An important news that came to us from the European Commission exactly in the same day was that we were accepted in the Digital for Development Hub private sector advisory group. Now, for those who don't know about this program, which is run by the director of the international cooperation of the European Commission, the Digital for Development program is focused on sustaining governments from the developing world, especially for the moment Africa and now starting in Latin America, into the digital transformation. We're talking digital transformation of the government itself and also a component on national technical capacity building. So learning and being able to have the sustainability in developing solutions. This is a program which is in principle accessible to Romania, and this is what we work with our government to place Romania into the program directly. Meanwhile, we are working also directly with the Commission and also working directly in the target spaces to make this moving. I'm coming from Bucharest right now, where I had very interesting meetings, actually in the context of the ITU Plenipotentiary conference. It's a huge and very important conference for Romania, gathering about 3,000 delegates from the central institutions from most of the countries of the world, if not all. And a very good context for creating or for deepening relations with some of the players or the governments that we knew of. And we will continue, as you see in the following day, this type of activities. By the end of October, we also have an in-person event in Cluj, Romania-Japan Forum. Of course, the European dimension of our interest is very clear. We are already very well versed in creating and participating in international consortiums in Europe and with European partners, but more and more also with partners or including partners which are not just from Europe and including targeting areas which are not just in terms of the delivery or the geography of the delivery part of Europe. We have, for example, just applied in an Horizon Europe project, which is targeting the development of good practices in e-health in several countries in Africa, together with, of course, some partners, both from Europe and from Africa as well. So these are some of the projects, European projects that on which we participate. And some of them are finished, some of them are continuing. Definitely, we are very strongly anchored in Europe. We're anchored with the European innovation. We're working very strongly and closely with some of the directorates of the European Commission, especially the DG GROW Directorate for Public Policies and the DG INTPA, which is the Directorate for International Cooperation. Actually, Cluj IT was the first in Romania, and I'm telling this with certainty, that has organized events dedicated to the once only principle in 2017 and beginning of 2018, together with the European Commission, and also the first who pushed the adoption of the electronic invoicing in Romania with a workshop that we have done together with the European Commission and with the central authorities of Romania in 2019. And we're continuing to do this and to position ourselves as a bridge as much as we can, and as a supporter for the advance of our ecosystem, of our government at all the levels. Definitely, we're looking to follow the global evolution trends, and when I'm saying this, I put a lot of emphasis on Europe so far. However, you all already saw the geographic distribution of our interest. And this goes in line actually with the interest that we see from all the big players, including from the European Commission, including from the governments or the solid governments of big governments, big countries of Europe, which are more and more active into the developing world. Like, for example, one of the priorities and definite and clear priorities for the European Commission is Africa. And why is that? In very simple words, Africa has 1.2 billion people right now, but in 2050 it will have 2 billion, right? So let this sink in your mind, that the population of Africa will double in the next 30 years. That right now they have already the youngest population of the world. Already they have tens of millions of people who enter into the job market each year. And the level on which they are in terms of the digital either implementation, both in the government and the private sector, but also in the education, is yet very low. So who plays there in that space of fast growth and transformation will be the definite winner. And there is still a lot of room in doing this. This is why we are very active in engaging directly. And actually, several companies of our Cluj IT cluster are already active and already have a history of delivery, including towards the governments of countries in Africa, projects related to consultancy, capacity building or training, technical training, and implementations, and through the MOUs that we have with governments and the universities there, or the educational sector, we're looking for much more. And these sounds for all the players of Romania, including, of course, for the universities of Romania that have a very important ground to play there. So definitely it is a frame of opportunity, a global frame of opportunity in which we see others playing very strongly, like I was saying, Estonia. And I have seen the Estonians in my trips in Kyrgyzstan, in Uganda, in Chile, Peru, everywhere. They are in a way or another present, and at all the events or conferences, they were there, and not just the industry. They were there with the Prime Minister, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the former president, and so on. That is the level on which they play the game. However, we're on one hand, of course, we are looking at positioning ourselves, and also we're looking at cooperating with everybody, including, of course, with the Estonians, with whom we have quite a good relation in this respect. Now, when we are looking at what we want to achieve, and in the fact that in the current world, either you're a company or you're an ecosystem, like we're emphasizing that we are, we need to see the world as a global playing ground. This is not just important, it's a must. And that is because of the way or the dynamics of the innovation. We see that on one hand, depending on the crisis, on the wars and so on, the supply chains are shifting. Nowadays, we saw for decades growth in the distribution of the supply chains or the manufacturing chains and so on. Now we're seeing a bit of an emphasis on shorter supply chains, but in terms of innovation, we're seeing only an expansion. and we will see only an expansion, a cross-dissemination, because digital is universal and is portable. And also the human capacity, the brain, it is now more and more accessible. And it is not, I would say, a choice for us to play it global. It is a must, because if we are not doing it, we will and we can become victims, especially in the way that that we saw the evolution in the last years of pandemics, into which our IT capacity in Romania has become much more accessible itself. To the work being done for foreign companies. Of course, this has also the reverse, the fact that we have the access to all the work. We just need to play it. But for the resilience and the anti-fragility, to say, of us all, we need to play smart and global. I would also emphasize the fact that when we're talking about the components of the digital innovation ecosystem, we need to position very strongly the role of the state. The state, which traditionally, maybe for many of us, was considered so far only either a regulator or an imposer of obligations, or a consumer or a client. While what we believe that it should be an integrated player into this transformative journey with a taken initiative and by creating mechanisms of bridging the requirements, the needs with the potential and possibilities of the market itself. I've saw even in the world very, very interesting examples. For example, last year I was in Chile, and I've been visiting an institution which is called Laboratorio de Gobierno. This is actually an institution which is set up by the Chilean government in order to foster the open innovation in between the public sector, public administration, and the private sector, NGOs and industry. And it has quite a great success, as in several years of its functioning, the institutions like city halls, for example, come with challenges. And the challenges, definitely, they are not the technical challenge. They are process challenge. There are challenges regarding that, how we can engage better with the citizen, how we can grow the level of consumption of the e-services of our city hall and things like this, which have found a solution through a process which is, in their case, quite well documented and quite well professed. And we see this type of approaches in other places and in other countries as well. We see the development of the public-private partnerships for the implementation of projects, either in their own country or together with the government, or government as partner in foreign countries. Like Estonia is, again, a very good example of this, with big implementation contracts which are guaranteed or supported together with the government in various foreign markets. While in our case, and in Romania in particular, the PPPs for well, in particular for projects related to the digital transformation are still a scarecrow for the government, and something that we should definitely be able to work on. The same point goes also in relation with the innovative public procurement and the accessibility of public procurement towards the local companies, especially the SMEs and especially the startups. These are aspects for which, at the level of the European Commission, we have a very strong emphasis. At the level of the Romanian government, we don't see much initiatives, although we definitely support this, especially because we do have the connections and the understanding of the process, also through the relation that we have with, for example, the DG GROW Directorate of the European Commission. When we are talking and we are positioning ourselves as a digital innovation ecosystem that wants to go international, let's say Romania, that wants to go international, but as I was saying, this can apply to other ecosystems as well, bigger or smaller, national or regional or whatever. I believe that we can definitely apply a framework of thought and of process which goes perfectly in the same way into which you're considering the internationalization of, for example, a product or an IT product, to be more specific. But this is something that we have experimented ad hoc by trying, by doing, and we see that actually it does make sense, and that is why I would say that the model itself makes sense. First, by starting to be clear on defining exactly what you're going to put on the market. What is your value, or what is your unique selling proposition? What is your competitive advantage, so that you position in the market? And it is definitely clear what others are doing, right? Like Estonia, excellence in GovDec, digital transformation of the government. Israel is saying cybersecurity solution to their best, definitely, and so on. What is ours? And that is the value proposition that we need to sustain. Of course, we have developed one, and we are professing one, but still is something that we'd like to be taken at the level of the nation itself. Are we ready for this? That is still an aspect on which I'm not sure to answer. Because definitely we are very experienced in exporting services or exporting the work of our people by the hour. But are we actually ready at the critical mass level to export innovation, to export performance in an organized way? To grow and export competitive solutions that can fight with any solutions in the world. Yes, we're looking at, let's say, UiPath and FinTech OS and Bitdefender and so on. But to be very clear, these are exceptions. It's very nice that we have them, but are exceptions. We're looking at countries which are much more smaller than us. I mean, like a tenth of us, like Estonia, and they have 8 unicorns which are incorporated still there in Tallinn, not just went abroad in other places, or Israel, which of course, again, it's not comparable by the size and by the numbers that we have. Are we ready? We still definitely need to work much more on the maturization of our capacity to do this. But of course, that should not stop us. Choose the markets. I mean, the world is big. We have a big industry, and I would say that in comparison with Estonia, in terms of effective technical capacity as numbers, we stay much better. But also, we cannot fight on all fronts at once. We need to choose, especially because there are not so many of us who are actually actively doing this. So again, market research in the same way into which you're doing it for a product that you put in the market or an international market. The general analysis, like the competitive analysis for each of the market, the SWOT, the PESTEL, and so on, and the ability to adjust both the service offering, how you position yourself with what is your added value, and also the process itself of doing this, establishing then the market entry process, and finding the mechanism into which you can identify and cultivate the partners so that you can work together. And I'm saying here, cultivate the partners, because especially when we are going in any foreign countries, we cannot just rely on the fact that we have an integrator, or we have a reseller, or we have let's say, somebody who opens the doors. It's not enough. Definitely, we need much more, especially since we want, and I hope, and I'm looking at our ambition to work at a high level and a high capacity. What is our unique selling proposition? This is a proposal that I'm making. Well, it is actually a proposal that I'm professing actively towards all the places in the world, and which I would say catches up. And I definitely believe it. We have a high, comparatively, technical excellence, and this is a lot due to the very strong universities and the university centers that we have. And this is definitely something that we've played along the way very well up to now, but we still need room to grow. Strong capacity in terms of the numbers, but not just numbers. Still, the level of the quality or the average quality that these numbers bring, the level of proactivity, and the level of the capacity and competence of communication. For example, we're engaging a lot right now with the South American markets, and we see that in comparison with our IT industry and programmers, which all the Romanian ones know English at the level of, let's say, more or less conversational level, while in the Southern American markets, on the average, we have only about 15% of those who are proficient in English, though everyone has the ambition to outsource, of course, to the US firstly, and has the ambition to play a more active international role. However, the level of capacity in terms of languages is not in their favor for now. Solid education process, experienced research ecosystem, and practice, and also high proactivity. And this is a point that I emphasize all the time, especially towards the Western European partners, because it differentiates us clearly from, let's say, for example, the South Asia or Southeast Asia competition. And in terms of business, a good agility and a good dynamism. We are ready to move, we are ready to explore possibilities, we are ready for challenges, and we have shown this for the past several decades. This is something that, for example, we don't see in big countries like Germany. Some of our companies, for example, work with directly with the German Cooperation and Development Ministry, with their national agency, and not because the German government would not want to use the Germans. They would want to use the Germans. It's just that the Germans find, for example, the Central African markets to be too risky, too challenging, or not worth enough. And this leaves the space open to our capacity for agility to go there. And I would say, and this is something that I'm constantly pleasantly surprised on our ability in general of adapting very easy to various cultures. I mean, we can and we are friends with absolutely everybody, and we can align very well culturally into this framework. Also, something that we still need to work on is the understanding and the logic and the alignment on the vision for a long-term value. Are we actually ready? I was saying that I don't know, because we still need to pass several important hurdles. You know that us culturally are not prone to cooperation. We have faced it dramatically in the beginning of the history of our cluster, when our mission was exactly to put people together. And we saw this, let's say, traditional lack of trust. Traditional lack of trust in between companies, even from the same space, even the companies that knew each other, and strangely, lack of trust at that moment in between the main actors of the ecosystem, industry and universities, industry and the government. So we were used to be demanding on each other and to accuse each other on various, and this is something that I'm sure you're familiar with, and I don't have to go into examples, but this is the reality in which we grew, and this is the reality which we need to change. And we are trying to do this. I mean, for Cluj IT Cluster, the fact that we have 14 universities and research centers into our members is also due to our proactive approach into working together with them, into bringing this dialogue in between the industry and the academic sector with quite high success. The same went for us in relation with the government, from the local, regional to the central. We were the one professing not to ask from the government, but to offer to the government, to offer our support, to offer our capacity, whatever we could in order to move the country together. But we still have to do much more to make these things general, and still the mistrust and the cleavages in between these areas are still strong. We would look to see the central government, the central institutions to be much more of a driver for this strategic approach of positioning and promoting of our capacity as a country. And not one company or one association or whatever, no, but as a country, as a total, together, industry, academic, and administration. This needs to happen in order for us to have the leverage and to be able to scale up. Right now, we keep the initiatives at the level of several private initiatives, like Cluj IT, for example, which are definitely in a position of struggling on their own money and on their voluntary capacity of pushing things and pushing this positioning. And one more thing that we still have to work much more on is the internal innovation capacity or innovative capacity of all our organizations, be they companies, universities, or institutions. We're nowhere near the proficiency in terms of innovative capacity, of being able to build from inside based on a proper idea generation process, value that can be scaled and sustained and supported. This is still something which is very, very hard yet for us. And we are, I would say, into this game just a few. Although we have 12,000 companies, we have 200,000 programmers, but when it comes to going out there and going into the world, we are just a few. And I'm saying not organizations, I'm saying individuals, you know? So this capacity building or capacity alignment is still something that we need to work much more on. How do we do it? Well, how do we do it now already? Is by taking the direct initiative on action and also on supporting and working with our government. We hope that soon, also based on our initiative and push, Romania will be a signatory into the Digital for Development Hub project, and then we will be part of this European Commission high-level cooperation initiative that covers the international markets. That we will be able to work more substantially with the directorates of the European Commission and transfer this capacity, knowledge, advice that comes from them into the public sector and create this synergy, and in moving in the way that we did so far and more accelerated into the exploratory process. As Cluj IT, we're doing economic missions. We've done even in the developing world, for example, before the pandemic, an economic mission in the East Africa, all funded privately, all funded by us. So we did not receive a support from the government. No, we say, okay, 6 companies put the money and went there in 3 countries and engaged with governments and local stakeholders. And out of these projects came out, really. We need to explore more, to be pragmatic, to create connections and to develop these connections with the organizations. We would like to emphasize the fact that Romania needs to have a strategy for the internationalization of the IT industry. It is definitely, of course, 8% of the GDP, growing fast. It is the value, or a value at least, of Romania, and it's a pity that it is not taken as one of, if not the priority for export and for for international promotion for the government, and this of course is a place where we can support, and of course to accelerate in all the directions this definitely. And here is where I stop. What I would look as a takeout is the message that we need to create, and that I try to envoy to you all, is that the digital innovation ecosystem of Romania is not about one organization, association, or institution and so on. It's about us all, and that us all create the chance and the ground for it to take up and to position and to be promoted in the world. Now it's time to act, definitely, because the world is competitive, and we can definitely do. We are, as we did so far, as Cluj IT Cluster, promoting this further, and we are looking to have everybody in for this goal of putting the Romanian innovation, digital innovation ecosystem where it should be, as the champion of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel Homorodian. A lot of things that happened due to your effort, and as you said, the trust is not acquired immediately. Actually, you need to know each other, you need to work a little bit, and after that, we, as you said, as an entrance is done, the rest will come easier. Thank you very much. I invite you now to have a lunch break. We will go to Ibis, the former name was Ibis, My Continental, I think is the name. We are going outside and turn right, but you can follow me, and we return here around 1:25. Because at 1:30 we'll start the cybersecurity panel. Thank you very much for this part of the event, and continue after the lunch break. Thank you.
Așa. Deschid mitul, da?
Da, deschideți. Join.
Trebuie să închid să nu se facă microfonie.
Va trebui să fie și microfonul.
Și ăsta. Trebuie să-l dau prin mit, de fapt.
Să-i dați prezent. Deci în Meet trebuie să-i dăm prezent.
Da. Window.
Orice.
Tot ăla e.
Altceva nedorit pe aici.
L-am oprit. Așa.
Și de asta îi dăm. Da. Eu vă văd pe...
Se vede, nu se vede, este ok. Nu, vreau să văd cum se vede în spate, că sunt multe... E ok.
Și eu vă văd aici pe
Da, eu vreau să mai...
mixerul meu video.
Vreau să mai intru eventual pe... Mai intram eu pe altceva. Nu știu cum se vede, că vreau să mai intru și pe un site ceva. Da, e ok, merge. Îl las aici?
Păi, cum eu să... Da, comutăm de pe unul pe altul, că...
Mi-aș lăsa și eu laptopul la încărcat aici.
Da,
Oricum,
nicio problemă.
am penă.
Avem aici, da, avem aici de desubt, dacă nu, avem priză.
Las post aici pe noi.
Nu, dar avem aici digest cybersecurity topics, but we will start easily, okay? And we will have a very low gradient till the end of the session. Thank you for being here. We will start our cybersecurity section with a presentation by Stefan Repede, who is a PhD student here at the university. Of course, one of the main topics nowadays is the fake news and the way we can deal with fake news. And of course, the other hot topic is machine learning. So we will try to mix them both and have fake news detection using machine learning. So, Stefan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Brad. Good to see everybody who is inside. And it looks like I'm going to kick off the presentation, so I will have the biggest nerves of everybody. Thank you very much. And I will focus my presentation primarily on fake news detection and what machine learning applied research may or has already done to help improve this area. In order to be able to focus on machine learning models and what they can do to help fake news detection, we must figure out what fake news is and how it works and how it impacts us. So then this is data set setting and problem defining at its basics. And I will start by next one.
Next slide.
Yeah, not working. Anyways, we will start by classifying fake news instead of defining it, because defining it has proven more problematic than classifying it. So everybody's pretty sure what the classes of fake news are, but not that sure what fake news actually should mean. It's a funny thing that I've noticed until now. And let's see if we can get the next slide before that. Yes. Okay, great. The so-called fake news media is usually subcategorized into certain genres, like clickbait. Clickbait are stories that are fabricated to gain more website visitors. And advertising revenue. So it's pretty important right now. And they use sensationalist headlines and they try to grab your attention. And that's all. They get your click, everybody's happy. Propaganda are stories that are created to deliberately mislead audiences and usually promote a biased point of view or particular political cause or agenda. You see propaganda every 4 years when you have the elections or in wars. It's something like that usually. You have satire and parody, and this is what comedians do. They tend to mislead you with their stories, but it is an accepted fact or not, who knows, it's still fake news. It will come into that zone. You have sloppy journalism, and I will lead off with an example of a Romanian news media organization that posted pictures from Arma 3, which is a game, and they said, okay, this is the war in Ukraine, and they are shooting down airplanes. And they didn't figure it out because they took it from an Italian source, and they didn't figure out that it was fake news, and they ended up being made fun of in the Romanian media zone. Then you have misleading headlines and headings, because they are not completely fake, but can be distorted using misleading or sensationalist headlines. These are not clickbait, are different. They tend to accentuate a characteristic of the story, just to get more clicks. Again, more clicks, we have that problem. And finally, you have biased or slanted news, and many people are drawn to news or stories that already confirm their beliefs. And social media, they tend to display news and articles that they think we will like, the readers. Because we have searched before, we have focused our opinions on some sites, and they will get that put in machine learning and get some biased news to us. Okay. Now we go to the definition. Yes. There are actually three concepts that are fake news, and you have misinformation, disinformation, and fake news, actually. And the difference between misinformation and disinformation is the intent. You either have the intent to spread fake news, or you do it by accident. And fake news, actually, the term of fake news is something more like it wants to impress you. So it's purposely crafted, it's emotionally charged, and it tries to mimic the form of a mainstream news, and just to take your attention from mainstream news. That's what, at the time, fake news is considered. Maybe it's not the final definition, but it's what many people have assessed. Another salient point that I think should be considered before starting a research is who benefits from fake news. It's something that you should aim to touch in order to obtain great research into fake news, because you have three motives. Yes, you have ideological purposes, monetary purposes, and there have been some examples during the COVID-19 pandemic where the instances were trying to reduce or create panic, and are currently seen in the Ukraine war, where one side tries to create panic in order for the civilian populace to capitulate, and the other side tries to create panic for the armed forces to capitulate. So you can see this type of reasoning even right now. The ideologic purposes, it's like political agenda, military agenda, and even polarization of certain classes of individuals against another. So, monetary purposes are generating revenue via web traffic, or increasing or decreasing the value of such and such an enterprise or commodity, and you can do that using fake news if it suits you. In reality, the motives are usually combined, so you rarely get one or more pure motive for creating and disseminating fake news. The fact-checking part. Besides taking every fact, manually compared, certifying certain sources and making inquiries towards the proper entities concerning every news you can, and then forming an opinion about it, you can try this type of guideline to quickly recognize a questionable piece of news. You can, first of all, you need to take a closer look at the source of the story, and if the source of the media is recognizable. And if you are unfamiliar with the site, you should look about it more and find out more information. And you need to take a look at the actual text of the headline of the news, of the piece of news, because many news stories use sensationalist or shocking headlines just to grab your attention, and they have nothing to do with the corpus of the news. You need to check out the sources. This can be done manually, and it's a great area for using labeled data. If you label a source, like it hasn't been great until now, you can find out which sources tend to use to generate more fake news than others, and you can have a binary classification method, yes, and checking the facts. You can do that with machine learning because it will find out automatically certain biases that that fake news present in counterponder to the real news. But checking the facts is usually a human approach, and maybe sentiment analysis should be better in this part. And finally, checking your bias, because everybody has a bias, and the way that fake news are written presents you with that bias, and that's how the people that make fake news try to present them to the wide audience. And usually people don't see their own biases, and machine learning sees them better than we do, from what has been researched until now, and it's more accurate and at that. And finally, it is it as a joke. I keep on putting this type of material here because it's still fake news, but it's accepted. You have comedians. Comedians are the only people that can make fake news nowadays, because among all this political correctness, they can have a biased opinions against something, and they will not be held responsible for that. So that's why I always. So, in order to investigate fake news, I had to take it down to its core components and find out what fake news are made of. So I found out we have sources. They can be classified into labeled data and analyzed. Yes, you have good sources and bad sources, zeros and ones. It's okay, you can do that. You have news headlines. You can investigate that to deep learning and similar methods, because you can label them again, and you can pull out certain artifacts from them and certain sentiments from them, and have a further study in that zone, and see how clickbait works or how biased headlines work. It's a good point to start. And then you have the text bodies. That's the most problematic for me until now, because it's a bigger area. You have to clean it up, and you have to be careful what you consider fake news and what zone you get it, and give it certain characteristics. And because fake news has appeared in the Middle Ages, I think it was the first real fake news. But fake news has come to be known in 2016 after the US presidential election, and later with the COVID pandemic. And you have different types of fake news being presented against different types of problems. And if you train a model with the 2016 data sets, you may not have the same result with the 2019-2021 data set, because certain biases have changed, and this is an area that it's worth researching, because you have a new data set now with the Ukraine war. It's going to be constructed maybe, and who knows what the accuracy, if you consider all the types of data sets in here. And you have multilingual data sets that you can break them into, and then you have other problems of researching, and it goes on and on. And it seems a simple thing, but if you want to have a ready product and something that will be good for everybody and will help everybody primarily identify a fake news, these are the problems that you will get. You have multilingual, you have a lot of problems. Okay, next, posts of news. Posts of news may show characteristics of the users that post them, like social or political orientation, more biases, but from the part of the users. We had researches that found out what kind of people will share what kind of news because of their own beliefs. So it was very educating. So this is what happens. Some people will choose to ignore some types of news that they don't like, and they will say, okay, it's fake news, but this is truthful, but I will not check that. Basically, this is the problem. Okay, the posted comments. China's government has been said to have a division of internet commentators called the 50 Cent Army, and they are used to troll any divergent opinions from their official ones. So this is a tool currently used in fake news propagation or fake news dissemination. You have comments that will, it's the erasing, the cancel culture. Okay, you may use fake news combined with cancel culture, and it's gonna be great, and it's gonna be viral, and some people are gonna be happy and some people not. The echo chambers are the internet platforms that are used for viralization. They can be from social media or Twitter, and they are used to give power to any topic in fake news. That they are also used like that for real news, but you have to consider what they can do. Okay. Let's see what's already been researched. Okay. Machine learning was used to analyze and extract fake Twitter accounts used to spread fake news. Fake news headline classification has been conducted into binary labels like fake or true for future predicting, or by extracting certain features from the headline. Fake news body text classification was treated similar to the headlines, and binary, it's fake, it's not fake, we have a labeled data set, and then we check it with future data unlabeled and see what it does. And we had some echo chamber spread that has been studied across different social media platforms or topics using machine learning, and has given some good results. Okay. I have to point out that machine learning is used currently by online medias, and it's used at such a degree that it has created what is now called the filter bubble. There is a process that causes us to be generally presented with news and content based on our own online searches and past behaviors. Next, I would like to focus on BERT. That's an algorithm that has been released as open source from Google in 2018. And it has shown great results in text classification and can be adapted using a Romanian corpus of words, and it achieved a very high, over 95, even 99.8, 99.9 accuracy in the majority of studies using binary characterization like fake or true. We have even a BERT from for Romanian-based language, and it's shown a similar accuracy, and it may be used for further research on this topic, because you also have the tools, but you just need to fine-tune them. Okay, current machine learning detection needs many dataset adjustments prior to being usable. The initial labeling and cleaning of the text is done manually at the moment, and then it's just integrated. And cross-language fake news detection needs more machine learning tools gathered at once, and it's something that will be done and may be done in the future. And primarily future interest may be the automatic detection of pictures, videos, or multimedia items. And that should be all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Are there questions from the audience? Okay, maybe I should bring a question in your attention. Who can benefit from the fake news detection? Of course, the general public, but besides the general public?
Media outlets, because they have to validate their own data and their sources. Government institution, certain fake news detection tools should be included in future digitalization, in any future digitalization, I mean. Military entities, because they have to respond to fake news attacks, and fake news is currently used as a tool in every military campaign since I've been born and before, I think.
Social platforms?
Social platforms, yes, of course, social platforms, but yes, they should improve their filtering of fake news, but they can already do that, in my opinion, in certain cases. But there is a problem of what is fake and what is not fake for me and for you, and they have to take in consideration multiculturalism, and they are present all over the world. They can't do that like for everybody.
Okay.
My name is Robert Krista, and I have a question regarding the Romanian data set you have used in your research. Is this data set available to others, or is it your data set, or can
Not yet. You can't find it on you can't find any Romanian fake news data set on the internet, and not at the moment.
I mean the data set, the Romanian data set you have used to train for work?
It's from a research team at Polytechnical Institute in Bucharest, and they will have the final saying in that. Thank you. Hey.
Yeah, just I think it was really interesting to see how you did very specific curve fitting for the 2016 data set, and then didn't fit after a few years. And I would even say, even for the definition, because you call them fake news now, but this is very old story. Like for instance, in 1960s, the Creed Commission, U.S. Commission, was sending a lot of fake news for war, saying that like German soldiers were telling babies arms and so on. So I think it's very dynamic and evolving.
I found the first fake news attempt during the Ptolemaic wars, I think, or something from the pharaohs epoch. So it's quite old used, so quite old.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, we will now pass to the next speaker, who is Oliver Huppenbauer from the Marquardt company, who will have a very interesting topic, I think, in cybersecurity in the automotive.
Thank you for having me as a speech here as a speaker. Okay. I think it's not working. No. Okay. Okay. So welcome everyone. My name is Oliver Huppenbauer. I'm from the Marquardt group, and today I give you a very short overview. I can really talk a lot about this topic. A short overview about what does it mean cybersecurity in automotive. So this talk is not about IT infrastructure security. It's really about hardening the products. And give you a lot. I give you a short introduction in the company. So we have a long past, a long history. So from the past, from the 1925 to today, and you can imagine there are a lot of transformation. We had been mechanical products company, and nowadays we have such kind of products. Yeah, so complex HMI systems like steering wheels. We have battery management systems. We are in some of maybe your home devices. And last but not least, in the driver authorization. And this is, let's say, I think, the product which you really directly think of when it comes to security. So hardening the product, the vehicle in a way that it cannot be stolen and things like that. And we are also worldwide active with engineering sites, with production sites, and also marked for sure in CBU. And this is just in short about our company and about our products and the need for it. The motivation for cybersecurity comes for automotive. Let's say at the time with this famous JPEG. I don't know if someone is aware of it here in the audience. Hands up. Yeah, I think you are. For those who are not, it's interesting to watch this video because it really brings in a short time what is it about? It is about to prevent in automotive remote car hacking. This is the evilest form you can have when more than one vehicle is affected from a hacking activity. And the other example I listed, this GPS spoofing, is interesting because you can, let's say, generate a source of GPS signals, and the problem is that at the moment the GPS signals, they have just this kind of data and not things you can verify. So you need to trust this. You are determined to trust this, and this is in security nowadays. This is, inappropriate. But we have future trends, and future trends, I think also the key speakers today says it. It goes to massive communication, car to car, car to X. Everything is connected, and we all want to have that we can trust our devices. And this is the main motivation for security, and this is also the thing where several legal authorities now make obligations to our customers that they need to take security important. There are standards outside, there are UN regulations outside, there is in the UA several things going on, the RD directive and the Cyber Resilience Act. So a lot of things affecting now our products and not only in automotive. And as an example now for our company, you can see, let's say in the bottom, you see our products, and for sure they had been, let's say, with security implementations also for the last couple of years. But what's now becoming more and more severe is really these rules and these obligations from the authorities, that we need a holistic security approach, not targeting just the implementation, but also directly from the project start, that the product is continuously hardened and also over time when it comes to the market. Yep. What I and my team did now in the past for the company for several years was to make this transformation. And this is not an easy piece of cake, I can tell you, because I presented to you, we are worldwide active, we have worldwide sites, and to bring in this motivation, this cultural change is really challenging. You need to train the people, you need to let them think that there should be a proper hardening, that everyone is aware of it. You have to have new engineering methodologies. We came to this later. You have new test stages like fuzz and penetration testing, and you need as a company to decide whether you take it into your company or you take it as a service. You need to take care about production in a different way, maybe in a different way like you did it before, because apart from the common testing, until at the end of assembly line, you need to think about bringing keys into it, or you get some certain certificates, crypto stuff from your customers, and which is affecting your timing from the production line, which is a cost factor. And yeah, you have this speciality that you now need to take care about your product after your start of production and after your customer start of production. And the obligations are here far more than you know from your, let's say, IoT devices, like your mobile phones. When you buy a mobile phone, you have for sure for your operating system some time where it is supported, but at a certain point of time they choose to not support it anymore, and you need to buy another device or another Windows system. Here it is really about a long time, which is tackling our, let's say, our whole supply chain in automotive. Yeah, and coming with this, you need to rethink your business models, and also this buzzword, thinking from a software perspective, yeah, this comes into play. Yeah, so this is what I want to say. This is huge, and if you, as a company, if you delay this transformation, you will have a hard time, because at a certain point of time, you have a massive mountain of change. You cannot do that. No. Yeah. Yeah, and the last thing, to prepare a product for a maintenance time. This is one of the challenging topics, because now, let's say, apart from the fact that you have in automotive not one customer and one supplier, you have multiple. And even as a tier one like us, we have also multiple suppliers. And to have here a sophisticated idea to do the maintenance and to prepare everyone that at a certain point of time you need to perform a patch, an update, and you need to be ready. You need to keep the knowledge alive. You need to keep your licenses alive. You need to keep your, let's say, development and test environment alive. This is really tough. This is challenging, and I can tell you I've been in the last couple of years in contact with lawyers, insurance companies, with some others of the industries. And this needs some preparation as well. And here is also, you need to think then from a software perspective. Even nowadays, most of the people in companies in the supply chain, they sell parts, and with this strategy, you come here to a kind of end, because this, what you need to bring here is more a kind of software maintenance in combination of a part, and you need to think about new business models for your company to tackle this. Yeah. But finally, as I'm here in a university and not for some people of the industry, or maybe in a mix of it, I want to give you also an impression now what is needed. So what competences are especially needed for the industry nowadays, and what kind of skills skilled people are needed. And yeah, because there's a buzzword, we need cybersecurity engineers. But what is a cybersecurity engineer? And I want to say that in the, let's say, in the engineering world, there are currently some challenges. So when you think of nowadays that companies make a lot of platform development and want to have reusability, that in the automotive, the products consist of, let's say, several dependencies. You have the different customer requirements, you have the microcontroller capabilities, you have maybe your own vision how you want to develop a platform. This was even before security sometimes a challenge, but now security comes into it. And the security is not that you can just put it on top easily, because the dependency to the hardware and to the ways the customer wants to perform access, for example, diagnosis access over time to the product, it's different. And to make here, let's say, holistic platform development and process and strategy for your company is challenging. And you need there really some expertise, some experts in security, in system architecture modeling, which can help you here. Yeah, and the synergy and efficiency and knowledge, it's also an important factor, because in automotive, those of you who know a little bit automotive, we are faced with a lot of regulations, with a lot of processes, engineering processes, maybe you know automotive spice and so on. And there's coming, over the years, there are coming burdens over burdens, and now security and software update management and things like that, and I don't know, in future, some AI regulations or whatever. And you need to make sure that it is not a burden, because at the end you want to have your engineers, your people who are working in the projects, you want that they really engineer, and that they are not overwhelmed by administrational things, you know. This is, you cannot just put something upon another, because at the end this makes no fun and makes you also as a company not attractive. Yeah, so cybersecurity engineering. I want to talk about it because maybe a lot of you think that it is just about people who are keen on programming and need to just make software design, software implementations on security. For sure, these people are needed, but we need someone now to accompany the whole product over the lifetime. This means we have here no new methods. So we have here a threat and risk analysis, so that you look at first, okay, what are my assets of the system, and how do I want them to be protected, and what are the attack paths, the likeliest attack paths, because you can do a lot, you can always have this 100% solution, but we are here in industry, yeah, and not on a cloud of wishes. Yeah, you are determined by price at the end. So you need really to engineer here, to make it suitable, to really adapt it to what is needed, and also to be in a position where you can present to your customers several solutions. Yep. Then the most interesting thing for a cybersecurity engineer is, let's say, system level. So you are responsible for the system architecture. So you define how the key management is. You decide what microcontrollers to use in which way. You define what kind of secure controls are to be developed for this product. So secure controls are secure boot, flashing, secure diagnosis, things like that. And how. And this makes it really interesting and also really important on the other side. Yeah, and at a certain point of time, you need to, at least one time during development, you need to say, okay, we are in a kind of close to SOP phase. We need now to look one time, at least one time, about the residual vulnerabilities. So we have designed it, but is it really expected like we have designed it, implemented? Yeah, maybe there are some obstacles in programming, in using of a microcontroller, what else, and what is the really status? And we need to look also at the latest found vulnerabilities in the public available databases. If there's over time something happening, which we need now to take into account. Yeah, and the other things, I think it's common part of the project management. So you are, as a cybersecurity engineer, on this level, again, you are responsible for the whole product lifetime, and you need to support your team in case of crash and things. So you have to have kind of competence. Yeah, and what we do as Marquardt is we really put this thing on the shoulder of one role, because especially in my point of view, you can identify more. I know that some companies do it, let's say, slice by slice, so they have dedicated teams for threat and risk analysis, for example, but this brings you not into a good contact with this product. The identification is really what matters. Also, when we think about the new ways the employees want to have their work-life balance with more home office and things like that, you need to get this identification with the products. Yeah, and yeah, we have this new art of testing. So fuzz testing, penetration testing. Yeah, fuzz testing is maybe a little bit debatable, but penetration testing is really a new test stage. It's not like any other test stages before, so requirement-based testing or unit testing or whatever, what you have. This is highly explorative testing, and when you want to have it on a high level and not to satisfy any regulations, you need to have here people who are keen on technology. Yeah, who comes from the white hat part of the world, who really has this thing, I want to achieve something. I test and whatever, in many ways, read through data sheets, get connected with other people, whatever, to try to break into your system and to give you confidence that it is hardened properly. So this is also, I want to say, this is also not a thing where you can put an existing employee who is not, who just wants to do tests, like tests before requirements-based testing. You cannot put him into a training for 2 weeks and say, oh yeah, I have a newborn penetration tester. This is completely not working. Yeah. So this is my speech in short. Because I really, for every topics I could have talked a lot, but I want to give a little bit an overview. Let's say with an example of our company, what cybersecurity in automotive is about for the products. And also here, especially in the university, what kind of things, new methodologies, new skills are needed. And also to bring for the second time this Cyber Resilience Act into play. This is really a thing which will become active in between 2024 to 26, and this is really affecting products in the European Union in a way that either they are directly or indirectly have connectivity to the internet, need certain cybersecurity engineering. And this is really an obstacle for a lot of companies. And again, just a reminder, don't delay it for your company, take it into account. Yeah, and universities, please give us people with skills. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation and giving us a new perspective on this high technological product, which is a car, and it's becoming to be a more and more technological part. Like a question, which part, you will have a lot of powertrains modules, ECUs, whatever in the car. Which one this moment will be the most challenging from the point of view of security?
From the point of security, the most important, let's say, ECUs are the nowadays high computing PCs, so the telematics units and also the things which are now taking care of autonomous driving, though these for sure. But the thing is, also in the vehicle, all things are interconnected. So what this means, the customer nowadays have general cybersecurity architectures in place where even a common ambient light ECU has some basic requirements to fulfill.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we do not have too many students here, but we have some of the professors. So we are on the right track, I suppose, and yes, we will start and upskills our students in this domain. Of course, it's a challenging one, as we said, but it's also a demanding one. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, now we will pass to the next speakers, because I think we will have two of them. Andrei Nistor and Cristian Butinku.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here today to tell you about a very interesting project. My name is Andrei Nistor. I represent Digitalio, a company part of a consortium who is a winner of a Horizon 2020 financing program from European Union. Our project is called Fighting Disinformation Using Decentralized Actors featuring AI and blockchain technology. This consortium is formed by Gheorghe Asachi University in Iași, which is a leader of the consortium, and two cybersecurity companies, and Cluj IT also, and Digitalio. Digitalio is a news platform. I'm a journalist, and I'm very, very happy to be included in this consortium. And on short, I want to tell you what's all about with our project. But first of all, I want to ask you all, what is the first word that comes into your mind when you hear the word fake news? I don't raise your hand, but raise your phone, and please scan the QR code or enter slido.com and enter the number you see on the screen, and please tell us what is the first word that comes into your mind when you hear the expression fake news. And we all see the results live on screen. Wow, Russia, trolls, PSD, SPD for our colleagues from abroad. Wow, Russia, Donald Trump, danger, yes, indeed, danger. We have confusion, TV, yes. All right, Pizzagate, yeah. I prefer to stay on pizza, not Pizzagate, but all right. Indolence, trolls, deception, mass media, so politics, right? Politics, it's all about politics. Okay. Thank you. It's, I guess we have another one voting. Tell us here. Okay. Lie. COVID-19. Okay. Very interesting. Okay. What do we have? All right. War. Yes. After truth. Okay. Manipulation. A lot of manipulation. Okay. So, we still have another participant voting. We have 21 people in the room voted. Cyber war. Yes, it is a cyber war. Okay, so when we hear about fake news, all of us think something different, or I don't know, everybody's thinking on what you see on the screen. And the big words are the most common, right? Russia, Trump. Why? We will see. Okay, thank you. We go further, just a moment. All right. So, what is our context? Well, as you know, trust in media, mainstream media, is lower than ever. And now, with the geopolitical context, it's even lower. Click-based ad revenue, you know, everybody is running for clicks. It's ClickBait, it's clicks there, here, there. Clicks, clicks, clicks. When you go to a advertising agency, first thing that they ask you is how many people were on your website, how many people were following what type of context on your website, and so on. So the numbers matters. But on this ongoing running for clicks, even reputable publications tend to favor engagement over clarity. So, of course, the impact on readers' ability to distinguish the truth from disinformation and fake news is lower and lower. A poll in 2019 says that only 19% of EU adults have high trust in the news media. This was in 2019. Now, the numbers are bad, are better. Not better, are bad. Well, also, there are not enough platforms to provide valuable and scalable fact-checking. Operation is not sustainable for the long term due to dependency on paid human interaction. And also, as I already mentioned, there is a very sensitive geopolitical context. Well, when we look at this war, fighting disinformation has many approaches. There is a professional fact-checkers approach, where there is a standardized methodology, but with little impact. And unfortunately, it's difficult to scale. Also, there is another approach, crowdsourced fact-checking, who, as you may know, leverages the crowd wisdom, but it lacks the supporting tools. There are not supporting tools. And the third approach is non-assisted automated verification, which is scalable, but has a lower accuracy. Our solution as a platform, we want to design and deploy a decentralized anti-disinformation platform for fact-checking and trust assessment. This will be built upon blockchain technology and artificial intelligence, and the verification will be performed by crowd wisdom with support from non-assisted automated verification through federated artificial intelligence modules. What is the current landscape versus our proposal? Most solutions based on blockchain try to establish a news platform where publishers publish their news articles. The problem is that it's extremely hard, if not impossible, to get all news agencies and publishers to use this platform. As you may read, there is like Google at its inception would have tried to convince all websites owners to move their content on Google platform, which is not possible, was not possible. Instead, Google let the sites retain their identity and fetch their content using web crawlers in order to analyze it and index it. So this is our approach too. Our proposal does not require news agencies and publishers to publish their news on a blockchain platform. But instead, we follow a similar approach to Google. We will employ specialized web crawlers to crawl the sites and index their content on blockchain. Blockchain stored content will be further verified for authenticity and trust using AI-based algorithms and human crowd wisdom. We will have in place a trust score given by federated AI and multiple implementations of AI working together for an overall AI score, and crowd wisdom, multiple human participants evaluating the information. These two works together. Our blockchain-based system will verify the identities of content creators. We will track their reputation for accuracy, and we will eliminate the need for a trusted, centralized institution. Well, ideas we want to explore. It's, first of all, actual reputation and to be vested validator reputation models. Secondly, validator reputation penalization and incentivation schemes, how to incentivize the people involved in this process. Models to adjust human validator weights based on location, and prioritization of analysis based on social media spread. We also have a traceability graph which can be explained in details by my colleague Cristian Buțincu, who is online with us. Cristian Buțincu is a professor at Gheorghe Asaki University, and he is online with us in this meeting, and he will gladly answer to any question you may have on our project. As I told you, I'm a journalist. I'm not an AI expert. I don't work in this field, but with the help of our team, I think I've learned a lot in the last few months. So I move forward just to show you our architecture. And here too, my colleague Cristian Buțincu is glad to answer to your questions if you have one. This is our architectures. Okay, so as a business model, first of all, we will have employees, business to business and business to consumer. We will give access to preliminary trust score based on subscriptions, generating commercial value for the organization and recurring revenue that will allow it to scale it up further. We want to have new cryptocurrency generated in the blockchain, and this will provide financial value for the project itself, the miners, human actors, and AI providers. And we increased brand awareness and marketing on the platform as one of the pillars of trust and reputation on the internet. As I told you, the project team is formed by Gheorghe Asaki Technical University of Iași. They are consortium leaders. Cyberdation SRL It's a very, very well-known cybersecurity company. Zeta Cloud, also, I think it's a very, very well-known company, AI company, developing solution for deep understanding of online content. You maybe have heard about Trust Servista, which was developed by this company. Digitalio, which I represent here, and of course, Cluj IT. This is our project team. As a conclusion or conclusions, we will provide a decentralized anti-disinformation platform for fact-checking and trust assessment based on blockchain, crowd wisdom, and AI technology. We want to provide the end consumer a simple and objective way to assess which media institutions are the most reliable and to check the trust on news articles. Very, very important is that our model is scalable and can be easily put in place for any EU country, and why not on any other countries, not in Europe. And we hope our project will have a huge impact fighting fake news, at least all over Europe. Thank you. This is my presentation. And as I told you, my colleague Cristian Buțincu is here with us in our meeting. And if you have some questions regarding our project, he will answer. So, Cristian. Yeah. Please. This project? I don't think it's going to make our life hard, but easier. It's not going to make anybody's life harder, but easier. It would be easier for anybody to trace a news. It would be easier for everybody to point a finger for patient zero if we talk about fake news, for example. This is a common issue. As you saw, fake news are pumping like this day by day, and nobody knows who started it, where it came from, what is the source for that particular news, who is the patient zero. With the help of our project, we will make easier to trace the route, to trace the news, to see how the news was, how the news evolved, you know, from one side to another, to another, to another. And for the end user, it would be easier to see if a website is trustful or not. It would be easier to see who lies and who is telling the truth. So I don't think it's going to make our life harder, but easier. Please.
Yeah, I really think it's a great thing to
Yeah.
It's engine called Modern MT. And I think it's a great approach because it's not a static model, blindly following the machine, but always in movement. So
Yes. During our work in team, we've had this question: how to be, how to have a better result, you know, and this is our approach. We will go with humans too. No, it's going to detect misinformation and disinformation, not only fake news. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. We want AI to be able to make a difference. For example, what is a satirical site and what is a real fake news site, you know. So,
okay. Okay, thank you. There were many questions from the audience. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
So we are moving to the next presenter. In this case, we have seen another face of the fake news from, let's say, another perspective, and also from another way of dealing with the fake news. So, we are
Hello, so my name is Cristian Pațachia. I'm representing Orange Romania. I'm leading a team inside the engineering, which is called Development and Innovation. And I'm here today to give you maybe a little bit information about how a university can define a new business model, because this is maybe shifting a little the discussion until this moment. I'm going to maybe to enter in maybe some more technical aspects, and I'm wondering from the room, how many of you have, I don't know, cybersecurity background? If you can raise the hand. 2, 3, okay, good, 4. It's good just to know how to start. And it's good that also we had Oliver before to discuss about cybersecurity in the automotive. It's one of the vertical in which maybe a university with a little bit help from the private industry can have a word to say. And here I'm referring particularly to the universities, the technical university with cyber master programs. So masters in cybersecurity. I don't know if university, Lucian Blaga already has or not.
We have so postgraduate.
Postgraduate, okay, good. So you are in the target then. Okay, this kind of academic SOC or Security Operations Center that we came up in Orange Romania, it's meant to, first of all, to bring some more knowledge on the cybersecurity field inside the university area, so education, first of all, and second, if this first pillar will be available, then why not to think about making some business? I mean, university to become a revenue stream and to bring some money, okay, from their skills, from their capabilities. And here it's about opening a cybersecurity, a cybersecurity operation center inside the university, reusing the resources and also the platforms from this kind of SOC. So let's go. First of all, I will try to define some elements because I've seen that, okay, there are only a few people knowing about this. So a SOC, first of all, it's a okay, Security Operations Center, it's a centralized unit that deals with security incident or issues at the organizational or technology level, okay? Then, is the cybersecurity operation, so cybersecurity SOC, which is, okay, bringing some more flavors on top, which is dealing with incident response, detection, incident monitoring, detection response, and then coordination. So it's a team and a tool behind, okay? Simple to say this. There are also other names, which maybe you found in, I don't know, in the media. We all know about the CERT-RO, the X division, which is now called Directorate, so Directoratul Național de Securitate Cibernetică, DNSCS. So if you probably are familiar with what he is doing, at least on the public sector, trying to protect the public institutions, okay, and to also enhance this kind of, let's say, collaboration between the private sector and the public sector, focusing on education. The CERT is the Computer Emergency Response Team, so it's a more a group of experts which are handling the computer incidents, but also there is this CSIRT, which is maybe more a technical term. On top of the CERT is the Computer Security Incident Response Team. Maybe simple for today will be to just call it SOC, Security Operations Center. So having the team, okay, and having the tool, and also having the processes. So these kind of pillars, so these three pillars are actually at the base ground of the Security Operations Center. And this is actually what we are trying at Orange with some partners, okay, some small and large partners, trying to pitch first of all, and then to teach, and why not to open jointly with the university in Romania. So these pillars, first, people, okay, the resources, and here we are referring to usually a Security Operations Center involves three types of resources on three levels, level 1, level 2, and level 3. From the analyst part, with maybe no or basic cybersecurity competence, so something that can be maybe learned in, I don't know, the first 4 years or the last year. Then more advanced on the level 2, going on the responders part, okay, looking to the threats, to the kind of attacks that the machine, the tools will bring in front of you. And here may be a competence which is maybe on the master, cybersecurity master, will help a lot. And going to the level 3, which is the, okay, deep, complex investigation and sharing of information on threat intel and so on, with also other type of security operations centers entities in Romania or abroad. And for sure that these resources need to have one manager, which is the SOC manager, which doesn't necessarily need to be an expert in his field, needs to be a good manager. Also on the people side is this, let's say, understanding, first of all, the motivation of the different attackers. And here you just have some examples. We saw the fake news part linked to the cybercrime or the cyber war, but it's also the hacktivists, the cyber hacktivists. So there are few slightly difference between these kind of terms, cyber espionage and so on. So these are maybe the reasons behind some attacks right now happening also in Romania. A lot of the attacks, probably if you are monitoring the directorate page, you will see that almost each week they are promoting. Let's say promoting, they are showing on their webpage the incidents of the several of the different attacks, and most of them are coming from Russia. Then technology, okay? Technology, very important, because if you have the trained and skilled people, you need to put them to work, and you need to bring them the right tools, okay? And here, there are also 4 pillars. There are 4 pillars: protection, detection, and here we are speaking about usual stuff on the networking, firewalling, intrusion prevention, intrusion detection systems, and a lot of honeypots. Then doing some advanced correlation, analytics, and here maybe tools from different open tools or established vendors on the threat intel, maybe with some flavors of AI and machine learnings. We saw before a lot of AI and machine learnings in the research, which is good. So the people, at least they are trained and they are willing to investigate and invest in this side. There are also established tools, but also there are open tools that you can use. Then going on the response and remediation tools, on the, let's say, detection, response. Here, again, open tools, but also tools which are commercial. and maybe more complex and sometimes are very difficult to find in a real SOC. It's this SOAR, the Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response, which is it's orchestrating the way the tools are exchanging the information and are also helping the people from the three levels. And not to forget about the tactical part on the intelligence. You see on the bottom that I also mentioned the kind of the intelligence which are in each of the fields, starting from the people on the strategic intelligence, then going on the operational part. So on the process, it's very important to have a well-established process flow inside the SOC and between the SOC and his customers, because at the end, I mentioned at the beginning, this could be a new business model, a new revenue stream generating also for a university, not only for a private company. Asset evaluation, exposure inventory, so a lot of, let's say, documentation and inventory. A clean work here, including we saw also the pen test, vulnerability assessment, and so on. Very well documented. So also on the process side, there is a flow that we are following, and we are trying to teach also the other how to bring in life, starting from the preparation, which the most important part of this preparation is first to define your assets and your purpose, your scope. Okay, being on the elements, on the networking side, on the devices side, on the, I don't know, endpoints, test bed, is depending if you are in a research-oriented organization, because the first customer for one university, which maybe will open this kind of SOC, will be his own yard, okay? The different laboratories, maybe doing some research, protecting some intellectual property, and so on. And then, moving on the monitor part, detection and analysis. Here, the most important part are the threats. You need to know them. You need to spot them, you know, because this is what you are monitoring. And here there are also a lot of them, starting from the usual ransomware, malware, threats to patents, what I mentioned, data leakage, personal data leakages, a lot of, let's say, information to be, let's say, used by not the white hackers that we saw before, the black hackers. Then, for sure, going on the response part, the containment, eradication, and recovery. Once you are monitoring and once you are identifying with your team, level 1 going up to level 3, the different attacks, then you need to isolate and until you will completely restore your services or your customer service again. And the last, the investigation part, the post-incident activity, you need to close that, to document, and then maybe to have a knowledge base of incidents. Why? Because at the end of the day, what happens today can happen in 5 years, in 1 month maybe, and you need to track this and to document. So this is a simple process. I'm just trying to be on the same page. What this SOC is going to sell, it's pretty much what all the, let's say, managed security services organization today are selling. I've seen that the guy with the cybersecurity competence are laughing. Okay, so these are pretty simple services. At Orange side, we are, of course, operating our own cybersecurity operations center for inside, so for our network, which is serving today 10 million plus mobile and fixed subscribers, but we are also operating an external security operations center, a security operations center as a service, how we call it, which is meant for the large enterprises. Usually the enterprises which are falling in some specific regulations, like the directive, like critical infrastructure providers, like essential services operator. So we are targeting something which is probably, I would say, also on the commercial palier, very high. But are the same type of services that we are offering. Continuous services, which we are doing around the clock, and also on-demand services, the kind of, I don't know, pen testing, vulnerability assessment, and so on. But the same type of services, each of them having a definition behind, of course, they can be delivered by a security operation team which is sitting inside the university with, let's say, 1 year maybe experience. Can deliver also the services on the on-demand, because maybe these are more, let's say, professional focused services. It's very important. Again, what I said before, could be a nice and interesting business model for one university. There is also a journey. If we are saying this, it's very simple. You need to know what to deliver, and here, looking to the information here, these are the services. You can put it in one catalog that then you will advertise You will tell me for sure that the university, they don't know how to sell. For sure that here, I've seen a lot of private-public partnerships. Definitely that somebody knows how to sell. You know, the sales guys, you can pick maybe one also from this room today. The problem is with the expertise behind. So once you have this expertise, definitely that you can find the, let's say, the selling channel. Even the university can have, because today I know that the law is so flexible that they will allow you to open a commercial entity, you know? It was just a few months that I read this in the new law. Yes, in the new law. Okay, so it's starting from the service catalog, what you are going to sell, then how you are going to sell it, okay? Different packages with different price tag. Then to who, so how you are going, you saw the processes, then you need to define the roles, the responsibility, the so-called RACI, and for sure the technical organization model. Here it's maybe more, let's say, corporate style with SLAs, you know, service level agreement. In order to deliver something, you need to also to assure the service later on. But this is practically a simple journey for one SOC in delivering maybe to one customer, one kind of services from the list that I mentioned before. And this is a nice picture because at the end, this is what I tried to say at the beginning. You have the university, okay? What is in the green with the Security Operations Center. So let's assume that, I don't know, in 6 months, you have one team of 6 persons. If you look in the right, you will see that there is a minimum, how we compute it. We also measure in terms of number of tickets, or I would say the incidents per person. Usually this is the quantum on an established SOC. Starting from level 1 with 2 maybe students, no knowledge about cybersecurity, but willing to invest in this and being paid for this, very important. A cybersecurity engineer or resource, it's a very valuable resource for every organization in Romania, and not only in Romania. Then going up, I said before, another 2, maybe 3 resources with a little bit knowledge about cybersecurity and IT for sure. Some Python scripting, but very, again, information which can be assimilated in a master program. Investigators, these are maybe more complex, but again, level 1 and level 2, these are the mandatory levels in any SOC. Level 3 usually will appear after 1 or 2 years, and when the SOC usually has around 5 customers at least. And the SOC manager, what is doing this SOC is delivering services to the customers. Customers being inside the organization, other faculty, one laboratory, or outside the organization. The customers which maybe are willing to pay for this kind of services and to pay a price which is maybe in the, let's say, according to their areas of business, okay? Different verticals, different sizes. I'm referring here maybe to the SMEs type of organization, small and medium enterprises. They are usually not in this picture with the SOC, with the security services in this moment, but they need this kind of services. And no one are going to provide them if this kind of model will not be in place, because the prices on the market for the managed security services are quite high. What are their usually, what are their needs? Starting from the mobile devices, you know, the people which are on the field selling different services on the SME side, going up to the endpoint servers, if there are maybe more established SMEs with servers in Romania, maybe some, I don't know, e-shop, CRM type of applications. You know, a lot of the SMEs, they at least have one page, one you know, image of the company, what they are selling. Some of them are also having the e-commerce, you know, the marketplaces on their websites. And some others are also having IoT devices maybe, or I don't know, operational technology or industrial control systems, if it's maybe more on the industrial side. Definitely a lot of documents to be stored and to be protected. So these are the customers that the SOC needs to protect. Also the small public administration, I would say, are also in the target. So not only the SMEs. The rest of the world, definitely that this kind of SOC, this SOC will need to exchange the information with other security operations centers, starting from the directorate, the one which is entitled to, you know, to provide services for the public entities, and definitely that other type of sources, including the threat intel open sources, which are available, that can be ingested in the platform that are inside the SOC. Now, how we came up with this idea? Why do we see on Orange side a need for pushing this? First of all, I told you, starting from the education at the beginning, okay, we are, at least on Orange side, we are pushing this knowledge on the cybersecurity in different universities in this moment. We have contract with educational type of contract, giving scholarship for the PhD, for the master students, and trying to help them build masters in cybersecurity. There are universities in Romania in this moment with this kind of programs, at least 10 cybersecurity masters we know because we have a repository of them. This is our, I would say, monitor, threatmap.ro. We build this type of tool, which is available. It's a freeware tool based on our sensors, which are deployed in Romania, first of all, because we are Orange Romania, we are protecting and we are serving the Romanian market. We are selling a lot of managed cybersecurity services, okay, on top of our connectivity, our cloud and mobile and fixed connectivity. And we 5 years ago, 6 years ago, we thought, okay, let's try to reuse that amount of data that we are collecting, not the customers' data, but the kind of the data, the type of the threats that our customers are facing and we are blocking and we are detecting, just to create an awareness tool. And this is the awareness tool. I just put a picture, but you can go and see what is with this kind of tabs, real-time map. It's a map of attacks, who is attacking Romania. I mentioned before our customers, so B2B type of customers, public sector, a lot of universities. And on top of this, we try to give also some free tools to the SMEs. If you go in the Are You Vulnerable, you will just be able to do a small penetration test to your site without any DDoS, without any intrusive type of application, just some simple services. You will receive a report on your, or you can even try another site. It doesn't matter if it's your company or not, because it's not intrusive. You will just receive a small sheet with some red flags, blue flags, or orange flags about how your posture on the site is it's in that moment, according to the services that you are using, that you are patching, that you are consuming, and you will just see. Usually this is very used by the SMEs. And by the way, we are doing all this with some nice startups, cybersecurity startups from Romania. But on the same page, in the tab called Statistics, if you are entering, these are just the picture I put from yesterday. I can enter now, but maybe we don't have time. So, last 30 days, just an idea. In 18th, so 10 days ago, we had 23,000 events classified as high. It was a peak in the last month. Again, this is just the database of our customers that we are protecting, not the B2C, on the B2B, so business, public sector, private sectors. And it's quite a huge amount of not the vulnerability, I would say the incidents, because some of them are real, some others need to be validated. Totally, in last month, we had around 1 million events reported by the platform. So all the sensors that we have in our network, in our infrastructure that are protecting, so first of all, are monitoring, detecting, and then we have our own SOC, which is going through the logs, and we have all the tools that you saw before. But these are statistics which are really, I don't know, not so positive. And definitely that this is just a small piece of what is in this moment in Romania. And in terms of the criticity, you saw that the major part of them are classified as critical. But it's good. We also have programs. At least on our side, we are pushing 3 types of programs and partnerships since a while. DevCamp. Do you know what is DevCamp? Probably the same cybersecurity experts. It's a major event in the East Europe, I would say Central East Europe, which is happening in Romania. It's a huge cybersecurity conference with a Capture the Flag contest. Do you know what? I will not ask. So Capture the Flag contest is a kind of bug bounty, what Oliver mentioned, no? Oliver, you mentioned about that. It's a kind of contest in which a bunch of kids from young to, I don't know, university, they are coming together from all around the world. So it's not only Romania, it's an international conference, and they are attacking themselves. So it's Team Romania with Romania 1, because there are a lot of teams from Romania, going against, I don't know, Ukraine, in a virtual manner, trying to capture something from their own virtual machines. And it's first an online competition. Now will be a physical contest in this conference, which will happen in the next one. in 10th to 11th November. So it's just to be communicated right now. But what is important is that there are a lot of expertise there, and it's not only academia, because they are coming also from universities, it's also a business event and startup events. So year by year, this will be the first year after the pandemic. So the last one physical, the first physical after the pandemic, it was the last one, it was the 2019. And we had 2,000 plus participants. Unbreakable Romania, it's a contest, a virtual contest that we initiated together with CyberEdu. CyberEdu, by the way, is also a cybersecurity startup in Romania. And CyberEdu, it's a platform of, capture the flag, but also training for young people starting from scratch, from zero, without knowledge about cybersecurity. Unbreakable Romania is the contest which is on top of the CyberEdu and will happen also next year. Probably will start in March. Will last for 2 or 3 months, trainings, and then CTF type. CTF, individual CTF. Between the high schools and university in Romania, and then will be in a similar manner, but based on teams. And last year we had almost 800 participants in this Unbreakable Romania contest, with a lot of universities, 35, so almost all universities from Romania, so at least one participant from them. What we are trying to do now is to bring more and more participants here, and we are collaborating with all the universities. Almost all of the universities are partners, and they are promoting this contest, which is a free contest, with prizes for the participants. This is very interesting. First of all, the big prize is that they will learn something at the end of the day, and then they will meet some other participants with similar, similar knowledge or at least similar drive. They will build teams, they will know them, and also there are a lot of private participants, private entities which are baking this contest, but also high schools, 74. What we are trying to do now is to push this to the Ministry of Education, at least on the high schools, because on the cybersecurity is nothing there. It's just some, I don't know, TIC or how it's called, which is just showing a mouse and a laptop, and how it's built. And I know because my daughter is just starting now the 9th grade. What you have here in the picture, it's I told you that we are now trying to do the repository with the master, the cybersecurity masters in Romania. And this is on the Unbreakable. Unbreakable Romania also has a web page. Unfortunately, it's just in Romanian, because it's Romania. And you can go there and you have this picture. And we do hope to have this picture with a lot of red bullets, because that means that in that particular city, there is at least one program on the cybersecurity. Master or, I don't know, paid also, if it's something which is after. And also there is another resource available there. It's a place in which you, as a professor on a cybersecurity course or IT course in university, you can define your own virtual space, bring the resources from the platform, again, everything is free, and define your laboratory for your cybersecurity next curriculum. And there is also an expertise behind, so there are experts which are helping you to build and to run at least the first year. Coming back to the initial proposal, why do we see this very important? Having all these resources, this platform, these trainings, at least on our side, we do believe that this is a way for, at least for Romania, for Romanian university, to build this knowledge and to try to reuse the students, not only to be employed by the universities, by the private sector, because at least here, I don't know, on the automotive side, I know that you have a big problem, but we really want to keep them on the university and start delivering some services for the region, because at the end, universities are leaders for the region. In each and every region in Romania, you have one big university at least with technical competencies. And here I'm speaking about SMEs, about public sector, small administrations, large administration. Why not also in the future the next autonomous cars? You need to have somebody looking, because you are delivering systems, but somebody are integrating that systems in the cars, and then they need to operate. They need to go on the streets, on maybe the next smart intersection, smart streets, and so on. So somebody needs to watch on this. And this is my last slide from my side. Definitely that this SOC can be, can scale up, down, horizontally, vertically, with people, with technologies. I didn't mention a lot about technology. If you are really interested, we can talk about this. There are a lot to say here. What is important is that the law, starting with the cybersecurity strategy, which was validated 1st January, or anyway, the last day in December, Mr. Iohannis just signed that, and this is about the strategy which was practically saying that the directorate will have as one of the responsibility to build such a SOC, Security Operations Center, not necessarily university, but to support and to build. How to build? They need money for this. But also they need some nice and strong partners, and also they need also some competencies in the university. This is one simple solution. And for sure, the NIST directive and the essential services operation. So these are the 3 documents which are practically certifying and validating this approach. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Of course, there was a little red dot there in the center of the map. We were there.
Yeah,
We had some teams. Yeah. At Unbreakable, it's I think the third or the second or the third year that we have participated there. There are some questions from the audience, Mr. Florea.
Okay. Yeah, the point is that the bullet means that also we have information, we have a leader, a champion from the university, so the program is there. Okay. We are not so formalized, so if it's something which is running without almost to be ARACIS accredited, almost, it will be great. Yeah, we know.
For this reason, if there are only some form of study, no matter how it be, we are interested to be in that selected university. And you know that you have this together with you.
Yeah.
So we want to do, but if it is, that program could be further accredited to become stronger and to receive also money from the government in a master program. But until then, let's do some steps together.
Definitely, that can be a step-by-step approach, and what I didn't mention, there is a full document behind all this proposal, which I will be happy to share with the interested parties.
Because this will turn back
Yeah.
to us, not the rest of the
Other questions? Anyway, I will be here also today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So we will move forward to the next presenter, which is Dan Cândea, coming from NTT Data, Romania, and the topic will be also fake news. Da? Un pic. În cazul ăsta.
Hi everybody, glad to be here. And before I start, I would like to congratulate the previous idea from Orange, because building a SOC in the academic area, it might make my life easier as well. Joke aside, I think it's a great idea, and more companies should involve in such initiatives, because it's really great building a SOC, corporate, and teach the students what is looking for them in the future and how to work starting from the university. I work for NTT Data. I'm leading the managed security team in NTT Data Romania. We are delivering cybersecurity services for the customers, for the businesses. It's a business for us. And before going forward, I have just to have a simple fact. My previous speakers already said a few things, but just to have a common understanding on what it means for us in cybersecurity, in threat intelligence most exactly. For us, threats, it's actually something that can happen. And something that can happen and it could be facilitated by a weakness, a vulnerability, and it could produce damage. And I'm highlighting could. And threat intelligence, it's actually an analysis of that threat. It's something that we are looking into. We can study the intent, how that can be done, what kind of damage can produce for a company or for all, for multiple companies, for governments, and so on. Should not be confused with data feeds. Data feeds is just a produce of information put in a structured manner and taken from a tool. But taking this information, analyze it, and see the potential, the damage that can be done, that's something that we call it threat intelligence. And mostly all of the teams does this. This is not news. How this is used in the security operations team, in companies, in corporations, but in smaller companies as well. I've seen that it's happening more and more in the SMBs also. There is intelligence preparation of the battlefield. That's a start to use this in SecOps. EPB, that's one approach, it's not the approach. EPB, it means that you are preparing, it's taken from the military. You are preparing you are studying the battlefield, you are studying the environment, you are studying the adversary, but also the defenders, and you take that intelligence and put it in a practical manner and to the preparations in case something happens, or in army actually it's about the war and when the war is happening and so on. So in SecOps, with threat intelligence, you can monitor the potential threats, of course. You can detect suspicious activity. You can contain, using that threat intelligence information, you can actually contain the threats, you can take measures, and that's a big plus for threat intelligence services. And then the companies, in our case, because we do business with this, our clients take remediation actions. But things can go wrong. There is intimidation, propaganda, dirty tricks. All our previous speakers pointed this out. And maybe this seems like at glance that is not relevant to cybersecurity. But there are consequences from cybersecurity work. Just an example, there was the US election in 2016. That's quite relevant because through digital means, the proof is debatable in that case, but through digital assets, they influence and they try to intimidate, and at the end, they try to have a hidden goal. So the concept needs to be taken seriously, and in threat intelligence, it's really important. Actually, I was talking about this. In threat intelligence, it's really important to establish what is genuine, what is good information, what is a genuine red flag, that's a threat, and in the end, to know exactly if it's fake, and making this difference, you can actually establish, you have a cleaner picture on what to do next. And a few examples, practical examples. Actually, it's not, it cannot be seen the whole image. Yeah. Just a few examples that I picked up just for discussion purposes. There was to highlight my case, there was the Romanian cyber attacks. Happened really early in the Ukrainian war. The attacks were real, so nothing fake there. But they led to a lot of propaganda, a lot of mistrust, fear, a lot of discussions, and at the end, they induce fear, so to some degree. But maybe on next time, I hope it's not going to be a next time, that could be to produce more damage. So this is a really good example to study for threat intelligence. There is also the case for false vulnerabilities. There were cases, and sadly more often, which misleads to false intel, false indicator of compromise, and at the end, these indicators, this false information will go to erosion of confidence, or at least for the customer. If we are going with the wrong information to our customers, then of course they're gonna not trust us next time, or they're gonna have a couple of questions around that. Waste of effort. It happened, and I think it happened for a lot of teams, using misinformation, fake news. You are wasting your efforts. You are chasing the wrong guy, and at the end, you just concluded that after 1 week of chasing it, it's just to trash it and start all over again. The last one, it's a bit of a joke, IRAM minus RF, but actually it's an old example. This is about fake exploits. A while back, I'm not sure if it's circulating anymore, when someone produced a proof of concept or something like that, they're claiming that they can hack somebody, they put this out there on the internet, and script kiddies, the guys that actually don't study what actually means in that proof of concept, and is relevant to how to disseminate information, they actually run that script, and at the end they ended up with their computer deleted, and you didn't know what actually happened. So, but this point, the case that you need to disseminate the fake news, you need to actually study and understand what's in there. Concept of fake news, simply put it, it's a false, it's a misleading information presented as news. So we have our incident response processes, procedure, we do forensic, we respond to attacks, which that means a threat, it's already happened, it has a damage, and you respond to it. But using cyber threat intelligence, you can actually be proactive. You can put the pieces together before it happens, you can find the patterns and define it in an action, in a palpable action that can be taken before it makes damage. And the concept of fake news, diverting patterns to false goals, actually that's what they are trying to achieve, at least in cyber threat. There is the validation thing, and they are getting more and more complex. It's complicating the process of making sense out of it. And at the end, the credibility of the information is affected. There is the false flag operations, which make it really difficult for businesses, for customers, to focus on what is genuine, to know where to invest the money, to know what kind of effort they need to make, and so on. Propagation. We already said that fake news is starting from thousands of years. It's not new, but it exists. Instead, today, because we are getting on a digital society, all these Twitters and so on, it's enhancing the propagation, and this is getting a problem. It's a challenge because the impact it's created more fast, more rapidly. Like in one day, you can actually make, and it happened with Ukrainian war when it began in Romania. You know, everybody start talking about DDoS attacks, institutions around attack. If my mother heard about it, and actually she did, she didn't know what's a DDoS attack, and she started asking me if the Russians are attacking Romania and what that means, Minister of Defense. But I tried to explain her, it's a website. Don't worry, nothing's going to happen. So the impact is quite fast because of the digital society. And also there is a challenge with the volume. There is a massive signal to noise. A lot of events, my previous speaker just said in 1 month they had 1 million events. That's a challenge to disseminate all that information, to take it out and highlight the most important one, the most imminent threat, and so on. And this is a volume problem. In theory, how to address this? Well, at least in our team, in our company, we focus on the tactics, techniques, and procedures. You all know which you are all experts, and if you work in the cybersecurity world, you know what techniques and procedure means. There is a pyramid of pain, probably you heard about it. That indicates, it's a simple pyramid, simply put it, indicate what can be changed easily and what can be changed with a certain degree of effort from the attackers. So instead of going for the low-hanging fruits, to disseminate this in fake news or misinformation, you need to aim for the TTPs, for the tactics. It's not easy, but that should be a goal for any team. Also, it's about the sources. It's already pointed out, but here I'm specifically mentioning the sources for the threat intelligence cybersecurity world in the SOC teams, in MSSP, and so on. That's really important, or maybe one of the most important things, trusted sources. There is a Cyber Threat Alliance. It's mostly a US organization, but that could be a starting point to actually see what is trusted and not trusted. There are also stance detection model developed by Italo from Cisco. It's an interesting concept to how to disseminate an information when it pops up, how to put a weight on it, and then decide if you use it in your processes or not. Also, it's about proper use of the frameworks. MyThreatAttack framework, CTI Diamond model. Everybody does this. There are a lot of tools and vendors doing this automatically. They are selling it as a feature, which is cool, which is useful, but the processes needs to be tuned how to use that properly on what it's important for the customer. Because otherwise, it's going to end up just a label on some information, and you might use it actually in the wrong way. Also, it's important to correlate. This is mostly a human activity. Put it in the context, events of timing of the events. When it happened, does it make sense? When it happens, when the news popped in, when the information was produced, when, I don't know, vulnerability or proof of concept was presented to the world, and so on. Timing of events is really important. And at last but not least, always inspect with different levels of confidence the information. In this case, I said evaluate the malware samples, but this can be applied for other information as well. Not always take all of them as they are, because at the end you actually need to use your judgment to, when you do the technical analysis of the malware, try to find the patterns and put a question on it. Is this really truthful? And this applies also to the big companies producing threat intelligence, because they actually, in the industry there is a sort of a hidden challenge, I would say. Everybody tries to get out with a blog that they catch the bad guys, they do some sort of big analysis, and always pop-ups with the big names, like Chinese, Russians, and so on. And there is since they are eager, sometimes they miss it. And I trust them. They are good, trusted sources for us. They are big vendors. They are investing budgets on it. They have good people, really expertise people. They are doing all the time just threat intelligence, disseminating the news. But still, they are still human, and so always different levels of confidence should be taken. And at the end, a few examples what we do in entity data, how we approach this. We have a few things going on. Future will come. It's not the end. It's just the beginning for us. So we do have trusted sources. We have partnership with different vendors, but also we are applying what I just said in the previous slides. We do continuous improvements. We always consider if it's really good information, or we should dive in more before presenting to the customer, before producing a threat intel report, and so on. And also we have a continuous improvements process by machine and by the team. Basically, we are enriching the data, we are validating, we have some weight scores, and so on. We take that input and put it back to our processes, back to our data, and so on. We have a model of threat level, we call it. Initially it was called DEFCON, but we thought it's not that cool in our context. Basically, we have a clear definition of what is our threat level on a monthly basis, and we do report this to our customer. and actually is taken from the real data, from actually what we cover in our operations. We have some criteria, it's weight-based, it's sort of an algorithm. It's currently under development. But we produce real numbers based on our detection in various areas. One of them is the threat intelligence level, the last one, but we are influenced also by the CM, the EDR, the vulnerability management, and so on. So with this, we report on a monthly basis, and we can actually analyze the previous month, where we are. And it's also quite a, how to say it, a source of see what's happening around the globe, in the industry, and actually put the question around the fake news. Because you can see yourself, if you have a low threat level, then something pops up that it happened 1 month ago, and I don't know, Talos just discovered, you actually ask yourself, did I miss it? Did they miss it? What happened? So this is a good indication for us, not just for our customers. We do enrich our data live. The bottom is not seen, but that's fine. Because we have the FRITS, the sources, the trusted sources that we have. We put it live on all our data. We have a strong partnership with a couple of vendors. But on that data, we do analytics on it. So that's an important source of threat intelligence, and that's how we disseminate the information. And since we mentioned the TTPs, the thing that is hard to actually do it by machine, but we are actually doing it. We have a solution on it which maps all our feeds, all our events of interest, and maps it on the TTPs, and based on that we also take decisions, sometimes by machine, by computer, through automated playbooks, but mostly, at least in the current state, by humans, because fake news in the current world is quite important these days. I think the war with Russia that showed that, and still we are not inclined to balance toward the machine yet, at least not in our operations. We do use the machine there. We have there are algorithms, but we are being careful about it. We structure the data and we disseminate it when we put it in our processes, when we enrich it. But we take it in steps. So the machine is there, the algorithms, some could say machine learning, it's there, but we take it closely. At the end, the goal is to move from an event-based to an intent-based. And that's, I think, it is actually today, but we are really focused on this to improve it, to bring it to the next level, so that at least for our customer, but to the world as well, to report the intent, not an event, and not sell the event to the customer, but actually at the end to defend them. There are some processes in our SOC, but this is just a highlight. Actually, it's how complex it is, but the conclusion is there. At the end, I think it's still a lot of work to be done to disseminate the fake news and the misinformation. At least today, it's most about the human. We need to trust our judgment in the processes. We need to validate the sources from where we take our intel, and we need to be alert. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. It's very nice that we have focused mainly our cybersecurity section on two pillars. Let's say one is the fake news and the other one it's in the automotive sector. If we have questions for our presenter. Why human-driven and why not AI-driven?
Well, I think also the previous speaker sort of said that. It's a yes or no. It's useful, it helps you do the triage, reduce the human effort, but still should not be fully trusted. We have machine learning also in entity data. Some of them said that we have 40% of coverage, global coverage, and we have a behavior analytics on that. I've seen that, it's in practice, it works, but even that information needs to be disseminated by a human. So I would say yes and no.
Okay, thank you, fair enough. So We are moving to our next presentation, which is in the automotive domain, with two presenters, Gruian Dinu Tudor and Bushi Laurențiu.
Hello. Hello, thanks for having me here. So first, I came today to give you some insights of how cybersecurity in automotive industrial automation it's done. So I will show you in industrial automation how many layers of cybersecurity exists. Then I will present you something related of the cryptographic server. And then some example of security concepts, some example of line concept, and some production setup, how we use it. But first of all, I want to present myself. I'm Laurențiu Bush. I'm a team leader for the global software and hardware development engineering team in autonomous mobility, advanced driver assistance system, industrial engineering in CBU. In Continental, I'm over 15 years in Continental. And yeah, I came with this topic to show you what we have in our factory. So more and more products are appearing on the market, and they are with high complexity functions, and there also comes the need to secure the information to outer threats, and product security to lock down access, secure software, and communication. Let's see how many layers are in industrial automation. We discuss about automatic security is the first layer, where autonomous driving complexity, threats are present, the risk is high, and the impact is dangerous. And security implementation parallel to safety is become the same value. So we do our job, we implement product, and we also do the safety and security. This is a must. We have another layer of product security, where the cryptographic servers are providing secrets that are from internal, inside Continental, and external sources, meaning the customer's secrets for their own. And we have device locking to secure the software and hardware by password, hidden key, certification. Then we have the production security layer, where the informational security for network, interface and environment, meaning encryption, access control, operational security for processes, applications and personal, standards, certificates, audits, which are reviewed often, and cybersecurity regarding legislation, liability, and responsibilities, meaning laws, contracts, and incident response. Let's see the cryptographic server. What does it mean? What's the persistent functionality? It provides secure interface to the customer. It implements implementation of the customer-specific solution. So we have a customer A, for example, comes with his product. We want this product. We want this security to be implemented. So each customer has his specific security. It provides a generic interface to production, a generic interface which is encrypted, of course. It provides exchange of secrets, for example, keys, in both directions. So comes from the customer, then to the cryptographic server, then comes to the local production and to the electronic control unit, and back from the electronic control unit, so ECU, to the local production, then to the cryptographic server, and to the customer. This is for knowing the customer that, okay, this specific secret is written on this specific ECU. This is two-way communication. So these are the, let's see, the security and responsibility for the customer. So we have the customer, as I said, it has a customer-specific communication, which is encrypted with the cryptographic server, and their own keys are stored and saved on this cryptographic server. And then this cryptographic server, it somehow duplicates and creates a copy on the cryptographic production server through an encrypted connection, of course. And on this cryptographic production server, we have external keys coming from the customer and also internal keys coming from Continental. And then we have a connection, encrypted connection to the production. This means we provide to production specific secrets that will be further written into the components, the product itself. So let's see on secure storage. On the customer side, it's customer specific. On the cryptographic server, we have an encryption database. Same encryption database, or maybe not the same, but you have encryption database also to the cryptographic production server. And on the production topic, we are not allowed and no storage of secrets on hard disks and logs, files, traces, protocols of proof of concept of testing or stuff like that. On secure data transfer, you use points at pattern matching transfer, only from trusted persons. Trusted person are the person that have certificates. So meaning a station, it's certificated and it's enrolled on that specific cryptographic server. It has a stamp, meaning, for example, let's say hardware ID or something that is unique over the internet. And this is trusted persons using public key cryptography standards. On a cryptographic server point of view, the secure data, it's encrypted connection to the production server. So it goes from the server then to the production server, which is also encrypted connection. And then on production point of view, it goes to the ECU, to the electronic control unit. Let's see some example of security concepts. We have secure diagnostics. So this means that access is secured by a handshake. It's comparable to seed and key, could be DLL, could be password or something like this, whereby the secret is not known to the production. The random challenge, this seed, will be provided by ECU, and then it will be sent to the customer tool. There is a tool, it could be working offline, and it's responded with a signature key. And this tool can be, as I said, used offline, and using it offline supposed to be updated regularly with some certificates, and these certificates grant some roles, some certain user roles. For example, supplier or customer return role or something like that, and therefore, of course, certain user. So we may have as security concept, secure flashing. So the customer bootloader will accept new application software if it's signed from customer. So this bootloader is actually the firmware, and it's the, let's say, the software behind the electronic part to work. So this is working only if it's signed for the customer. And this signing is done by this communication between the tool that I mentioned before and the connection to the server and to the part. We have another security concept, a certificate. These are the ECU secrets. So ECU secrets are using the certificates and has to be written in the production during the production process. And you have secure keys. And these secure keys are provisioned, meaning that they are written inside the electronic control unit using diagnostic commands. And these dependency commands provide us a feedback that if it was working, its provisioning was okay, and if it was okay, then data it's provided to the cryptographic production server for proof execution. Let's see an example of line concept. So for example, we have a production station A, which is the production software, which has a test production software. And this production software may have DUT testing, so units under test, in-circuit test, or tests like this. And then you have production station B, where we put the customer software. This customer software has, here we exchange the production software with the customer software, where we test the functions that the client requires to test. So we have some PTSs, some documents that we need to follow, and yeah, this follows what their requirements actually. And on this customer software level, we have an encrypted connection to the cryptographic production server, which I said before that stores the ECU secrets, and has also the tool for encrypted communication, and has this bidirectional communication, which is encrypted and provide us secrets. We give them feedback back that this specific part has this specific secret, and yeah, this is a confirmation. So for line concept, on the PCB level, we have unlock on hardware level. So after we test the in-circuit test and have the flash testing, we lock also the hardware. We cannot access it via, I don't know, needles, test points, or other connectors that we can use. On the customer software level side, we have the customer data, meaning which contains also the secret keys. And on this customer level, we also perform, as I mentioned, tests, specific tests, and also we do the communication removal. So this means that after we do the customer software level test, we cut the connection and communication with the part, and no one can access it. Data provided from cryptographic production server and stored back when production completed, as I mentioned before, yes. So as I said, we have production software flash, where is the production software application. And here we flash the cybersecurity bootloader. This is the firmware of the part, is giving the functionality of the part, so make it running. And then we have some stations that does some production tests. Then we have the application software test flash. This is the customer software that I mentioned. We flash it here. We write and activate the PCB hardware protection. This is also can be under protection keys and secret keys and stuff like that. And also activate firmware protection. This means that we cannot go back or erase a specific software that we put inside. So it's locked with that one, and this is able secure, and if you want to change it, you need to scrap the part, and that's all. And we have the application software test, where we provision the security keys, and we lock communication. This is for the line, an example of a line concept. Let's see an example of production setup. So we have a PC, which has an encrypted communication with the cryptographic production server, which has an encrypted database and a communication tool. And this encrypted database provides us secrets with the encrypted communication. And then the PC has it's connected to a communication box via an interface, for example, USB, Ethernet, or PCI. And with this communication, we will provide the secrets got from encrypted database. And further, we have a connection to the ECU, so it's the DUT, the device under test. And you have a interface, for example, communication interface, Ethernet, or yeah. Let's see an organizational impact of security on production and how it's the provision infrastructure secured. So the access to production is secured, no access from outside. Inside the production facility, production line, specific customer production line, we have unrestricted access. So secret keys are transmitted in encrypted form only. And at one provisioning facility, one key is it's taken from the cryptographic server, it's decrypted, provisioned to the part, to the ECU, then confirmation back to the cryptographic. It's given that it's proof of execution. And then we have communication removal and nothing stored regarding this process. The interface of the key provision test station are locked away, and the test stations run a virus scanner, are disconnected from internet, are patched to subject to active patch management, have restricted write access to the network, so no access from outside, no access outside, only internal access. As a conclusion, why do we need cybersecurity in industrial automation? So this is for safety and security for the customer. This also gives us Continental, or who is doing this safety and security, let's say it builds trust and a brand, let's say. It also provides competitiveness on the market, since more and more access is put on security. It secures technology that is dynamically increased in diversity and complexity. We know that, each day comes with more and more challenges, and products are more and more complex, more functions, and all of this needs to be secured. It secures production facilities and production lines against malicious attacks and that may harm infrastructure or cause financial or reputational damage. And also, the risk of cyber attacks is constantly increased, and is no longer a question of if it will happen, but it's rather when it will happen. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. It was very nice insight from the automotive industry, and the way you were building all this flow from the concept to the implementation on the issue of the cars. If we have questions from the audience.
Just one question, it's very technical, but now this communication removal process you explained, is it like the cryptocurrency wallets, like Ledger, which cuts the private key from the internet, or is it something?
No, this crypto is done at a point after these, let's say, secret keys are written and data is provided back to the cryptographic. We have nothing else. Everything is done on the, let's say, cybersecurity stuff. I'm meaning about, let's say, communication with the part itself. So if you want to remove the part from the production line after all the process is complete, and you have to connect to it, you cannot do it. So you cannot go inside, store, save the software, download it, do stuff like this. So communication is interrupted. So that's the meaning of it. Yeah, it's planned. And I think at some level it's already also implemented. Yeah. Well, if you're talking if something changed dynamically, I mean, maybe. Yes, a car. Let's say a car. It's actually done in the same time when you do the production. Everything from the customer side, it's known from the beginning, or maybe before it goes the project with the SOP to the start of production, and then it's stuck. You cannot change anything. Then you need to modify a lot of things, and if it comes, then it comes with a version up, let's say like that, and then we do a let's say. Re-engineer, or you do engineer back again. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your presentation. And we are now moving to the next and last presenter, which is switching on back to the fake news, and also a hot topic nowadays, the fake news that are...
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Robert Bordei, and I'm a cybersecurity incident response team manager at Visma. Yeah, so the presentation will be about a hot topic that everyone touched on today. Will be about the cyber warfare and the cyber deception in Russian-Ukraine war. And it is mostly how this war is seen to the eyes of an incident responder. My motto for this presentation, yeah, I chose one that, yeah, you will understand that after a few slides. You are intelligent if you believe only half of what you hear. You are wise if you know which half. Next slide. Next, please. Ah, I have that one. Okay, sorry. It is working. Sure. No, it's working. Okay, so this will be a short geography due to our limited time about the main topic, the cyber warfare and disinformation in the Russian-Ukraine war. I have chosen this topic because of my military background and my passion for cybersecurity. If you work in this field, it is very important to keep up to date with the latest trends and the threats. This war included a lot of threats and disclosed a lot of cyber weapons that could not be ignored by the people from this industry. Most of us working in this field, we're keeping an eye on this cyber war. And we should still be sharp and stay sharp regarding the threats that may come from this area. Okay, going further to the topic, due to Moscow invasion of Ukraine, there has never been before such a large-scale cyber conflict, full of disinformation by fabricated and misleading and manipulated or contextual propaganda, which were used by both parts, I must say, at the state of art. I picked intentionally the color of the map, if you would ask. In cybersecurity, the red team, the offensive, are usually the bad guys, and the blue team are the defenders and are the good guys. In the army, we also draw on the maps, or at least when I was working in the army, we drew maps with the enemy with red. So my conclusion from the start, I think information warfare started badly for Russia, and things got even worse. Now let's see a misleading contextual information by using the following example. I believe everyone have heard about the movie Matrix, right? It is the scene where Neo is choosing the red pill as the path of truth. If I tell you now that the red pill allows you to see Russia through, promoted through, and the blue one allows you to see the Ukraine promoted through, which one will you choose now? It's a question that I don't need an answer. We saw it on the previous slides, and we've seen what was the feedback from the audience. The Russian invasion partially relied on a cyber strategy that included 3 distinct and sometimes coordinated efforts. There were destructive cyber attacks within Ukraine, so I must mention, they were mostly within Ukraine, cyber influence operation targeting people all around the world, and there were also network and espionage outside Ukraine. I'm going to expand on this presentation, mostly the first two of them, because they are the most visible and they were the most visible during this time. I believe the last thing will be defined and we will find evidence of this last act of network penetration and espionage in time. Some of you may be aware or not, but in the last 8 years, Ukraine has been under cyber attack by a highly qualified threat actor who has been testing their cyber weapons on it. If you have heard of it or not, Sandworm, it's the name of the APT actor, which is related to the GRU, similar to CIA cyber unit, used a lot of weapons, from which I can count Black Energy, that was used against Ukrainian electrical grid. Maybe most of us have heard about NotPetya, right? That was a ransomware attack that had a devastating effect globally. There was, even though the Russia attacked Ukraine on 24th of February, the real cyber war also now started days before the real invasion with troops, and it was a hybrid war. They started with cyber intimidation activities. In addition to the troops at the border, they performed a lot of website defacement, they performed a lot of distributed denial of services attacks, they performed psychological operations, they deployed wipers, and I'm going to talk about them in the next slide, and they were trying to leak data government. The main message for this type of attacks was that resistance for them is futile. It's worth mentioning about the cyber weapons. The cyber weapons are mainly exploits and tools that are transitory in nature. They have a short shelf life. They are not like cannons, so you cannot shoot a long period of time like cannon. There are like rockets. You build one, you launch them, and then after it is launched, a lot of signature will prevent their usage. This was also happening with these wipers in Ukraine that could not be used anymore in further operation. There were 3 rounds of, if you didn't know, there were 3 rounds of wiper attacks. The first one was Whispergate, which was the beginning of 14th February, I think, 14th January. The second one was just the day before the beginning of the war in 23 February with Hermetic Wiper, which, if you didn't know also, it was a cyber weapon off the shelf with certificate stolen from a Cyprus company a year before. They also attacked their satellites, and paralyzed the communication with acid rain, another wiper. And the third round, it's the most interesting, that was happening, if you see, after the war started, the real war started. It was with KD Wiper and Industry Destroyer. But the code from those malware showed that they were created in a hurry. So that, in a way, explained that Russia, like it was also with the real invasion, were expecting that Ukraine to fall in a few days, and they were not prepared to, and they developed this in a hurry. It is assumed that Russia intended with this type of attack to destroy Ukraine government data. The step forward, this data, this data from Ukraine was migrated at the beginning of the war into the cloud. If you are intrigued by this, by Ukraine's cyber resilience against this type of attacks, there is a secret behind, and that I've heard about it recently, and I want to mention this. I think all of us have heard about, or maybe you didn't, about US Cyber Command operations, and they were performing at the same time, at the beginning of the year, in December 2021, they came in Ukraine, and they were performing so-called hunt forward operations. This is, like we call it in the normal threat, in the normal cybersecurity industry, threat hunting activity for weapons and for tools that may be deployed by an adversary. And that was probably successful because they were managed to find out these highly advanced tools like Whispergate and Hermetic Wiper before they had an impact. What was also interesting is that somewhere, at least this was presented by the CEO of Mandiant, that the cyber weapons were designed to not attack other countries. So these weapons were designed to not attack other countries. We don't know why, but this was their conclusion. And another conclusion for this type of attacks is the one that General Nakasone from Cyber Commander mentioned, is that we should we should stay vigilant, even though we might think that there will be no attacks in the future. Everyone is recommended to be vigilant about what is going to be. There was another an asymmetrical war being waged not only on the battlefield by the soldier, but also on the digital landscape by the hackers. Ukraine gathered around a cyber army that launched a cyber war on Russia at the beginning of the country. They were recruiting high-level and low-level Ukrainian in these groups. There was also a surge, I think it was mentioned by one of my previous, about the distributed denial of service attacks, but they were done not only by the technical people and not only with known tools, or there were also, if you see on the right on my slides, there were web pages designed that you can go on them and attack Russia. Yeah? So they were attacking automatically, and from my point of view, these are real cyber weapons that were left on the field, and they are attacking at the layer 7, the application, and I would recommend everyone to test them against their application, because they will have they may have some surprises. Also, anyone familiar with the cyber threat intelligence landscape noticed a lot of cyber groups that affiliated with mostly the ransomware groups, which are based in Russia, as everyone from this industry knows. The cyber criminal looks like they turned into patriots. And the main reason was because GRU, the Russian CIA, treated them like a Wild Wild West gunmen and let them alone as long as they were not targeting Russian operation. Also, that was before the operation. So before the war, this was the real situation. If you were fighting, you are trying to catch a bad guy, a ransomware group member, they were covered by the Russians. The Conti ransomware leak at the beginning of the war, also in 25, I think in February, also gave us an insight, gave everyone from this industry an insight about how these cyber groups work, and it even managed to make them cease their operation due to the fact that their data was exposed. The data was exposed by one of their members, a pro-Ukrainian gang member. Yeah, Russia performed a lot of cyber influence operation targeting people all around the world. There were fake news, disinformation, not only in Romania, but also they were targeting all Ukrainian neighbors. Someone mentioned something about the machine learning, and in order to learn something, you need to look at the payloads. This is my message for them, because it's like with viruses. So you see the payload, you can match them with a signature or some heuristic. So the messages for Romanian people were very well crafted and included topics like anti-Western, anti-NATO narratives, narrative questioning the war in Ukraine, fast call up in the army. Yeah, I know, we were all heard about that when people went to make passports. There were plans to divide the territory of Ukraine, and that was also mentioned in the politics recently by somebody, and take over part of it. And also they were mentioning about the aggressive behavior of the refugee. The fact is that in such campaign, you need to reach the target with the highest accuracy. The campaign must look very legit. You need to target a group that is large enough to make to make them adopt the message. In this way, the narrative will become the truth. A recent study in Twitter claimed that the fake news travel faster than the real news. Also, social media, this is an example I found out about these echo chambers. I haven't read a lot, but recently I found out also about the echo chambers. This concept is very well known inside the media, and social media looks like it's limiting the exposure to diverse perspectives and favor the formation of groups of like-minded users. into so-called echo chambers. An echo chamber can act as a mechanism to reinforce an existing opinion, and as a result, we move the entire group to more extreme position. So the recent pandemic also had some point, because that has created a big fan base for some social media profiles, and also these echo chambers, which promote each part, will promote the ideas that the followers from these echo chambers will believe everything, even without double checking the information. Yeah, I would recommend also the cyber influence operation can take advantage of a troll factory. If you don't know what a troll is an internet communication. A troll is defined as a person who provokes disputes, who raises controversial topics, or attacks other participants. However, Troll Factory is an entity conducting disinformation propaganda activities on the internet. I would recommend you to access, it's a game, it's not something malicious, to access the link from the slide in order to understand what effects and influence can a troll have over a sensitive topic. Okay, when the war started, Russia scared everyone with aggressive manipulation campaigns and tried to influence Ukraine people and army to surrender at the beginning of the war. The Ukrainian response was the use of social media app and a lot of cyber deception, disinformation, and misinformation operation until they managed to reestablish communication and get weapons from other countries. Such example I have here, Ghost of Kiev is mainly not cyber deception, it's mainly misinformation. There is a story of Ghost of Snake Island, there is a story of powerful tractors fighting Russian tanks. Also, I have here another idea about the conspiracy. What is the best time for conspiracy theory supporters? Crisis, war, pandemic. One of the most known conspiracy during this war was the Bucha massacre, when the Ukrainian forces that were gaining control over the territories found out corpses thrown on the street. If you want to find out how this was investigated in a more scientific way, using OSINT tool, I recommend you also, probably the slide will be available to access the Bellingcat investigation, and you will see what was all about and how the Russian took those pictures and showed them that they are fake using different methods. Okay, how to detect fake news? The golden rule to detect disinformation and fake news is the critical thinking. We have to look at the information rationally and without emotions. We have always to validate. We have to check the source, the reporters, examine thoroughly the information. There are also tools in open source intelligence to do that. There are some additional questions that you have to answer, like when was the message first seen, who else is reporting, who picked it up? Yeah, it will be hard, and I saw some advance in this area by the machine learning capabilities. And in conclusion, my conclusion for this presentation, so the war in Ukraine has shown that cyber attacks are an integral part of a modern warfare. We therefore need to prepare in advance and build our capacity to ensure security of our critical networks, both in peace and war. Looks like Ukraine, with external support, withstanded a high percentage of destructive Russian cyber attacks. Even though Russia tried to control the internal information flow regarding Ukraine's special operation in their country, hacktivists managed to bypass them and managed to publish different messages on their TV stations, on their and access a different web camera in Russia. Digital propaganda using social media looks like it's becoming as important as the analog one, for both civilians and also for the military personnel. Social media radically changed the mechanism in which we access information and our opinion. If before social media, we were looking on a newspaper, we were trying to find the source over there. Looks like there is a trend to check for the information in other ways, in Telegram, in Slack, And this is also a sort of avoidance for the information, and we need to understand how people seek or avoid information and how they consume this kind of information. As a final idea, I believe all NATO countries will need to develop cyber offensive and active defense capability at the military level. Some of them already have. Thank you for your time. This was my presentation, my short presentation. And if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you for your interesting presentation. As a breaking news, our YouTube channel where we are broadcasting this stream was spam with message with "Go Putin." So we have to close the chat of the YouTube channel due to our presenters. I don't think that it has something with the automotive domain, but
probably with my presentation. But it's okay.
I don't know if you have customers in Russia. I suppose that is due to our fake news presentation. Okay, if we have questions for the presenter. You were talking also about NATO. Do we have a response from NATO?
Regarding the war?
Regarding the cyber attacks.
Yeah, for now, as everyone knows, NATO is under attack by the Russians on every level. At least on the cybersecurity, it is the easiest way because it's borderless. These kind of attacks are borderless, and you cannot name or flag. Even the false flag mentioned by my colleague is used a lot. And yeah, you cannot blame. You cannot go to China, and you cannot go to Iran or Russia. But yeah, we need to develop capabilities, cyber capabilities also on our side. Also in Romania, we need to do that. And I think the cyber directorate that was built will have capability in the near future for this kind of operations.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Another question?
Just a quick question. You mentioned capabilities. We need to build capabilities in cyber attacks. What do you mean by that?
By capabilities, I mean even people with skill, but they are the pillars from that were mentioned in a global SOC. These capabilities, like you do forensic, capability to do threat hunting, capability to do investigations, to detect threat intelligence. It's very important at least in the wartime. Yeah, there are a lot of capabilities that you need to do, but also you need to have offensive capabilities in order to be able, because this is not regulated now, probably, the offensive part. But yeah, cyber command operations is doing that, and they were mentioning that publicly. And of course, all the other parties involved in the war were doing that freely. So they were throwing rockets everywhere.
Yes, I think that hacktivism has also flourished these days after the Russian-Ukrainian war. There were lots of
yes,
activities that were launched by, let's say, maybe not so white, but more or less white.
And interestingly, the
in
cyber
this
group,
context,
cyber gangs are also involved in this.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
And Anonymous did some good things also. Okay, we are concluding here our.
Thank you.
Session. Thank you for your presentations and thank you for the participation.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now is the time for a coffee break. Even we delay a little bit because we're interesting discussion. We at 4:30 we start the second session. Of course, it's mandatory to be inside the member of the session, but everybody is welcome to join. But please first take a coffee and a glass of water. Thank you. Și după aceea ți-am zis aici.
let's say like that. So my name is Alin David, and I wish to say hello to everyone and a warm welcome on behalf of all our panel speakers. Some of them are online. By the way, let me open the microphone. So I think our colleagues, online colleagues, I hope that you can also hear me. So we have started the second panel. But yeah, first of all, before starting the panel discussion, I want to express my real happiness that finally we can see each other in physically. And now I can repeat one joke that I have made in 2020 in the first conference, which was online conference, and it didn't make sense, but I did it anyway. So now I think it makes sense. So the question was on 2020 conference was, who invented the panel discussion? You know, we have a panel discussion right now. And yeah, I said that my opinion is that the panel discussion was invented by someone who liked to sit 3 meters above everybody else, talk to 12 people, we have 12 people on the panel, and for about 3 hours, because it's the whole panel time, and barely acknowledge that there are at least, I don't know, 20, 30 people in the room, usually sitting in uncomfortable chairs, you know, and we are having quite comfortable chairs. So I do hope that your chairs are comfortable, so we can start our panel now. Okay, let's get back to digitalization and digital innovation hubs. Yeah, this is our panel name. Last year, since I already spoke about 2020, now I'm going to 2021. Last year we did have the digitalization panel, and I started with 2 definitions of the digitalization. A professor at North Carolina University said that digitalization is the way in which many domains of life are structured around the digital communication and media infrastructures. Pretty simple. But then the Brookings Institute defined the digitalization as the process of employing digital technologies and information to transform business operations. I think the 2 definitions are pretty good for what really digitalization means. Going further, this year, so year by year, we are coming now, we are having an add-on, and our add-on this year is the digital innovation hubs. Well, I know we have some colleagues from the European Commission, for which to whom I want to thank that they are here, and I'm really looking forward to hear them. But the European Commission is defining very simple the digital innovation hubs as one-stop shops supporting the involved parties to respond to digital challenges and become more competitive. It's pretty simple. Let's take it like it is. So on this panel, we will try to find answers to quite interesting questions and define challenges and how to deal with them for creating a predictable and sustainable future. Well, some remarkable speakers we are going to hear today, and quite nice and good professionals. They have accepted the invitation to add great value to this panel. Now I want to invite my colleague moderator to say a few words and introduce the first speaker of the panel.
Thank you, Sorin. As you probably know, University of Sibiu is recognized by Digitalization National Authority as a digital innovation hub. There are 2 digital innovation hubs recognized in central region of Romania. We have joined forces for becoming a recognized European digital innovation hub, and in the next 3 years will be founded to support SMEs through the Digital Europe program by providing trainings, infrastructure, and also search for founding opportunities. All these services are not restricted to our own capabilities, but SMEs may access also services provided by other European Digital Innovations Hub from our network. University of Sibiu has been participating in the last 3 years in the HubCap project, which states for Digital Innovations Hub for and the collaborative platform for cyber-physical systems, where a network of 7 digital innovations hubs supported SMEs across Europe to adopt model-based tools and methodologies to engineer cyber-physical systems. From this network, 4 digital innovations hub are today with us, and from Aarhus University from Denmark, 40 is from Germany, University Newcastle from UK, and Virtual Vehicles from Austria. The coordinator of this project is Professor Peter Gorm Larsen, and as I have seen before on his slide, he's going to introduce himself. So, Professor Peter Gorm Larsen, thank you for being with us, not only today, but in the last 5 years. I invite Professor Larsen to start his presentation.
Certainly. So I hope that you can see my presentation now. And now in presentation mode, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is visible. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the invitation. And I'm very sorry I can't be in CPO. I've been in CPO numerous times, but my current agenda doesn't allow me to travel when I have very short presentations to give. So I'm a professor at Aarhus University, but also leading a DI8 called DIGIT. And we are also part of a new European Digital Innovation Hub, and I will talk about that today. So I have an unusual profile in the sense that I spent 17 years in the private sector before moving back to academia in 2005. And as Konstantin was mentioning, I'm the coordinator of the HubCap project. I've also coordinated other projects in the past. In total, I think I've been involved with 30 projects in total from EU. The DIGIT center that I'm leading is organized in terms of different research areas. I'm responsible for the one with cyber-physical systems, but there are lots of other areas that are being covered. And as you can see, the team of leaders for this are actually quite international and not just Danish participants. We also have a leg that's less research-oriented, more innovation-oriented, where we also organize things typically together with small and medium enterprises, where in Denmark, actually 99% of all companies are such so-called SMEs. So what I'd like to tell you about in the small time I have available here is first to give an example of how DIGIT is acting as a digital innovation hub. I'll show you 2 projects, one that's conducted in collaboration with CBO and Continental there, but also Fortis and Newcastle that you also will hear about later. And then the HubCap project that I'm the coordinator of, I'll say a few words about that before trying to explain how we, in this future, are trying to move into the European Digital Innovation Hub site. Finally, I'll try to present a non-for-profit association I'm the secretary of, which came out of a previous project I was coordinating. The thing that's interesting about this is that this is essentially trying to help, in particular, SMEs as well.
Professor Larsen, sorry for interruption. You have to, if you need to change your slides, it's you that you have to do the change.
I have changed. I am now at slide 4 or 5.
We only see it in non-presentation mode. Sorry,
right.
I think it's maybe the wrong screen or...
I only have one
now
screen.
it's changing, yes. Now it's changing.
Okay, now it is. But we still see the editing tools.
Right. Then you probably better share. I'll stop sharing from here then, because I have been changing slides as I went along.
I could see you clicking, but it wasn't changing, so we sort of interrupt you.
Maybe you should change the slides from your side then, and I'll ask for next slide. Would that be possible? because I have been changing just the way I change slides in any other system.
Okay, let's give it a second, please. So yes, now I have to open it, and please let me know where should I go.
I don't see the slide. You're not sharing it with us here.
You can just about see it in the corner of Adrian's
I can
screen.
see something in the corner, yes.
So were you on the IPP for CPPS slide?
Well, I was about to go to that, yes. So are you going to share the PDFs of the slides with the audience? Will you be sharing the slides with the audience? Ah, now I see the presentation here. Yes, so this is what I talked about for the more innovation-oriented things. Just go to the next slide, please. This is where I talked about the agenda that I'll be going through. So if you change to the next slide, then that's how far I got. So if you click once more, you see a video coming up, but I'll keep quiet.
Have you ever wondered, what is Industry 4.0? What are cyber physical systems? Industry 4.0 is a name for the current trend of automation and data exchange in manufacturing technologies. It includes cyber physical systems, the Internet of Things, cloud computing, and cognitive computing. Cyber physical systems are artifacts equipped with sensing, actuating, computing, and communicating capabilities, providing data, information, and services to their local or cloud-based environment or directly to humans. IPP4-CPPS, Integrated Product Production Co-Simulation for Cyber Physical Production System. IPP4-CPPS project is based on the Continental Automotive Systems Sibiu Real Manufacturing and Testing Processes with the R&D Prototyping Laboratory. Is intended to assess the benefits and the maturity level of model-driven engineering technologies for future adoption into the real CPS-based manufacturing infrastructures by designing and building an integrated co-simulation and delivering a proof of concept for the deployment capabilities of various simulation tools.
Yeah, I think you can click on to the next slide, please. This should be enough of this. Could you go to the next slide, please?
Just 1 second.
Yep.
Have you ever wondered?
So now trying to explain about Hubcap. And here, what I would like to kind of start off with saying is SMEs have a challenge in starting to use model-based design. Initial investment is simply too large. Next click, please. So here you need to be able to choose notations and tools. Click, please. And download and install tools and the dependencies on these. Please click again. And then buying licenses on a number of seats using these kind of things in order to train people internally. So there's a lot of investments going on. Click, please. The main benefits are typically not coming in the first project, as was illustrated in the previous video in the other project, which means that the business model moving towards autonomy is not clear for most SMEs. Click, please. So this is why we started the Hubcap project. We have been building a collaboration platform supporting model-based design. Next click, please. And then we have added models and tools to this platform. Click, please. This enables kind of collaboration with digital innovation hubs. Click, please. And gives opportunities for SMEs in a number of open calls, which now are finished. And then we have a plan for ensuring sustainability of this using non-for-profit kind of organization, at least making it possible for people to try things. The platform here, I'm hearing myself as an echo, is having an ability with sandboxes and then a marketplace where you have an ability to try out different things, test before invest, essentially. And it has an ability to manage the knowledge that you are having in there. Please click once again. So that was a little bit about the HubCap project. Now, going forward, we are now a part of the European Digital Innovation Hub in central Denmark. And it's led by something called Erhvervshus. That means the business organization in the region. And then it contains the other partners here, which are either clusters interested in particular things, or municipalities or universities or transfer organizations. And in a sense, the collaboration between these are meant to help SMEs to get started in a digital area. Next one, please. So for us, from Aarhus University side, our focus is both on training and skills development, and then of course also what I call test before invest, trying out things in a affordable manner. We are not so much into the access of funding and access to innovation ecosystem as such. The other partners are bringing that to the table. Next one, please. So if you look at skills and training, these are of course thought of to the local companies, but they could just as well be offered to people other places in Europe, like in CBO. And we have been doing that in the past. So next one, please. So I'll end off by saying that we have established from another project kind of a non-for-profit association that contains a number of assets that are of relevance to people who wish to develop things for cyber-physical systems. And in case any of you are interested, please send me an email and I'll give you more information about this. But the point is that this is essentially open source, free to use for anyone who wants to do research. In case people wants to use it commercially, you just need to be a member. So that was completing my presentation, my introduction here.
Professor Larsen, thank you very much for your presentation, for your speech. Any questions from the public or anything? Anybody?
Still muted, I guess.
Okay, yes, I have to unmute because I put it on mute due to the thing that you were hearing yourself as an echo. So yeah, again, thank you for your presentation, for the speech. And I am asking if we have any questions from the public, from the audience.
So I have one, Peter. If, for example, in our Digital Innovation Hub, we focused on 3 domains like manufacturing, e-health, and smart city. If you have something like this in your application, or it's targeting only just one domain?
Well, our focus is primarily on sustainability. But I think that it's possible to offer services in many different areas, also outside this. And we see sustainability in a general setting. So we have manufacturing and smart city involved in our Digital Innovation Hub as well. So we can see services being used more places locally. Did I answer your question, Konstantin?
Yes, because, well, in Romania we have regions where there are 2 European Digital Innovation Hubs, but each one focused on different domains. So that's what was the criteria to split among different Digital Innovation Hubs. Because we are only one in the central region of Romania, we are more ambitious and have to cover, let's say, all the 3 topics which are in the interest of, well, also SMEs, but also to have opportunities for further support from European Commission in the coming years.
Obviously, we do have a focus, but I mean, I cannot see that we would turn down SMEs coming for advice. That would be insane seen from my side.
Because here the problem is to engage end users, SMEs in this case, with a very focused profile. Because if you go to small cities, for example, you need a cluster with companies working on this topic. If you go to manufacturing, you need other clusters. So here was a problem to define the best collection of SMEs for these clusters to go on.
Yeah, and here we have already involved clusters for manufacturing, for clean, and for water. These kind of things are already included in the consortium.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Larsen. Now we have to move to the next speaker. So, Konstantin, please.
So the next speaker is Philipp Frankel from Fortis, Germany. He's deputy head of the technology transfer department, and from these positions, coordinated many research projects related to Digital Innovations Hub, also projects funded by European Commissions, and in the past he was a project manager at the German Aerospace Center, taking care of the national and EU-funded project as well as industry project in the field of communication and navigation. Thank you, Philipp, for being here with us today, and we're waiting to hear your presentation.
Okay, perfect. Nice to be here, finally back in person. Thank you for the invitation, Konstantin. I'm coming from the same consortium, HubCap. We're involved in there. So Peter already explained a bit about the project, so I will go a bit more into detail about our organization.
It's okay.
It's okay? Yeah. Our organization, our Digital Innovation Hub, and how we essentially do transfer to SMEs in particular. First of all, about Fortis, we're an adjunct institute of the Technical University of Munich, but we're more or less independent in the field of research that we do. We're basically doing research in all kinds of software-intensive systems. Now you might think, why software? Easy to answer for me, because if you look, I think now more than 70% of innovations are coming from software-based innovations. So it's really an emerging field. It's super flexible, it's hyper-scalable, so it's really the technology that is emerging super fast in the upcoming, or in the last years, and gaining more and more traction. We're about 150 employees, having more or less 60 projects running over the time, and are focusing mainly on 3 pillars. Our mission is to do research, transfer, and then create impact through that. And the focus areas that we have is software and systems engineering, AI engineering, and IoT engineering. Now we'll go a bit faster over the next slide because we have to cope a bit with the time. And I'm not a technical expert of my institution, so I'm not the best person to talk to you about technologies, but about transfer. Just to show you a bit our local network that we have, we are institutions in Munich and around. In a big network, so we're also in a collaboration with IBM on AI, focusing mainly on areas that are, for the Bavarian region, the most important, but not just. So it's industrial automation, automotive, obviously, diving more and more into aerospace, then the energy sector, and nevertheless also in the public administration, because they are super important player in the digitalization as well. Our fields of research, there's just a mind or a word cloud over there. You just have to remember in detail. If you're interested, just check our website. Might be that some of them are already outdated because the involvement is pretty fast, so is the competence fields that do research in our institutions. But I'm just going over the most important or the most relevant for SMEs out of our experience. Of course, we're focusing a lot on machine learning or artificial intelligence, as it's normally referred to in the public sense. There we go really into deep tech algorithm and developing of machine learning algorithms. We have, of course, a competence field that's covering with industrial Internet of Things. So now the most important topics there is edge cloud support, how to integrate brownfield and to gain traction there. Then particularly interesting for public administrations, we have a competence field that's dealing with open data and information management. So all the topics around e-government, blockchain in public administration and so on. Then one competence field that is dealing mostly about energy, so decentralized energy supplies. How can we switch the energy sector from a very centralistic point of view to a more decentralized? So coming from a prosumer perspective, everyone has their solar panels on the roof, and how is this interacting? And of course, this is always very relying on software components as well. And last but not least, the competence field that is involved in the HubCap project, model-based systems engineering. As Peter mentioned before, model-based design is becoming more and more important for SMEs and other companies as well, but SMEs are not yet there to use model-based design to predict and run their processes before they actually invest in hardware. So this is really where model-based design is coming in, and it's super beneficial. Now coming away from the academic research side, going a bit more in the transfer to show you how we do it, and maybe for you to learn from us, and hopefully I will learn from you from the experiences. First of all, we have a lab, because when we talk about software, it's always super difficult. Software is not visible for most of us, or at least the developers, they see some code, but what is actually happening? So we try to have some demonstrators to really see and touch software and the research that we do. So we just opened up 5 labs within our offices. As you can see, they are normally all related to research activity that we do. So we have an energy lab, robotics, neuromorphics, which is still very futuristic for SMEs at least, mobility and industrial IoT. Just to give you an impression that this is the relatively small area that we have as a demonstration field, but that's really nice because companies come and see and understand what software can actually do, and then gain interest and gain trust in us as an organization to help them. And now to the initiative that I'm responsible or co-responsible for, our transfer initiative Fortis Mittelstand. Mittelstand is the German word for SME, so we're having a political need to support SMEs in the digital transformation. And that's why we have these, again, 3 categories. We inform SMEs, we qualify them, and then we help them implementing software solutions. This is due to public funding, normally for Bavarian SMEs, but I'm coming to the European scale later, just in a second. This is our basic proposal for SMEs as a service portfolio. You can think about that as a typical customer journey. So it starts normally with informing SMEs with informal information events, with white papers whatsoever, and then going around through qualification, customized solution for SMEs, prototyping workshops whatsoever, and then ideally in our idea should end up in collaborative research projects or even contract research. Just to give you some examples that I already just mentioned, things that we provide under these macro classifications. In information events, we provide conferences just like this one here, a tour through our labs. We have some small software snippets on our website that companies can play around, and of course publications and white papers. second qualification, there I think was also a colleague of ULBS recently in Munich. We provide things like an AI summer school for SMEs, boot camps in machine learning. These are normally 1 to 3 or 5 days events, really giving SMEs the skills to understand new trends in technology and software. Customized solutions in our case are quick checks. So a company can come to us and say, okay, we want a quick check on software engineering, we want a quick check on requirements engineering. Then we have like a semi-automated tool that the company can fill out a survey, and then we, based on the survey, make a 1 to 3 day in-person workshop with the company to really see where are the potentials, where are the needs, where are the pains. And then the last 3, just quickly going through them, prototyping workshops, design thinking workshops, because a lot of people have the skills but don't know really how to express them. Typical problem in SMEs often. And also providing hardware and software infrastructure. The last 2, I said it's ideally the end of the customer journey with us. We have either research projects, so that a company is joining in publicly funded projects with us where they gain knowledge in new technologies and software development. And last but not least, contract research. For now, in our case, that's more reserved to larger enterprises because they have just more budget and money to really contract a research organization to do research for them. But hopefully in a few years' time, that's also typical for SMEs. And now, as I was saying, bringing in the European dimension, the Digital Innovation Hub, which in our case is the exact same as Fortis Mittelstand, but open for European SMEs. Simply because of the reason why should we keep the knowledge within one region if we can spread it out and use it in Sibiu, in Spain, in Portugal. And that's why we, with some other institutions, founded the Munich Innovation Hub for Applied AI. We're mostly focused on AI solutions, but are not limited to it, but that's the main focus. And here just showed you a little bit of our network. You see also Romania here with the Sibiu, but we're having partners in the DIH world and all over Europe and hopefully expanding that more and more. And for me, at least, it's super beneficial to see people in person and to meet them because then, of course, it's easier to collaborate and not just over Teams meetings over and over. Coming to my almost last slide. We're currently in DIH projects, which might be interesting for SMEs, especially because there are open calls, which I explain in a second how they work. But Peter before mentioned the HubCat project, which was a model-based design. The project is about to finish. The open calls are all over, so unfortunately there's no more chance to participate in. But from our side, we are in 2 more consortia. One is Voljext. It's basically focusing on cobots, so robotics in the manufacturing industries, and they are soon coming out the second open call. So I think if you get the slides, I have links in the presentation, so you could just click there. And the other one is DIH for AI, which is another project about AI and digital innovation hubs. And there are also the second open calls coming up soon. But now, for maybe people that don't know open calls, the last slide, how actually an open call works. Because open calls are a really interesting funding opportunity for SMEs. Basically, if you see on the left side the European Commission, if you can call it like that, in the middle you see a big project consortium as the HubCat project, for instance. They have 1 coordinator and X partners contributing and doing research on a research and innovation on a different or any topic. But then you have these open calls, which are small micro projects. Here on the right side that SMEs can apply to. They can write a small proposal of a few pages and get public money and money for development of technologies that they wanted to do anyways, but there they get funds for it for relatively low amount of bureaucracy and relatively nice funding rates. So if there are any SMEs in here or online, check it out. It's an interesting instrument. And with that, I'm already at the end of my presentation and hope that I didn't talk more than 15 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Any questions? Yeah. The demos in the lab? Well, most of the demonstrators are coming from funded projects, so every time there's a new demonstrator, we take the old one and throw it out, put it in the basement. No, we have agreements with labs in all over Germany, more Bavaria, that can rent or get the demonstrators for free if we don't use them anymore. We have also an autonomous car, but that's most of the time in the garage, so it's a pity, but yeah, that's the reason. We wanted just to show them and make it accessible for the public, or at least companies that are interested in. And then after they are outdated, either we put them in the basement or we reuse them. If we, for instance, have a robotic arm, we keep on doing the research with these robotic arms. Typically, there are a lot of startups that approach us that are recently coming out from universities that know about us either through professors or any other initiatives. But we are, for instance, in a similar funded project as the DIH initiative. It's a SME competence center where we actively, through the use of multiplicators, clusters and whatsoever, approach traditional family enterprises, traditional SMEs with relatively low-level information. So we have to attract them because otherwise they don't find us. In Germany, it's maybe a bit the problem that we have too much offer for SMEs sometimes. It's my impression. So we have a lot of different initiatives that's trying to push SMEs and the digital transformation of SMEs. So it's really a win or a fight for SMEs sometimes, which is a bit sad looking at other countries that they could really need. That's why I'm a big fan of this European initiative. But yeah, we really go there. We have road shows, we go there, have information webinars, free trainings. And then if they are saying, okay, that's really interesting for me, for my case, then they approach us and we go into projects together or works. Yeah. Welcome.
Just one question from my side. When you talk about qualification, what does it mean? Maturity level of digitalization, or?
I mean, normally we start with a maturity assessment
Yes.
in a certain way to see where the company stands, because some are approaching us saying, okay, we heard about AI solutions, now how can we do it? And then, of course, you start by a maturity assessment, checking the requirements of AI for a company, and then you find out, okay, the company doesn't have a data set more than, I don't know, 500 data points. And then coming from that, we go deeper. And then usually what we do or what we offer is, okay, if you want to send your software developers in a 3-day, 5 days training course with us, then they come, have it either online or in person at our facilities. And then starting from that, they understand the needs or the prerequisites for their actual problem or where they want to go. And then we, of course, stay in contact and consult them over the next steps.
So thank you very much for your speech and for your answers. Oh, okay, please go ahead.
Usually the outside Germany partnerships are relatively project-based. So coming from projects, such as this collaboration, there's an initial contact, then you are in a project together, and then afterwards, ideally, you stay in contact, you exchange information about events or whatever, but it's often still on a one-to-one basis. So if someone in our institution knows someone in another university, they are in contact, but sometimes that's also not enough, and that's why I think this European Digital Innovation Hub is trying to lift that to a bit more, to a higher level, to really have a functional exchange and not just on a personal basis. But yeah, it's not easy, especially if everyone is always asking the first question, okay, do you have money? Do you have funding for it? And then you say, like, okay, let's find a workaround, let's find some public funds to tackle that. But yeah, that's always a tricky part. But personal connections help a lot in that case.
So let's hope also this conference is a good way to start a personal connection. So
Exactly.
yeah, we need to move to the next speaker. And of course, we can discuss later for one-to-one topics. Please.
Okay, so the next presentation will come from another digital innovation hub from Newcastle University and will be given by Kenneth Pierce, who is lecturer in the School of Computing. His main interest lies in developing methods and tools for collaborative model-based design and engineering of cyber-physical systems. In particular, he is interested in helping engineers from multiple disciplines collaborate effectively through co-modeling and co-simulation to achieve better performance. So Ken, thank you for being with us today. We can see your slides.
Great.
We hear you very well, so you can
Excellent.
start your presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm with you only in spirit, I'm afraid. Thanks very much for inviting me. As with Peter, I'm very sorry I couldn't come to your beautiful part of the world. It's been quite a few years now, and I'd love to be back as soon as I can. That being said, nice that we have this technology that I can present to you. So yeah, thanks for your introduction. I'm Ken Pierce. People call me Ken. I'm a lecturer here, and I'm going to give you a quick talk about the Digital Innovation Hub here at Newcastle. Again, part of the HubCap project. Not going to go into too much details as Peter covered that very nicely. And my presentation is called Tech in the City, Newcastle University's Innovation Hub for Emerging Businesses. So, if I give myself, there's a nice picture of our lovely campus. The weather's not always this good. It's a bit cloudy today. You'll see in the very back there's the Newcastle Cathedral, or what I should say, the football stadium. That sort of takes over some of these things. So this is our Students' Union, and I'm going to use this slide to talk a few things about our university. So we're a member of the Russell Group. This is the sort of top 20 self-styled universities in the UK, so it includes Cambridge and Oxford and a lot of the big names. So although we're on the smaller side, we still punch above our weight. We're in one of the top 1% of universities around the world. We have an internal UK sort of measure every sort of 8 or so years about research power, and we've been increasing in that. And we're first in the UK and 8th in the world in the Times Higher Education Impact rankings. And that actually relates to sustainability and justice. So this is a big part of our push and our remit. We're also members of various groups, and we work with lots of people around the world. I think we last count 200 plus universities, institutions, and charities. In the School of Computing, where I am, we've worked very closely with Denmark, Fortis. Nice to be working with Virtual Vehicle, and we'd love to work with more people as well, which is one reason why I'm talking to you today. So the School of Computing, one of our 4 schools in the Faculty of Science. We also have big faculties in medicine. We have a big teaching hospital that's very well renowned, and also social sciences as well. We're down here in what's called Newcastle Helix, so slightly away from that photo I showed before. This used to be Newcastle Brewery, so you may have heard of Newcastle Brown Ale. It was brewed here for many years. Unfortunately, that moved away due to commercial reasons, and then City with the university took over the area, and we're making this landmark quarter for science and tech. So we're in the Urban Sciences building, which is pointed there, which just about see my office in the top left. And then we've got these new buildings, the Catalyst, the Frederick Douglass Center. And we have a mix of university buildings and commercial buildings, including wet labs, office space, and building soon various kind of smart residential things as well. So the Helix is meant to be a living laboratory. So we have a thing here called the Urban Observatory. All of Newcastle's smart city data comes into our building. So we've got projects and experiments running at scale in real time and looking at things like infrastructure, urban planning, data. So we have the National Innovation Center for Data, and aging. We have a National Innovation Center for Aging as well. The idea is to locate ourselves, close the gap between academia and commercial innovation, and increase our capacity for research, education, and engagement. So we're about 10 hectares. I did the conversion to hectares from acres. Got about 20 plots, 6 residential plots, and heading towards about 4,000 jobs. So this is the context in which we operate our Digital Innovation Hub. We're not just the School of Computing, although that's the one that's essentially working with Hubcap, which is why I'm talking to you today from my role here, but we have many things that I'll talk about as well. So I wanted to really just focus on the services for business that we offer as a university. We have a long history of working with companies. The Newcastle University as a whole has a very strong remit as being a civic university. So we definitely punched above our weight in terms of what we call impact. Those of you familiar with European funding will maybe hear this, but this is how research goes beyond just paper exercises and how we can actually make changes in the real world. There's slight wobbles with, unfortunately, Brexit and our excellent government who are crashing the pound and things. So the landscape's not perfect for working across, but we'd still love to work with anyone, even outside the UK. And we're all fairly confident that eventually there'll be a brighter future. So although we didn't aim for European Digital Innovation Hub at this point, we still hope to act as an innovation hub. And I think technically we're not completely frozen out of all funding at the moment. So yeah, we'd really like to keep these links strong and make new links, and then hope the funding landscape kind of recovers in a couple of years' time. So I've just got a few slides focusing on some of the things that we offer for businesses. Appreciate we're running a bit late, so I don't want to spend too long. One thing we can do is technical solutions. So we carry out contract research for companies or partner with business in research collaborations to access external funding. So Peter mentioned quite a few of those European projects. Some of those Newcastle's been involved with and working with companies both in the UK and beyond. We also provide consultancy services for analysis, prototyping, and technical advice. And lots of just know-how and access to that in terms of technical facilities, running conferences out of the university, various university campus sites, and access to equipment as well. One thing is we can help with recruitment, placement, and student projects. What does this mean? Well, we've got, I think probably recruitment for us as well. We're certainly trying to widen our intake of international students, both at undergraduate level, but in particular. We have placements. So I think almost half of our undergraduates in computing do a year. After 2 years, they go out and work for a year and then come back. Really works well for them. I can often tell who's been on a placement and who hasn't. And I think the pandemic has shown us that we don't necessarily have to relocate in order to get fulfilling things there. So we'd certainly be interested in that. And also proposing student projects. We have both bachelor's theses and master's theses where we're really interested in trying to solve actual problems. We're always looking out for these opportunities, including things like summer and autumn periods and PhD opportunities as well. Another aspect we do is continuing professional development, or CPD. So we have essentially an office that can sort of do this. Either sometimes we have existing programs. We have a new thing called degree apprenticeships, where we are taking a lot of our material for things like our data science masters, software engineering masters, and turning these into a format that can be delivered to businesses like 1 or 2 days a week, so you can kind of go part-time. But we can also offer these or new bespoke programs as well in response to needs of companies. So that's another aspect. Then finally, funding. We can access a wide range of R&D sources, obviously quite a few in the UK, but particularly Horizon Europe might be more useful, and charitable organizations. Certainly some of the big ones we've worked with, particularly the medical area, for example. So we can help people access a full range of sources, either working with us or just helping to point you in the right direction as well. In terms of contact, that's me on the right. The PI locally is Professor John Fitzgerald, who's also now Dean of Strategic Projects, so has a really good overview of the kind of strategic things the university gets involved with. And then Graham Young, one of our business development managers, also works with us in Hubcap. He's actually the go-to guy for the business aspects. I suggested you email info@hubcap.eu, and in general, for any of our colleagues on Hubcap, that's our general inbox that we can kind of reroute your inquiries to. And personally, from a DIH side, we have a business and partnerships link as well. And that's all I wanted to say, really. I appreciate that's quite quick, but I wanted to make sure I didn't take up too much of your time.
Thank you very much, Ken. You said that everybody is calling you Ken, so I hope it's okay also. I'm asking...
You're muted, Adrian, again.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Again, thank you very much, Ken. I hope I can also call you Ken, as everyone else is calling you.
Please do.
Okay. Any questions from the audience? I will repeat them if it's needed and you cannot hear them. So if the audience does not have any questions, I do have a question for you. Ken, do you have an example, or maybe let's say a recent example of a company that is working within your Digital Innovation Hub?
Yeah, thanks. So I think the Hubcap project has really been a useful way for us to meet people. In fact, I was just in a meeting with one of them at the moment. So those who are successful in our Innovate Open Call in the final phase of the project get access to our business development services. So we're working with a couple of Greek companies, Give Engineering and Vertliner, who are in the kind of automation of particularly UAVs, but also other forms of mobility. And a lot of their questions were, what can you do for us? Which is a perfectly valid question. Something I was telling our students as well, who are entering their final year. It's okay not to know what you need. So part of talking to us can also be about what can you actually do for us? You don't have to know what the outcome will be. And yeah, we were just talking there with a company called Metacrystal, or Multiwave, I should say, who have been, again, successful in our funding. They have some new improvements based on that, and they're now looking how they can take that forward and enter new markets as well.
Thank you, Ken.
A question from my side, Ken. What kind of businesses and organizations are based on Network Helix site?
Yeah, thanks for that.
Detail a little bit, because we have a transfer center and we like to, well, it came up from the triple helix concept, but it's still in inception in our site. So that's why I would like to ask you what kind of, what type of organizations and what kind of businesses?
Yeah, thanks. So obviously we have our kind of university buildings. We have the National Innovation Center for Data, which is really about getting data science knowledge to businesses coming in and helping them understand the data they've got and what they can do with it. We have wet labs. So we have companies like Exuda Therapeutics, who are a biotech company working on cancer treatment through, if I remember correctly, antibody drug somethings. ADCs, I forget what the wording was, and also changing health. So these guys are looking at personalized behavior change based on type 2 diabetes management, prevention, and weight loss. And then we've got a couple of famous companies. So Red Hat, I've had a company Outpost here for many years, and have been a really great source of sort of help and input and output from the university as well.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Thank you for your speech, for your answers. Quite interesting. Looking forward maybe in future to collaborate also with the Newcastle Helix site. Why not? And we have to go to the next speaker.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker will be Gerhard Weiss. He's a senior researcher and has a great expertise in co-simulation, real-time co-simulation, as well as knowledge in automotive area. Recently, he's managing a research project with focus on reinforcement learning and digital twin. He'll talk about the Digital Innovation Hub, virtual vehicles from Austria, Graz. We have been in this HubCap project, and well, also we are in an Eureka project, but unfortunately Romania is not founding this Eureka project, so have a long time collaboration before. Please, Gerhard.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. I hope, can you see my screen now with the presentation? Yes, okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Then also good afternoon from my side. I'm also sorry I couldn't participate in person, but also my calendar is really booked. I'm happy to present you today virtual vehicle as the first slide as a digital innovation hub. First, I will give you an overview about virtual vehicle, and in the second part, I will go into services we can offer to SMEs. So virtual vehicle was founded in 2002, and this was with a bunch of people, but over the last 20 years, the employee rate really grew a lot, and so now we have staff around 300 people. We are located in Austria, in Graz, so the second biggest city of Austria, and we are funded by regional and national institutions. So we are a non-profit enterprise with shareholders from the science and from the industry. So from science, we have first of all the Technical University of Graz, where also our building is located, then followed by UNM Research. And from the industry partners, the shareholders are AVL, Infineon, voestalpine, Siemens, and Magna. Our CEO is Dr. Jost Bernasch, and our scientific director is Professor Hermann Stephan. As the name implies, our main domain is automotive and rail, but we are also doing research projects in manufacturing, and recently also in healthcare. So what are our inputs, or how are we financed? So actually we have 3 inputs. We have the national funding program called K2. This gives us the opportunity on a long-term operative research. We have incomes by funded projects like EU projects, and we also do contract work directly with industry partners. So what are the areas of competence? So in the K2 program, we do research on autonomous systems, so automated driving and driver assistance systems. We look into green systems, energy efficient system, electrification of transport. Another area is the human system integration, where we look into the human behavior, monitoring the human, so also comfort of the human in a vehicle. And the last area is digital development and operation. So here we do a lot about continuous integration, continuous deployment, simulation governance, credible simulation, and that stuff. And in these areas, we do research projects with industry partners. These research projects are partially funded nationally funded and partially funded by the research partner, while we have also a strategic area where we do internal research, which is funded only by the national funding, and this contributes to all of these areas. And finally, our outcomes from these research projects, they go into the Living Innovation Lab, where we demonstrate our research outcomes, and we also provide here services to SMEs. So Virtual Vehicle is also acting on European level. So I think all of you know the Horizon Europe and also the Digital Europe program. So also Virtual Vehicle just became a European Digital Innovation Hub. So from a customer point of view, we do contract work, we do national funded projects with different funding rates depending on the project definition. So there can be a funding of 50% or 15% depending on the IP and so on. We have the funded projects on the European level, and we have services we provide to SMEs. And our network exists of research facilities and industrial partners, which, more or less all over the world. Okay, so as I mentioned before, the Living Innovation Lab here, the idea is to bring together industry and science by giving technical support on projects and also to find funding. So we have here also somehow a in-house financing. I mean, this is not that big, but if maybe something is done in a smaller project, then we can look if we can do funded projects on national funding or maybe also on the European level. Okay, so what do we provide to SMEs? So we have skills, skills regarding digital skills. So we have here also training and boot camps. We offer also test for invest possibilities. So here we have a lot of test facilities and also demonstration possibilities. We look into access to finance, and we do also networking with our conferences. Okay, so let's look in the first. So the community building, we have conferences and events. For example, the Grazer Symposium, which is hosted by us, but also summer schools, AI tables, and so on. And we also have open calls or experiment calls via the Living Innovation Lab. So skills and trainings, here we offer several courses, for example, Python course or AutoSAR training, auto learning, but in general also training in model-based design and methods. So as I mentioned before, we also give test before invest possibilities. So we offer our testing facilities and validations. So these ones I will show them in 1 minute on the next slide. But we also offer technical support on co-simulation, model in the loop, hardware in the loop, distributed co-simulation, and also consulting on the FMI standards, SSP standards, and so on. And if possible, we also give access to our infrastructure, for example, the co-simulation platform Model Connect, where we can do model in the loop, hardware in the loop simulations. So as mentioned, our test facilities, here we have, for example, our certificated NVH test center. So this is a noise vibration harmless test bed, which can be used for engines and powertrains to measure noise and vibrations. We have our 01 concept car. So this is it's a very small car, which is driven fully electrical, and also for autonomous driving. As you can see, this one has no steering wheel, and this can be also used for trying algorithms. But here we have also our automated drive demonstrators. So here we bought a conventional Ford, so a Ford Mondeo and also a Ford Fusion, which we built up to autonomous driving vehicles by installing LiDAR sensors, radar, and that stuff. And this can also serve now as an open vehicle platform for driving assistance testing. We have the mobile hill platform Spider. So here the idea is this is a platform and where you can easily mount and install sensors, where you can then perform testing of sensors for corner cases and that stuff. We have our Drive Lab, which is a driving simulator from VI Grade. Here the idea is that driving algorithms, especially for autonomous driving, they can be tested and the human behavior is monitored, and then many user studies can be performed. We have our battery test center where we do tests on cell level, like overcharging, thermal runaway, and that stuff. And we have our cooling lab for e-powertrains. So here we are possible to do dynamic conditioning of e-powertrain components. So this can be used for developing advanced cooling concepts. So to sum up, virtual vehicle is you could say maybe a key player. We have already 300 employees and long-term reliability. We're working on hot topics like automated driving, automated engineering. So there's continuous integration, continuous deployment stuff. We work on EU research, and we have a strong partnership from science and also from industry, and a high visibility to our events. So actually, I think I was quite fast, and I'm already finished with my presentation.
Thank you very much.
I'm muted.
Okay, now you are unmuted. I always forget about the mute thing. So thank you very much for your speech, for presentation. Questions? We do have a question from the audience. I think Professor Boucher, please. So I don't know if you heard the question. I'll repeat it.
No.
Did you hear it?
No, please can you repeat?
So the question was about, you mentioned something about healthcare.
Yes, now this is just one project we're doing recently with Siemens Healthineers, where we are going into digital simulations with digital twins. So this will be then used for predictive maintenance. But
so,
I have to say this is not our main domain, but recently it came up that digital twins, I mean, they are used a lot in the automotive, in the manufacturing, and so we got also in contact with Siemens Healthineers, and they were interested in that for their predictive maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, so yeah, thank you, Gerhard, for your good presentation and for the answers, for the answer to Professor Boucher's question. We move forward. Just give me a second. So our next speaker on our panel is Mr. Dragoș Tohenian, who is the Vice President of the Romanian Digitalization Authority. Dragoș has over a decade of experience in the IT and C field, and he's a software developer by profession. Working in several top companies in the IT industry in Romania and also in Germany. He is also holding an MBA in corporate governance and innovation management. I think he took it from Gelsenkirchen University of Applied Sciences. And now he is a PhD at Economics University, exactly in Bucharest. And also he holds the position of Vice President of ADR, Authority of Digitalization of Romania. Please, Dragoș, I will share the screen.
Thank you for the nice presentation. Distinguished guests, distinguished panel speakers, thank you for the opportunity to talk today in front of such interesting public. We had today very interesting topics presented also by the Hasso-Plattner Institute or from our IT clusters in Cluj, topics related to digital transformation, topics related to innovation, or as we spoke, or as we heard now, about digital innovation labs. Our main focus as an authority of the Romanian of digitalization of Romania is quite simple. We saw many best practices from the private sector. That's also the area where I focused my main area of expertise, and I would like to address the public or the audience today one simple question: who led the digital transformation in Romania in the past 2 years? That's the correct answer. We have best practices from the private sector, where we saw a lot of innovations, a lot of changes, and a lot of innovative digital strategies. But what does the public sector do? It changes only when it's needed. We talk about very interesting topics: Internet of Things, public cloud, government clouds, different strategies that we can implement in order to be much more prepared from a digital point of view. But the main question addressed, actually 2 questions arise. The question number 1, why do we have to make changes when external factors happened? And secondly, why is a big fear of change in the public sector? So basically those are the main problems where we focus when we talk about digital transformation in the public sector. Coming to this, I can say only one thing: Romania needs strong digital innovation centers that can perform in the competition with similar entities from the EU. We saw the presentations from the Newcastle University or from the specialists from Austria, which holds a quite nice portfolio. We should also see into the direction of our digital innovation hubs in Romania, and also private entities that can support the digital transformation or the aspect of digitalization of the public sector. Coming to this, the Authority for Digitalization of Romania, it's carrying out a lot of efforts to strengthen the activity between the private and the public sector. That's why I didn't want to come today with a PowerPoint presentation to say exactly what the authority does or what it did in the past 2 years. I'm coming to shout in the public or to raise awareness to the private sector. We want to work together. Basically, that's the main message that I want to address today. And for this, we created the National Council for Digital Transformation. Basically, this council has a focus to bring together the private and the public group to discuss different projects relevant for the future. Not only for the future of Romania, but also for the future of collaborations between the public, private sectors, and the citizens representing this country. If we talk a little bit about some results of the authority that I represent in the past year, yes, we can discuss about legislation that promoted different ways that the public institutions collaborate with the citizens in order to accept electronically signed documents, not only physical ones, which is the main problem about the bureaucracy in Romania. We promoted the remote video identification legislation, which also is a big step in terms of digital transformation or digitalization. The increase or the facilities in order to do online payments in collaboration with the public sector. We have a big application or platform which is called Ghișeul.ro. Ghișeul.ro before the pandemic was a platform with around 400,000 users. At the moment, we reached almost 1.5 million thanks to the pandemic. That's why I asked the question, who was the main the main driver of the digitalization or digital transformation process in Romania? It's the pandemic. That's the correct answer. We now have in the platform more than 80% of the main cities in Romania aligned so that citizens can pay their taxes and activities through this platform, and we continuously want to develop it. At the moment it's a web-based platform, but the strategy itself is to, by end of the year, also to have the mobile platform, the mobile applications with focus on Android, iOS. So we learn from the public sector that we have to continuously learn, continuously improve, and do also research and development. And based on this National Council of Digital Transformation, I again invite all institutions or companies from the private sector in order to help us to reach that level of digital transformation that we want from Romania. With this, I would like to say thank you. I wish you a nice afternoon, and if there are any questions, I'm glad to answer them if possible.
If there aren't any questions, I have a curiosity. I see that all systems are functional. What systems?
The systems are functional based on the web application. That's a check that runs from a security point of view, because we also discussed today about cybersecurity, and that's a message that the site is security proof from each point of view that can be measured.
Okay, and I have a curiosity. I hope, I don't know if you can answer it, but being from part of the government, maybe, why is always the public institutions one step behind of the private sector regarding digitalization?
Do you want a direct answer or a personal answer?
Whatever you wish.
I will give my personal one. The public institutions have to take example from the private sector. The private sector is evolving at a much faster step than the public one. The thing is the following. From a personal point of view, so the person that is usually working in the public sector, that's unchanged. But the top management, let's say the ministries, the secretaries, the state secretaries, and all the persons that make the decisions change from time to time, either from political issues or either because people are voting or expressing their wish to see other examples, positive examples. By this switch, everybody comes with its own strategy or its own direction to evolve. Now we have the National Resilience Plan, which has big milestones for the next 4 years. Terms of digital transformation have to come. Will not change, and that's why now we are working also to facilitate employees of the government or employees of the public sector to learn more, to embrace the concept of continuous learning. Basically, the main problem of why the public sector is always one step behind is because they do not embrace the topic or the concept of continuous learning.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's really an answer that I like, so please go ahead. And another question?
So, as mentioned, from our point of view, as we also did the invite to join this National Council of Digital Transformation, we encourage a collaboration between private and public. Of course, the digital innovation hubs are key pillars or future key pillars of what innovation may mean or what digital transformation may be as a present. I also encourage students or encourage companies to develop more digital innovation hubs, because at the moment, as far as I know, we only have a number of 2 in Romania. And of course, the investments either through private or public sector should be much bigger than there are at the moment.
That's great, and let's hope we are not
My-
waiting for another pandemic to speed up things.
My curiosity, was this a sarcastic answer or? No, definitely that's quite a good point. I'm going to stay here until the end. That was the focus when we were invited, and in order to learn also from the private sector and to be eager to know much more what's happening also from point of innovation in small clusters or in other cities.
Thank you, Mr. Tohonian.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, step by step we are getting closer to the to the end and to the last speaker. But until then, we have our last speaker, and I will invite Mr. Alexandru Costescu. He is a medical doctor, passionate about bringing medical advances to patients and healthcare specialists. Yeah, as far as I know, he is a member of European Commission Directorate General Research and Innovation, and the unit is Health Innovations. So it's an honor to have him here with us, and I invite him to present his speech.
Thank you, everybody. I'm really pleased to be here with you first time physical presence. So it's already an achievement that we can have these meetings physically, and we can interact better. So I will shift a little bit the discussion towards the medical area because this is dear to me. Hope you won't mind. And I can change it from here, yeah? Good. I must say that the Commission has been investing in the digital aspects of healthcare since long. So even since I joined the Commission more than 10 years ago, we had projects dealing with large sets of data, from the genomic studies of model organisms and then people, and also building infrastructure that were related to the digital aspects. But recently, we have moved towards, let's say, more strategic, more global approaches, which have been backed by relevant, let's say, document. And this one, the European Commission, the communication by the European Commission towards the Parliament and Council and so on the digital transformation of health and care from 2011. It's such a programmatic document that aims to give a strategic direction and to touch upon several areas linked to this digitalization of the health and care. And among the main things that I wanted to mention is that this communication mentions three main priorities. One, to make possible the access of citizens to their health data, and this to be done across the whole Europe in order for citizens to be able to receive medical care even when they travel in other countries. Maybe for you it's not very relevant, but there are patients, for instance, who suffer from rare diseases, and they do not have the possibility of being diagnosed and treated in their own countries. And for those people, it's important that they are able to travel in other countries and for their data to be made available to those treating physicians in other parts. So one is the citizens' access to their health data. Then personalized medicine, the development of personalized medicine based also on developing the necessary data infrastructures, which is supposed to lead to the pooling and better use of resources. I will talk more about personalized medicine because it's an area where I'm involved since long. And also the other aspect is that citizens are able to access those digital tools in order to provide their feedback. And for this we need also to build the infrastructures, but also the education of the citizen about how to use these tools. Here is a more detailed picture about the digital transformation of health and care. What you can see here is that several potential applications are being listed. I cannot see in detail until there, and among them the use of health data for personalized medicine has been singled out, with several actions being considered there. There are many projects, there have been, and we keep funding many projects which support artificial intelligence-based tools and methods. I would mention here, and we'll see together later, the European Cancer Imaging Initiative, artificial intelligence for medical imaging, the development of digital twins, artificial intelligence for genomics, which I have already mentioned, and also various pilot projects on artificial intelligence for diagnostics. The European Beating Cancer Plan is a recent initiative which aims to deliver better results in the fight against cancer. And here we have a group of actions. One is the European Partnership for Personalized Medicine, in which I'm involved directly, and I will have a separate slide for it. Then Genomics for Public Health, the Cancer Imaging Initiative, another initiative for better understanding the cancer, UNCAN EU, the Open Science Cloud, and also the development of high-performance computing, which is very useful in order to be able to study and to extract relevant information from the large amount of data which is being produced. Here, as you can see, personalized medicine is again mentioned in the context of the use of data for prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. The European Cancer Imaging Initiative, funded by the Digital Europe program, aims to develop an atlas of cancer-related images which are anonymized, but they are also explained by experienced radiologists. And this pooling of information is going to help a lot. You probably are aware that there are already software in the medical imaging which are able to detect tumors or to set diagnosis much better than experienced radiologists. And at a certain moment, it was a fear among radiologists that their job is going to be completely taken over by such software, but it's not the case. In fact, all these artificial intelligence tools need a constant update, which is done with the help of radiologists, and this only allows radiologists to better diagnose various cases. So the use of artificial intelligence is being seen as a tool to complement the limited experience that any human can have also among experienced radiologists. The 1 Million Genomics Initiative, it's a very important one. Unfortunately, Romania is not yet part, but we hope that it's going to be. It's an initiative aimed at sequencing the genome of more than 1 million people across the whole European Union, and then exchanging this information. You can see that there are 12 working groups based on pathologic areas, rare diseases, cancer, and the complex diseases, so on. And they have been running for a couple of years. They are quite successful, and we have given them additional support with the Beyond 1 Million Genome project funded recently, which aims to support the work of this network. It is being funded 50% by the Commission and 50% by the Member States. Now, this is probably going to be more important for you, the European data space. Here we have the European Health Data Space, which aims at a more effective and safer use of the health data of patients. And as you can see, they aim to consider two types of usage of this data, a primary usage and also reuse of data. And in this situation, we can use data that are anonymized from other persons in order to provide personalized health to various patients. So building on the experience already acquired with other patients, we can draw conclusion and contribute to improve the health of other people. The European Health Data Space is just the first sector, because the European Data Space is going to encompass many other areas that you can see. Now, what I wanted to say as well is that a part of the infrastructure, we also need a legal framework. And for this, there have been a number of initiatives. Some of them have been already materialized.
such as the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, you already know about it, the Data Governance Act, the Medical Devices Regulations, while some others, the European Health Union, the Data Act, the EU Cybersecurity Regulation, they are just in a stage of a proposal by the Commission, and we expect them to be adopted by the Parliament and the Council. Here I'm going to move a little bit towards actual projects that we fund. In our research program, which is now called Horizon Europe, in the annual work programs, we have, let's say, large teams in which several calls are grouped, and they belong to the same team. There are 6 teams. There have been 6 teams in the work program for 21-22, and you would have found relevant calls in all the 6 teams, but I have only selected 2 of them, which are more technology related. So for Destination 5, unlocking the full potential of new tools, technologies, and digital solutions for a healthy society, you can see these calls have been run this year, and currently proposals have been evaluated, and we expect them to have the grant agreement signed this November, and they will start running probably next year. So new methods for the effective use of real-world data and or synthetic data for regulatory purposes or health technology assessment. Also computational models for new patient stratification strategies. This one is the second stage. For the other destination, maintaining an innovative, sustainable, and globally competitive health industry. I didn't go to the impacts, to the expected impacts. You can have them here, and the slides will be available to you. Some of the relevant calls, such as scaling up multi-party computational data anonymization techniques and synthetic data generation, or enhancing cybersecurity of connected medical devices. So this would be more relevant for you for the technical approach. And also setting up a European Smart Health Innovation Hub, or setting up a European electronic health record. This is very important to be able to have the same standards and the same type of information that is classified in the same way, and it is recorded in the same way in all the health records, because otherwise medical information cannot be circulated. Because what happens now is that we have the medical information mostly on paper, and the same disease possibly is mentioned or listed in different ways. So we need to have a sort of common approach and similar standards. Sorry. And this one is the Partnership for Personalized Medicine. We are moving, as I said, towards, let's say, very large and strategic approaches. So there will be several partnerships. These partnerships are represent a pooling of efforts by the Commission, which participates with about 30% of the funding, and the member states participate with 70%. And they are in the range of a total 300 million euros over 7 years. So it's quite a large and concentrated effort. We have one partnership that has already started, the Partnership for Transforming Health and Care Systems. And this partnership on personalized medicine, together with another partnership on rare diseases, are set to start the next year. So they will have deadlines in April and will be evaluated next year. This partnership will run themselves calls. So now we just said the large structure, and these partnerships are expected to run different calls in the coming years, and you will be welcome to attend. So this Partnership for Personalized Medicine aims to coordinate and promote research in the area of personalized medicine, to ensure the uptake of research and innovation into clinical practice. So we want to move more from the lab to the clinic to deliver actual results to the patients. As I said, to facilitate this shift from one size fits all towards a more personalized, more individualized approach. And also we hope that with this approach we will contribute towards more sustainable healthcare systems, and also towards ensuring independence in data-intensive healthcare. And I think I'm going to end here. As you can see, personalized medicine is supported and needs several areas. And among them, which are relevant for you, is the access to data, the use of technology, and also the development of necessary skills. Here you have links for looking for the funding opportunities and also for enrolling yourself as experts. And I'm available for further contacts and discussion with you. Thank you very much. That was my brief
Thank you.
speech.
Any questions from the audience?
Yes. No, the situation with the European Health Data Space is that we have been working to produce a European draft regulation, which has been finalized recently by the Commission and now is being studied by the Parliament and the Council. And following these negotiations and depending on the changes that they will suggest, we hope that we will be able to reach a final version that is agreed by all three institutions, and this will be put into practice. Yes. Yes, we had calls that had a deadline in April, single stage. Some others have a deadline which were two stages and had a second deadline now in September. And the next work program is going to be published by the end of November, around 25th of November. But by that moment, we will have an overview of the calls to which you can apply for the next year.
Other questions? So thank you very much. Another one?
Yeah.
Please.
The partnership? The partnership represents a coordinated efforts between the Commission and the Member States. In this situation, the Commission is not putting all the money. So by doing this, we aim to attract as many countries as possible. So in regular calls where you can apply, you have consortia made of 3, 5, 15, 20 applicants, but they do not represent all the countries. It's not possible. Here we aim to target as many countries as possible. So for the time being, for the Transforming Healthcare Systems Partnership, I think we have around 24 countries, plus associated countries, plus international cooperation with Canada, United States, Israel, and so on. That's one aspect. The other aspect is that we aim to avoid duplication of funding, because the main funders, the health ministries or research ministries in the respective countries, when they participate to the partnership, they endorse some organizations and they are going to contribute with the funding. So we know for sure that in a certain area, the relevant authorities are aware and they act in a coordinated way. And also, we think that by this approach, we are able to get, let's say, a bigger pool of money. Because the Commission, let's say, it puts 100 million euros, that could have represented, let's say, a few calls. But if the Member States come with the remaining, let's say, 200 million euros, now we already have a sum of 300 million euros. So this is something. Yeah, we have several objectives. We try to get involved. We do our efforts and insist by the Romanian authorities to get involved. They will be part in the personalized medicine partnership, so we know for sure. In the transforming healthcare systems, they have expressed the intention but have not committed yet the funding. So it may take a little bit. Yeah, we know. Yeah. Okay.
So as Mr. Tohonian said before, the the people in the government, in the authorities, they're changing all the time, and that's why maybe you need to put extra efforts to.
That's an issue, that there is less continuity, let's say, from one
Exactly.
government to another, but I'm not
But
sure.
they are encouraging. This is
Thank-
the right word.
No predictability. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you very much.
Costesco. We move to. Yeah. So we move to the next speaker. For over 12 years, Mihai Vasta has been working with teams that implement change and innovation projects. He has worked with dozens of companies in multiple industries: automotive, pharma, banking, oil and gas, retail, IT, projects related to development of new products and services, redesigning the customer experience, digitalization, and organizational transformation. I will start Mr. Svasta presentation.
Good afternoon.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's stay here. I work in a team, in a company, in a Central European company, doing transformation projects, mainly for private sector. At least in Romania, we work only with private sector. And in the last years, the topic of digital transformation became an important topic for the companies. And in the last year, we have been involved in many digital transformation projects in Romania, but not only in Romania. This model I would like to present you, it's a model developed by our company. It's not just by me, it's a group of people working on it. And let's start it. I will start with this person. This person was born 2,400 years ago in Stagira, 1,000 kilometers south from our venue. And it is called Aristotle. And his thinking and his philosophy has exerted a unique influence on Western civilization and culture and on all our knowledge and on the scientific research. And he is famous. One quote for which he is famous is this quote. He said that the man, the human being, is by nature a political animal. Zoon politikon. I would translate in our language a social animal, actually, because political, polis in Greek language means society or city or community of people. Yes, and what is interesting is that he's saying also something else when he says this. He says that people who isolate themselves becomes either superhumans or they degenerate. Yeah, and maybe we see this in the last 2 years, that many people which stayed isolated because of the pandemic were affected by this, let's say, degeneration, or they are somehow affected. And I think, or we think, that these human traits, the traits of the human being, are so powerful. And if we do digital transformation which ignore these human traits, they are either doomed to failure or they will be adjusted somehow by the human beings. Good. Let's go to the transformation model. Our transformation model has 3 steps approach, starting with business performance, which is raison d'être for any company, continuing with collaboration, and ending with organization and the infrastructure which is supposed to do the business. And let's have a fast look on each pillar. And I noted here several questions we put when we speak about the model. for instance, if we speak about digitalization of services or digital business models, the question we try to think on how we can digitize existing products and services, creating more value to clients. What kinds of business model we can innovate through the digital opportunities. How can we embed customer-centric innovation in organization in order to leverage the potential? In this morning, Professor Meitner from Hasso-Plattner spoke a lot about this design thinking, a human-centered approach to innovation. Then another dimension is, I will jump to collaboration because this is actually the second dimension. I made a mistake when I made the slides, sorry. But second dimension is collaboration, and we try to see how we can use the tools in the company to foster this collaboration, using the digital tools for collaboration. Then how we can interact with customers using the digital tools, using, for instance, I don't know, customer portal, influencers, social media, chatbots. Then how can we interact with the networks in which we are? And third dimension is organization. How can we make our internal and external processes more effective using digitalization? What capabilities do we need? And how can we design our organization? We see now, it was discussed this morning about UiPath a lot because it's a great company, and I've seen recently a foresighting study predicting that the market for RPA it has a huge potential. And yeah, it's great that it is like this, also for UiPath, but not only. There are also other companies in Romania doing RPA. The problem is that if you automatize or you use RPA for a process or for a system which was not previously designed to be human-centered, probably the effects you will obtain using the RPA will be worse than before the installing the RPA. Okay, I will like to conclude. Normally, when we do the digital transformation, we try to set up a vision for transformation where we want to reach. We try to classify initiatives, to identify dependencies, to enhance transparency, and then somehow to keep these three pillars balanced and aligned in order to create the value in the organization. And in the end, we believe in this quote. The big question is not whether something can be built, but whether it should be built at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Do we have an answer for this question here on the slide?
For what?
Whether should be built at all. Do we have a question for that one? For the big question? Yeah. I also have a question. I think you spoke for a digital transformation model. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what is really special for this digital transformation model?
Honestly, I don't think it is something special. It is just something structured, because digital transformation is like a big animal and you don't know how to start it. Many people are afraid or what to do. They want to do it because they are somehow forced by the market or by their mother companies or by it is cool now to do digital transformation, so let's do it. But how to start? And it's a starting point, it's a model, it's an approach. I cannot say it is something unique. It is an approach, a structured approach to something which is sometimes scaring. Yeah.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Sorry, one question. what's special about digital transformation in respect with human-centered automation? Because it's a long story here. It's old enough from 50 years ago, and automation starting, and many words appear between, like balanced automation, human-centered, anthropocentric, and so on.
Yes, yes.
And they have already a long story and successful or unsuccessful experience and models, and that's why I'm asking, because we already have a track record in respect to this issue. What's different in respect to digital transformation?
Yeah, well, the answer somehow it's in the quote of Aristotle. If we don't design something starting from the human behavior, from the human traits, then we could fail. It is not mandatory we will fail, maybe we will not, but there is a big chance, because human traits are very powerful, and we should design all the systems, all the transformation, having the human in mind. And using these techniques we have, like design thinking, lean startup, agile, and effectuation, I don't know, there are many.
Yes, also in Industry 5.0, it's including the human being in.
Exactly, yes. I think we shouldn't forget we are humans.
Let's hope we never forget we are humans. Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Zvasta, for your speech and for your presentation. Then we go to our next speaker, Mr. Kojokaru, an entrepreneur now, a specialist in technology development. He learned to write software mostly by himself, which is really good, starting from high school, and worked in IT domain since university. He finished here in Sibiu, correct? Yeah. University of Lucian Blaga of Sibiu. And yeah, he also has a Master of Business Informatics, and actively working on his PhD paper in cybersecurity, our main focus today. I will share his presentation, just... Okay.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation and having me. I noticed that most of the presentations today were, of course, technical oriented, and it is the case, but in the same time, I enjoyed a lot the previous presentation of Mr. Zvasta, because the approach was complementary to having technology around us. So I decided, also, of course, without knowing your team, your subject, but I enjoyed instead that it was just before my presentation. I decided to tackle a little bit digitalization and the way we are doing it, concerning also the human approach, or concerning the way we are doing it, focused on people, and going in a more philosophical way in the subject. So the subject is digitalization role in business growth, as being the reflection of a mindset. It is important to keep in mind that all the changes needs to be accepted. Otherwise, of course, everything that was presented in the, by my colleague before applies. So I would start saying that digitalization goes beyond tech and gadgets, because it's a whole new way of thinking. What do I mean by that? First of all, let's settle a little bit the context. So a successful digital transformation is less about technology and more about the people and their mindsets. Another point specific to the context. The biggest limitation in digitalization is no longer technology itself. In 2023, in a couple of months, the technology that we are having, it's extremely performant. It's not a matter of what can we do with the technology. It's a matter of how we are using it and whether we are using it properly. If I may make a parallel, fire is something similar. You can cook and warm your house with fire, or you can burn something. Is fire a problem? Not at all. Is what matters then? The one that is using it. So another point in settling the context is that major companies, as for example Amazon and Airbnb, have all launched Digital Skills Academy aimed to ensuring their employees have both the expertise and the confidence to thrive in a digital first environment. Having the context settled, my next move is to focus a little bit on the mindset. So let's consider that people and groups with strong digital mindsets typically embody the following qualities. Of course, probably there are others, but I've chosen the most important ones from my point of view. So first of all of them are adaptive, meaning that they respond well to change and disruption. Second, growth-oriented, meaning that they are genuinely curious and committed to self-development and continuous learning. Then, the way they approach failure, meaning that they are viewing failure, or they are approaching failure as an opportunity to learn, as an opportunity to grow, and they are comfortable with rapid changes and making experiments. Then focus on the ecosystem. So the idea here is that they prioritizes the well-being of the entire system, not just of their company, of the entire multi-organizational system actually, not just their company. Then the next step would be to focus on how, more precisely, can we cultivate the digital mindset. Even though each company, of course, is having its own policy, each company is focusing on doing things in their own way. I believe that we can consider the following aspects when it comes to build a vision for change context. First of all, the idea is to start from the top. Driving the digital mindset starts always from the top. We can't ask our people, we can't ask our colleagues our employees to do it if we are not doing it. We can't ask them to understand it or to use it properly if we are not having the right mindset. So maybe it sounds like a cliche, but the change starts with us. Then, create a self-to-fail environment. Digitalization is bringing automatically many new things, and it's absolutely normal to have also small failures or mistakes. The idea is that in order for a person to adopt and to accept technology around him or around her, to adopt it in the activity, it is important to allow them to learn from mistakes also. Then launch a new horizontal department in your organizations. What do I mean by this? Of course, this applies in companies where this is of course possible. But what I mean by this is that we can build departments specifically oriented towards digitalization in a company, even though we are, for example, IT companies. There are center of excellences, for example, which are handling this issue in many companies as a special department. Then focus on accelerating the adoption, but of course only after the previous steps were applied. In this regard, Harvard Business Review was giving me a very interesting point of view. And the idea is to consider an adoption matrix, which is having on the vertical the extent to which an employee believes digitalization is useful or not, and on the horizontal axis the level of confidence that it has the ability to learn. So we can have the following situations, the following 4 situations, where people can be frustrated. Yeah. So my company and I would benefit if I learned digital content, but I don't think I can do it. Okay. Then, of course, this is happening where we have a low level of confidence, and in the same time, a high level of trust that it can matter. Then the oppressed one. I don't think I'm capable of learning digital content, and I don't see the benefit to me or my company in learning it. The inspired one. I am capable. Okay? And by the way, here says the inspired one. Who is inspiring our people? Us. And now this is very tight connected with what I've said before. Everything starts from the top. And the indifferent one, I can learn, but I don't see the benefit for me or my company. In the last 16 years, I've seen all of them applied in companies that we've worked with. And beyond technology and beyond creating the right systems, my conclusion was that together with this, it is very important to focus on how exactly is this adopted. How is the people ready to integrate it in their activities? If not, what can we do about it? Because technology itself is not going to fix anything in our issues in the world or in our companies. So let's see very, very short a very short list of business advantages of this approach. So, first of all, we notice an increased operational efficiency. Second, a huge decrease in human errors, because trust is there. When you are approaching digitalization like this, trust is created. Going forward, safe data storage, cloud solutions, and so on. Of course, this is a more technical solution, but this is an advantage of digitalizing a company or an organization. Then a decrease in operational costs. Of course, that if we make the system more efficient, the costs, the operational costs are going to decrease. And then an enablement of large-scale data analysis. What I noticed also in the last years is that technology now, in many companies that we've worked with, is not necessarily used to make things faster, but to gather data, special data, or moreover, to collect information and aggregate it in a way that a person cannot do it. And this is one of the most, one of the biggest advantages of technology, because it is the combination between technology and information. Then, another advantage that I listed here is streamlines existing business processes, of course, as part of the operational efficiency, and encourages out of the box thinking and innovation. Why? Because the hard work is, of course, handled by the technology. So, as a last thought and as a conclusion, my point is that even though we are surrounded with technology, especially the ones that are working in this area, we shouldn't forget that the human nature is in the middle, and everything we are doing is around it. And there is a very tight connection with whatever we are, or better said, regardless whether we choose to see it or to recognize it or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cojocaru. Any questions from the audience? Yes, we have.
Most of them are big companies from, I don't know, if you want names, I can do that also, but big companies from automotive and also organizations from Romania. Automotive from abroad, and in the same time organizations from Romania, from different industries. You are looking for specific? Yes. I understand. Okay. Well, the idea is to make a consulting sales. I mean, to not just to sell the technology, but to make sure that we are helping the customer to understand that there's more than just a piece of equipment or a software that does something instead of his employees. And it's not always easy, and I understand the question. It is indeed a challenge. But if we don't start somewhere, we'll never reach that point that we want to achieve.
question. You have mentioned many positive features of someone with a strong digital mindset, like adaptivity, lifelong learning. These are true for the digital world or as well for our carbon world? So it's a general, someone with a very strong digital mind. Have all these features that have you mentioned in your presentation, like adaptivity, self-learning? So these are true only in, for digitization, or
no, not at
also
all.
in
Mindset,
general?
I understand now the question. So mindset, our mindset is composed of some, in the end, abstract things. It's not related to the context, not at all. By contrary, the mindset is anyway reflected in our personal life, in our professional ones, regardless of the industry. So a strong mindset and a growth-oriented one will always act the same. And it is a very good question. I believe that in the end, it's not about technology, it's about focusing on the way we think. It's about strengthening our mindset and helping us, each other, in doing that. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. So that's why the digital wording, that digital mindset.
Yes.
So it's too specific. So in
I
my
understand.
opinion, you have to replace with something else, which is more general to cover all the assumptions that you have made about adaptivity, live learning, and so on. It's not a matter of digitization itself. A mindset for digitizations.
I understand what you mean. The reflection of the mindset is, of course, applied in digitization, but you're right, it applies to everything else. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you also.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, yeah, we have to move to the next speaker. The next one, constantly being in pursuit of new challenges, Mr. Vulcu is a Marquardt employee who had a chance to contribute at the development of many mechatronic products for automotive interiors. Following his passion for new technologies, he witnessed and was part of technological transformations of products in the cockpit and the challenges they bring to this field. Since 2021, he took a new challenge, of course, of being the team leader of the Advanced Technologies team at Marquardt, a cross-functional team focused on bringing exciting and new technologies from idea to real products. I will share the presentation of Mr. Vulcu.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation here. I'd like to continue the idea of the last two speakers centered around humans, and I'll talk more about one specific sense, human sense, which is the tactile. More specific here, revolving around haptics and how the digital transformation impacts the haptics and how this evolves in the context of our automotive interiors. First of all, just briefly, what haptic is. A short description from Wikipedia. It's known also as kinesthetic communication on 3D touch and refers to any technology that can simulate or create an experience of touch and applying forces, vibrations, or motions to the users. So this means when we talk about haptics, we have for cars different types of buttons, and we rely on this kind of haptic to really give us a confirmation in most cases that one action that we want to trigger really happened. And this is very important because it is helping us to focus at driving and not looking at the functions. It's one of the advantages, and that's why it's used as one of our main senses. We have also different types of haptic triggers or haptic feedbacks. We have a kind of spring motion, like a linear. If we have a slider in cars, I don't think in the recent cars it's being used anymore, but going back at early models, we had all kind of sliders too, and we had that reaction force that was increasing the more we were sliding at the side to help us get that feeling that it's happening what we want to have. Push buttons we have also now in many forms and shapes in our cars. Rotating elements, toggles. Basically, all of them have haptics, and we've seen also in the latest models variants where we have displays where the haptic is missing, and when we have that, we are used to get that feedback, and when it's missing, we are unsure if one action really happened or something feels wrong. That's something we are used to have, and the changes in how this works in first of all in what kind of sensors we have in our body. And for the haptic, we are relying mostly on 4 types of sensors. We have the Merkel, and each of them are specialized on sensing specific elements. Some of them, so the Merkel, are focused on really slow frequency and help us detect the intensity and the edges. Others are focused on bit fast on static force and skin stretches. The ones that are responsible for haptic, our friends Pacinian corpuscles, so they respond best to the frequencies between 100 and 300 hertz, and that's why we can feel haptic vibrations, for example, if they are in that frequency. If they are lower frequencies or higher frequencies, the intensity we feel about that is diminished until we cannot feel that, even if the acceleration or the vibration is still the same. So this is about how we sense the haptic in our fingers. Examples in the car, like I mentioned, we have all over the cockpit, on the steering wheel, in the middle console, our keys to open the car already, and it comes in many shapes and forms. Most of them are, if we're talking about mechanical switches, they have that click feeling that gives us, like I mentioned, a confirmation and helps us ensure that a specific function was really triggered. If we're looking at an evolution of switches in the cars, we see how the digital transformations and the advancement of the other technologies has impacted also the changes in the haptic. For a long time, we had the classic mechanical push buttons, like also the old phones, the Nokia phones, which were the standard until the release of the first iPhone, which changed, I think, the lives for everyone and how we see the technology. And that triggered also the changes in the technologies in the cars. We see more and more integration, changing from single buttons to integrated surface, to having also touch surfaces in the cars. And this brings also a change in the haptics, because before having one single button, or for each function one button, each with the mechanical element behind. Later, afterwards, we have to go to more integrated system, which require also different solutions. So the technical solutions that were applied for so many years have to be adapted to accommodate with the closed surfaces with touch. And the first step was to keep the mechanical switch, but also combine it with touch to have that same feeling that we are used to. And in the next step, the passive haptic is replaced with different types of vibration, which we will see bring a lot of advantages, but also bring some new challenges. Technical challenges, and also they bring challenges to the organizations on how to react to this fast changing of technologies and how to ensure that the new solutions are ready to be implemented in the cars. We are used already with phones and with home appliances where these technologies are state-of-the-art, and automotive is following this trend slower. Main reason, we talked about one of them in the morning, the cybersecurity, but overall it's about our safety. If on the phone I push a function and nothing happens, or system freezes, I get a restart of the phone, no big issue. I'm a bit frustrated, but it's not a big issue. But in the car, if some critical function fails, that is an issue, and that's basically the root cause of this delay we have and between implementing these technologies from non-automotive in the automotive world. Display integration is also a big change which is visible in the cars now, and which also has an impact on the haptic, because it's not longer possible to place mechanical switches behind and have that flexibility. Here that comparison or a difference from passive haptic, which was done mostly with mechanical switches or silicon mat, snap disk, this kind of mechanical elements, and they are characterized, the main characteristic is force travel. So playing with those elements, you can get different effect on the finger. Can be sharper, can be, so having the force even higher or lower, but let's say the variation is limited, and once you define a mechanical setup that is fixed, you cannot change that later in the product. Changing to an active haptic, we call that it's already replacing the mechanical elements with one type of actuator which generates a vibration in the product, and also we have to add a separate force sensor that detects the amount of force we are pressing. Again, this is main reason is to simulate the behavior that we are used to coming from mechanical switches, that we press, and only when we reach a specific force, only that the system triggers and we get that confirmation. Otherwise, if it's only touch, the haptic will be felt in a different way, and it can be misleading. So that is a big difference, and here we are talking more about the vibration and how controlling that vibration, we control basically the feeling that we get in the fingers. And this opens a lot of opportunities for us, because in this way we can use the force sensors combined with the active haptic to prevent different misuse forces or misuse cases in the car. It also gives a lot of freedom in defining what kind of haptic sensation we want to create. Basically, it's more software driven, and also it brings a big advantage because surfaces which were previously only design surfaces, they can become now interactive. That's the new concept of smart surfaces. So these are some big opportunities. Like I mentioned, it's because we have now an electromechanical element which is controlled by software. We can adjust, we can create multiple effects in the car, and we can link that to different types of effects. Some of them are already, let's say, we are used to them in smartphones or in other applications. So not only having the classic push button or classic push effect, but also having swipe effects or having different attaching for different gestures, different haptic effects, different intensities, really playing with that. And we can even reproduce texture by haptic vibration. So it's really one of the cool features. And the same with changing the force. So it's playing with settings. With the same mechanical product, we can really reach a lot of variations and many combinations, which give an opportunity also for the car designers and for to create new use cases, to have new interactions with surfaces, and combining also with touch, again, to have that gesture control implemented here, combined with the other two. Some examples here for click or ramp or buzzes, even some applications that we have in Marquardt already, either as series products already. I think the first one was launched in 2012. So we still consider the active haptic technology as being a new technology for automotive, because it's relatively few products on the market, but compared to the classic mechanical switches, there are still many things to learn here for to bring that in a safe manner in the cars. Make sure that it replaces in a best way the existing products. Some of the challenges: preventing distraction of driver. This is a big topic, especially now that we have a lot of light elements and a lot of other features in the cars that it's very easy to distract the user from, or the driver mainly. And haptic is still relatively non-intrusive. It doesn't require you to focus the eyes on that area. So that's why it's still one of the key elements that supports the integration of more and more functionalities in the car. But this is also, we have to do it in the right way. Safety and security, again, we must make sure that it's helping to trigger in the right way, and it doesn't get triggered with unwanted gestures over it, or when we lean with a hand or we just touch some areas. That's why the force sensor comes into play here, and it helps to reduce that unintended triggering, which again for a phone would not be a big deal, but in the car it's very important for the safety to have that feature. And because we now create so many effects, it's important that these effects are understood correctly by us as users, that we understand the message that the haptic is giving us. Because it can be a simple click, so we know we have triggered a function, but it can be also a warning message. We have lane assist, we have even more and more systems which on one side monitor our health, and on the other side with haptic they can trigger some response in the car to alert us, or if I don't know, we are too tired. So there are different systems which are now monitoring this kind of. There are a few of these features which are new now and are helping us, but they have to be integrated, like I mentioned, in the right way, so that we, as users, understand what is the meaning of that. It can be a pleasant vibration if I want to transmit an error or a warning signal. So this is playing with the haptic, playing with the signal to get the right output, so that we as human or as users, we understand that correctly. And one big topic here is haptic, the perception, how we quantify this perception, because with the mechanical switch, it's relatively well defined. It's based on the measurements. We know already we have fixed values of force and displacement that generate specific feeling for us. Audi has their own click and their own type of snappy haptic. Other customers are looking for more soft feeling, and in this case, it's not so well defined, because we are talking more about the vibration, we are talking more about the frequency and amplitude, duration. There are a few key features which changed, and how we control that also has a big impact on how we perceive the haptic. Plus, again, we are humans, we are not the same, we are not pressing in the same way, we are not even, if the same person pressing 10 times on a button, it will not do that in the same way. And if we have 10 people pressing on that button, each of them will have a different perception. We have the senses, yes, the frequency range is for all of us the same, but we are more sensitive than others, and we perceive the same input in a different way. So that's why it's becoming difficult now, or it's still an open topic, how to properly define this, which are the most important attributes of the active haptic that describe our perception. So not necessarily the measurement, but that accurately describe the perception that we have for haptic. And also this has a big impact on how we approach the development of this technology, and not only, and how companies are, organizations are adapting to this, combined also with the speed of technological change, with the overall digitalization of the interior, the complex interactions that are coming here, that everything requires, first of all, a mindset change, like colleague speakers before also mentioned. So we need to start actually with that mindset change to be more open to change, and push more and more towards innovation, towards testing that technology and bring it faster to a robust state that can be used in serious projects. One way we approach that also in Marquardt is to create some technology hubs in our different locations that are focusing on these new technologies and how well they integrate with our other systems. We also use more and more virtual tools, simulations, and rapid prototyping, and other elements that help us speed up, test faster that, and also that focus on understanding the key elements behind the haptic perception, what helps best quantify it. And this way we understand also how to define it in the way that it makes most sense and it combines best with our applications. our ideas about and how we see the future, again, going from single buttons to integrated elements, then to more complex surfaces, and then to the smart surfaces, which more and more get combined also with real materials, with real wood and other surfaces that reproduce specific texture, and not only as design, but more functional surfaces. And also a small preview of our workshop tomorrow, where we have our demo car, which basically sums up our vision as a company about these technologies and how they integrate in the car. In different components, we will have tomorrow a detailed workshop around this, and of course Active Haptic will be also integrated there, but many other technologies which have again change how the surfaces or how we interact with the interior of the car, and more and more becomes interactive. And I think that's the main change now. And also the technology from today, the industrialization allows us to implement more complex shapes, 3D formed glass, and this kind of elements which make car designers very happy. And that was all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucian. He's also my colleague, and I'm proud of all the innovations that you can also find tomorrow in our workshop. I can hop in the demo car and try all the haptics, feelings, and everything. Everything is working, and it's like future technologies, but it's available to touch. We will also be together presenting all these technologies. If you cannot be present at the Transylvania Hall, we also have a live stream event, which you can follow also on the CBU Innovation Days website with all what we are going to present tomorrow, so feel free to join it. Enough of advertising our workshop. Any questions for Lucian? Please go ahead.
We're not focusing on developing games, but I'm sure this will be an interesting challenge for the future that will come more and more. And gaming industry also is going the same direction, using Active Haptic to combine it, especially with virtual reality, to reproduce all kinds of effects, and they will come also in the interior of the cars with this trend probably of automation of autonomous cars, where the interaction is going to change completely.
Well, I can tell you also that I did play some games in the car, but using a steering wheel to guide or to play a game, it's not very easy. So it's more interesting to have the joystick in your hands, the mouse maybe, but the steering wheel, we are still not used to play games with it, you know. It's our mindset, as we spoke earlier, are set that steering wheel can harm us, maybe sometimes, if we have accidents, so we need to be safe in the car. That's my opinion, so.
For sure, and it will involve haptic as it does now, or until now, with single buttons or with small switches, also in the back seat of the cabin. We will have more interactions, and combined with home cinema or different, depends what kind of, how the cars will look in the future. It can transform in office, it can transform in home cinema, it can transform in gaming platform, and of course, you can have maybe the steering wheel will, once in autonomous mode, it can become a kind of joystick for a game, or it can retract, or joysticks can be close by. Possibilities are endless, and I think for the moment only our minds are still partially fixed to our old habits of how the interior looks like or how it should look like. But this is changing more and more.
But until the home cinema in the vehicle, we are proposing another safer solution for interactivity with the driver, which is the intelligent lighting, and the car speaks to the driver by lighting. So this is also available in the demo car tomorrow, again, advertising. Please go ahead. When you, Luci, if you allow, I want to make a parallel with this. Sure. For your question, I can say just one thing. Yes, speech is good, but let's think about personal assistants on the phones. They are available for a few languages, but we are selling cars worldwide. Yeah, but it's a long time. It's a long time. Yeah, we also can change the materials. Oh, no, not like that. Okay.
Acoustic feedback is already used in cars, or the speech, right, for some support functions now. But imagine you have, I don't know, on the steering wheel alone, I've seen about 20 functions packed just in the steering wheel or more. You have much more on the middle console, and if you start operating 2, 3 of these switches in the same time, and your kid in the back also plays with that, which one will react for the sound? So to which one it's gonna react? That's why the haptic is still, I mean, it's gonna be most likely a combination of them, and depending on the use cases.
I think you can continue the discussions during the dinner, or because we are behind the schedule.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lucian, very much. The last presentation. The last presentation from today, it's coming from another digital innovation hub from IT cluster. And will be given by Paula Comănescu, which is liaison coordinator within the Cluj IT cluster, and now extended her responsibility within the Digital Innovation Hub for Society as coordinator of market brokerage and internationalization, innovation, ecosystem, and network league.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now you know why I have asked all those questions about digital innovation hubs and service about digital transformation. I'm happy to be here, although I must admit it's quite intimidating. It's different when you are in the back. I will tell you first why you should keep close to a digital innovation hub, whether it is in your region or in a region that you are targeting for your services, or regardless of your activity, digital innovation hubs should be friends for you. Because if you provide services around digital transformation or green transformation, DIHs or DIHs or EDIHs, that is the European Digital Innovation Hubs, they will get you closer to potential customers. If you are providers of training services, you can also use the ecosystems that the DIHs are creating to find clients, to understand market trends, and to get this information much easier. If you are academia, DIHs are essential for you to keep real contact to market and to innovation and to scaling up services and directions that are important for the communities around us. If you are people coming from various authorities, I must tell you that we are working really, really hard to make things work, to use opportunities that you provide or that you regulate, so that we make people understand that they can really fasten up their businesses, their development, that together we can make our communities work better for each one of us. I will talk now about the Digital Innovation Hub for Society. Is the initiative that we as Cluj IT Cluster are coordinating. I think I need to press something here, right? Okay. So we are coordinating this initiative. We have 3 strong partners. Of course, our reach is mainly regional. We are in the northwestern part of Romania. Together with the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, the University of Oradea, and the Industry and Commerce Chamber from Bistrița-Năsăud, we want to really accelerate this process for those organizations, those stakeholders that need it most. That is, we have chosen manufacturing, public administration, and health as our targeted sectors where we really want to make this difference. And because the call that it was included in the Digital Euro program has given us the mandatory specialization, the choice of specialization, we will go with cybersecurity, smart robotics, and smart robotics, cybersecurity, AI, transversal technologies, and digital transformation in general. We have some KPIs. We want to really make the difference for at least 400 SMEs from the northwestern region of Romania, and for 70,000 stakeholders from the public administration and health. We will take them by the hand and walk with them through this very complicated road of the digital transformation. It is complicated because people don't know what they are looking for, what they will gain, how they should do that, what they need, what tools, what technology, and especially what skills, and how they get their people to get those skills. And as a Digital Innovation Hub, we will cover all these components because we managed to be the first ones in the Romanian call. So I think, yes, here are our partners. I mentioned them. I think, wait, I don't remember exactly. I think it is 3.9 million euros, the total budget that was approved for our project, which means that we will be getting this money from the European Commission and from the Romanian government to cover for various types of services that we will offer directly into the market. And here you have some examples. Digital journey, because we need to understand exactly where they are, where they can get, and to support them with strategies and roadmaps to get there. Advanced digital skills, because whatever technologies and solutions they might get, without the right skills, without the people being able to understand and follow up on what they are doing, they will not make it. Access to finance, we will be supporting stakeholders, so both companies and organizations in public administrations or hospitals to understand better how to get public funding and, in the case of companies, private funding, and lots of activities around networking, access to innovation ecosystems, awareness raising, matchmaking, business-to-business opportunities. So we will have 3 years full of activities and actions directed towards our community. The targeted beneficiaries are SMEs active in manufacturing industry, local and regional public administration, and healthcare organizations. I was very happy this morning when I met a person here at the conference, a person that I only knew online, while trying to set up our European corridors, our European collaborations. So way before the European call, we started contacting various people, trying to understand who does what from other digital innovation hubs from Europe. And this is the status at the moment of the call in February. So we had managed to have all these partnership or these collaborations. And today I even met one of the partners here in person. I didn't even recognize him because people look different in 3D than in, on the screen. And we will be working very, very close with our partners in Europe. And of course, our project also involves some KPIs related to exchanging services with our European partners. And we will be using, hopefully, as much as possible, the services and the support offered by the Digital Transformation Accelerator. Thank you very much. I hope we are all here. It's been a crazy day full of ideas. I really enjoyed today. I love meeting people. I love hearing about directions, about innovations. And I'm very, very happy that Sibiu Innovation Days is what we say in Cluj IT is the younger sister of Cluj Innovation Days. Because in a couple of weeks, we'll be starting our marathon conference, Cluj Innovation Days. It will be a hybrid event, so both online and on-site. You are welcome to join us, clujinnovationdays.com. You'll see innovation reflected in culture, art, technology, health, public administration, smart cities and communities, innovation going from various use cases to the European Innovation Council. So will be 10 crazy days full of information, full of knowledge, and full of amazing people that make this exchange worthwhile. So thank you very much. I am available for any questions or maybe for further conversations later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mrs. Comanescu?
Great.
I think everybody is expecting dinner. Yes. So, yeah, thank you very much. In closing, I want to thank all of you and for your patience, for your attention for our panel. We went through a lot of ideas, from Aristotle to digital innovation hubs, from mindsets to products with haptic feelings. So we did have a lot of speakers, good ones, in my opinion. First of all, I want to thank the speakers. They did have a great contribution to the panel, and also to the audience for their questions and patience to the end of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alin. And thank you very much, Nanu. Just to finish what Paula make like a secret Santa, due to her help, we met this guy that she discussed today and started a project that we didn't met, but we trust each other, and the transitivity goes from you to him, from you to us, and together starting from 1st of October of a project. This could be very useful scenario, but trust is very important. So it was a hard day probably for all of us. Tomorrow will be similar. Tomorrow will be, I want to say, more dynamical, not necessarily due to the presentation, but because tomorrow we'll exchange 4 panels plus a keynote in the morning. So just briefly to remind, after we exit from here, we are going on the same hotel to the Continental, my Continental, previous, it calls Ibis, to have the dinner. Will be also a glass of wine, so more easier for discussion. Tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock with the same full day, and please enjoy this evening. Thank you very much for your participation today. Thank you.